Elijah Cummings of Maryland, and it is an honor to chair this panel, participate in this process, and I welcome all of you to these very, very important proceedings. I would like to call this forum of the 2016 Platform Drafting Committee to order, and would everyone now please stand to pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On behalf of my colleagues on the Platform Drafting Committee, I welcome you as we continue the series of regional events designed to hear from Democrats on the key issues affecting their families, their communities, our nation, and indeed the world. We will continue this open and transparent process that allows ample opportunity for every viewpoint to be raised and to be heard. Before proceeding with today's events, we must take a moment to recognize the senseless tragedy that took place in Orlando last weekend. Dozens of innocent Americans lost their lives in an act of hatred. Together, we grieve for those who were killed and the families and loved ones left behind. Let us take a moment of silence to honor those 49 victims, please. Thank you very much. Before asking the Democratic National Convention Committee CEO, Reverend Leah Daughtry, to bring welcome remarks on behalf of the party, I want to again thank her publicly for her leadership of the convention and its many components. And it is my pleasure to welcome my colleagues on the committee, other Democrats who join us today, and members of the public as we begin these discussions about the future of the Democratic Party and the future of this great nation. Leah?
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Cummings, for your warm welcome and for your leadership that you have provided over so many decades to this nation and now to our drafting committee. We appreciate you and thank you for your service. Last weekend, our nation stood still as news of yet another horrific act of violence, hatred, and terrorism flashed across our screens. All of our hearts break for the victims of this horrendous attack in Orlando and the families who now must daily grapple with the reality that their loved ones have been snatched from them senselessly and too soon. Since last weekend, we have heard many offer good thoughts and prayers and well wishes for the families who are navigating their way through this tragedy. And this is good and heartfelt and appreciated, I'm sure. But I would suggest that the good thoughts, while well-intentioned, and the prayers, while well-meaning, are not enough. Faith without works is dead, just as thoughts without action is meaningless. It is unconscionable that in this, the greatest country in the world, deadly weapons can be obtained more easily than the plane tickets we use to get here. But I am a prisoner of hope, and so I believe that if we stand together in one voice, with one intention, we can make our communities safe again. And we must respond to this tragedy by showing those who seek to divide us who we truly are, an inclusive nation that embraces all Americans, not in spite of, but because of who they are. In many ways, that is why we are here today, to ensure that when Democrats gather in Philadelphia just 38 days from now, we are able to present a national platform that is representative of our party's commitment to that of America's most enduring value, that of we the people. And when we say we the people, when we profess a commitment to we the people, we mean all the people. As the party that embraces and celebrates our differences, we are committed to addressing the needs of all of our people. And that commitment means that we are intently focused on protecting the needs of all Americans and expanding their access to the democratic process. This is not without its challenges, but it is a fundamental element of who we are. A vital component of protecting and expanding access is ensuring that no American is denied the most basic promise of our constitutional democracy, the right to vote. After all, the right to vote is the foundation of our form of government, and defending that right is part of our never-ending effort to create a more perfect union. Men and women have fought, marched, bled, and died to gain and to protect the right to vote. And as Democrats, we stand firmly against all attempts to prevent Americans from exercising their rights. Every American should be able to vote for the candidates that represent them. Every American, the least, the last, the lost, the locked out, and the left behind, the young and the old, the formerly incarcerated, the business owner, and the day laborer. Every American deserves to have their voice heard. As a person of faith, I believe that every person has a divine purpose and divine value. Every single person is important, and we have no one to waste. We have a responsibility to treat our sisters and our brothers equally and to do everything within our powers to help everyone achieve their God-given potential. I am proud to join with the members of the drafting committee and members of this community to ensure that our national platform, our party's statement of principles and values, is forged with consideration of every voice in our party. Today, we will continue the substantive exchange of ideas that we began last week in Washington, D.C. And I look forward to hearing the voices today, and more importantly, the hearts of Democrats about our policies, about our party, and how we can adopt issues that will build on the success we have experienced over the last 8 years. As Republicans focus on what divides us, we will focus on how we can bring Americans together and expand access and strengthen ladders of opportunity for all Americans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leah. I'd like to thank the individuals you will hear from today for making time to share their perspectives and recommendations on the issues confronting Americans. We appreciate you sharing your expertise, and we look forward to hearing from you throughout the forum. I'm also delighted to thank the more than 1,000 individuals from 43 states and the District of Columbia who have taken the time to share your comments or post written and video testimony on the DNCC website. In addition to welcoming those of you here in Phoenix, Arizona, I'm delighted to acknowledge those joining us today through the DNCC live stream of demconvention.com. As Democrats, we are committed to addressing the concerns at the heart of people's lives, the problems that they face every day and challenges, the problems that their children face, their children's education and well-being, the health and the safety of seniors, the opportunities available in our communities, in our nation's future. Among others, we began last week by hearing testimony and recommendations on leveling the playing field, moving America forward. and America's role in the world. Over the next 2 days, we will hear from policy experts, community leaders, and advocates on energy and the environment, health, and safety, and protecting the expanding our democracy. The Democratic Party platform is not about any one of us sitting around this table. It is so much bigger than all of us. It is about the people, and with the platform being a covenant of our shared and collective values, it is important that the process captures the energy and the breadth of the party. This diverse group will allow us to bring together our party's best thinking with a focus on solutions. And so it gives me great pleasure. We are really very pleased to have a special guest with us today. And that is the Mayor of Phoenix, Mayor Greg Stanton. Mayor Stanton, since taking office in 2012, Mayor Stanton has worked tirelessly to build a modern economy that works for every Phoenix family by boosting trade with Mexico, investing in biosciences, and lifting up local small businesses. Mayor Stanton is leading the way to create an innovation-based export economy built to last. Mayor Stanton is committed to making our community a more welcoming and open place. Under his leadership, Phoenix became the first U.S. city to end chronic homelessness among veterans. Phoenix also earned national recognition as a leader on LGBT issues and became the first Arizona city to earn a perfect score on the Human Rights Campaign's Municipal Equality Index. Mayor Stanton, thank you very much for being with us, and we'll hear from you now.
All right, Congressman, thank you for that kind introduction to the members of the Platform Committee. Welcome to the greatest city in the United States of America, Phoenix, Arizona. We don't give up easy. We fight in Phoenix. You see, we finished second in the competition for the 2016 Democratic Convention. I want to be the first to welcome you to the home of the 2020 Democratic Convention here in Phoenix. Also, welcome to the fastest growing big city post-World War II in the United States of America. The future of Phoenix, Arizona is the future of the United States of America in so many ways. People are voting with their feet to move to the southwestern United States, in particular Phoenix, and we're so blessed to have incredible diversity here in our city, and I'm confident with the intellectual and policy firepower that this committee is going to provide to our party, we're going to be successful in the most important election in our lifetime. And Congressman, you mentioned a couple of the issues that are so important to the people of this party and therefore the people of this country, and certainly important to the people of this city. I want to thank you in advance for your support of the veterans across the United States of America, which I know will be an important part of our platform. In Phoenix, we were so proud to accept President Obama's challenge. He challenged every city in the United States of America to end chronic homelessness among our veterans, such a sad, sad issue. And I'm proud to say that Phoenix was the first in the United States of America to end chronic homelessness among our veteran population. I want to thank this committee to show support for people. You understand that supporting people is great for the economy of the United States of America. We understand that in cities. That's why when I became mayor, support for LGBT community was so important. In Phoenix, Arizona, last 3 years has gotten a perfect score by the Human Rights Campaign Equality Index, same as San Francisco, Chicago, New York, or Los Angeles, or any of the cities you might expect. In Phoenix, Arizona, we accomplished that. I want to thank you for doing so much to support the issue of climate change, which is very real. We think of climate change in the context of how it affects cities on the coastal areas because of rising tides, rising ocean lines. But in Phoenix, Arizona, with the heat that you're going to experience over your few days here, earlier than we normally get, rising temperatures, drought is a huge issue in this community directly as a result of climate change. The policies that you adopt here, the policies of our party, the successful party in this upcoming election, are directly going to benefit us here in the desert Southwest, the Sonoran Desert, on the issue of climate change and climate resilience. I want to thank you in advance in that regard. Phoenix did win the award from the U.S. Conference of Mayors as having the strongest climate change policies in the United States of America as a city. Congressman Cummings, in particular Congressman Gutierrez, I want to thank you so much for your leadership on comprehensive immigration reform. As I told you privately, when that is successful, and it will be successful, no city in the United States of America will benefit more economically from comprehensive immigration reform than Phoenix, Arizona, because of the wonderful diversity that we are so blessed to have, including a city that's soon to be a majority Latino city here in Phoenix, Arizona. And finally, I want to thank this committee in advance for what you're going to do to support infrastructure investment across the United States of America. In Phoenix, we just passed the largest transportation infrastructure investment in the United States of America by the voters of Phoenix, a 35-year, $32 billion transportation infrastructure investment. We're going to triple the amount of light rail, significantly increase the amount of bus service to the people of Phoenix, 1,000 miles of bike lane, make the city more walkable, provide dollar-wise services for our citizens that happen to have disabilities. We're going big on transportation because we know how important it is to connect people to education and jobs, those that aren't in a position to afford a car or those that want to maybe not utilize the car and utilize public transportation, how important that is for the future of our economy. For that and so many other reasons, I want to thank this committee because the policy recommendations you're going to make are going to be great for cities across the United States of America and therefore great for our country. Welcome to Phoenix. Have a great few days of meetings. You're going to hear from some of the most talented people in our community, both Democratic leaders and community leaders that I have the benefit to work with here as mayor of the city. We have a great, thriving, active, passionate, and successful Democratic Party here in the state of Arizona. Welcome to Phoenix. Thanks so much, Congressman. Let me say a few words.
Mayor, thank you. I want to thank you, and as I listen to you, I was just saying to myself, so often in Washington, we hear a lot about what can't be done, and thank you for doing things and creating models for the entire nation, and we really do appreciate your hospitality. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Before I get started, I wanted to have them introduce themselves, the members of this very distinguished drafting committee. They are putting in a tremendous amount of time, taking time away from their families and from their normal jobs because they want to make sure that we, as a party, create a very meaningful platform, not just with regard to the next 4 years, but for the next generation and beyond. And so it gives me tremendous honor to have them introduce themselves, the members of the drafting committee of the Platform Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Warren Gunnels. I'm the Policy Director for Senator Bernie Sanders. It's a pleasure to be here in Phoenix. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm State Representative Alicia Reese from the battleground state of Ohio and President of Ohio Legislative Black Caucus, and it is great to be here. Thanks for welcoming us.
Hafdaratud Sitsayat Sasitsta, Deborah Parker. I'm a member of the Tulalip tribes, and I just want to thank the Southwest Indigenous tribes for honoring us and allowing us onto their traditional territory today. So, ACM Tigwitsi, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Bonnie Schaefer. I am from two battleground states, Florida and North Carolina. I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
I'm Congressman Luis Gutierrez from the city of Chicago. I'm happy to be here with all of you.
Irene's child and Clifton's son, Beechen citizen.
My name is Neera Tandon. I'm president of the Center for American Progress, and it's great to be here.
I'm Wendy Sherman, former Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs. Delighted to be here today.
I'm Jim Zogby, president of the Arab American Institute, and thank you for the very warm welcome.
That was very good.
Paul Booth, American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, the Municipal Employees of Phoenix. Welcome us all here, and I'm glad to be here too.
Barbara Lee, member of Congress. I represent the Progressive
13th Congressional District of California. Happy to be here in Phoenix. My late mother lived in Sun City, Arizona for many years, so I've visited your beautiful city many times. Thank you for your hospitality.
Ben McKibben from the cool and verdant Green Mountains of Vermont.
Maya Harris, Senior Policy Advisor for Hillary Clinton, and honored to be here.
Thank you very much. Howard Berman could not be with us today, and Keith Ellison and Carol Browner will be joining us later in our proceedings. And so again, I want to thank all of the committee members for being a part of this very important committee. Also seated with us are two of the many individuals giving us staff support throughout this weekend. Andrew Grossman and Patrice Taylor. Andrew is the National Platform Director, and Patrice is the Director of the DNC's Office of Party Affairs and Delegate Selection. The staff has been absolutely wonderful and done a tremendous job. Let me take this moment also to thank Debbie Wasserman Schultz for her tremendous leadership. She and I have been talking almost every day trying to make sure these proceedings are transparent and open and fair, and I want to thank her for her tremendous leadership. Finally, I'm pleased to introduce our parliamentarian. Hopefully she won't have too much work to do, Helen McFadden. Helen is the DNC's parliamentarian and has served in this role for many years and can help us navigate any parliamentary issues that may arrive. Today and tomorrow, Helen will be serving as our timekeeper, and I remind the audience and members that we've got 40, today we're going to be hearing from 41 witnesses, so we're going to be moving kind of rapidly because we want to hear from everyone. Let me just take a moment to remind us that what we do is so important. The idea that just a year ago today in South Carolina at Emmanuel Church, 9 people were slain while sitting in a church basement. And so we have to really look at our nation and try to figure out how do we address these issues, and we can't just continue to turn our heads away from them. Though now the purpose of the hearing today, and the same as the one last week, is to solicit testimony from individuals and organizations regarding the content of the party's 2016 national platform. Each speaker has been given 3 minutes for a formal statement. Following each presentation or at the conclusion of the last panel speaker, time will be allowed for questions from the committee members. Now, I want to remind the speakers that we have your written testimony, and so you don't have to read your testimony. You can just come and give us a summary, because I think most of the members they'll have some questions. We're not going to be able to get to all the questions, but we'll do the best we can. We have a very busy and compact hearing scheduled for today. Each presentation will be timed, and the speakers should adjust their remarks accordingly. Once again, I will remind us that this undertaking is serious business. As Democrats, we need to keep in mind that the differences we may have are relatively small. While we may be passionate in our opinions and beliefs, let us conduct this process with decorum and respect for each other and for those who are taking time to speak to us. So we will begin today with, this would be session 4. Today we begin the energy and environment part of our presentation, a theme that touches each and every one of us, whether we live in cities, suburbs, or communities. All Americans want to know energy sources that energy sources are available and cost-effective. And the environment is respected and preserved for our children and our children's children. Someone once said that we do not inherit our environment from our ancestors. we borrowed from our children. Our first group of speakers will share with us some of the approaches and vehicles needed to make that happen. Our first witness will be Madeline Foote of the League of Conservation Voters. Ms. Foote is the legislative representative at the League of Conservation Voters, an organization that works to turn environmental values into national, state, and local priorities. During her 5 years with the LCV, Ms. Foote has worked to draft legislative strategy on hydraulic fracturing and managed chemical policy reform programs, and advocated for the regulatory priorities relating to climate change and clean water with members of Congress. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
Is your mic on?
I believe so. There we go.
It's on.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. It is an honor for LCV, on behalf of our more than 1.3 million members, to inform the committee about our top environmental priorities that we believe should be included in the 2016 Democratic Party platform. These priorities include reducing the pollution that is warming our planet, adapting to a changing climate, ensuring that all communities have access to clean air and clean water, investing in the clean energy economy, protecting public health from toxic chemicals, creating a fair, democratic, and just society, and preserving the special places and wildlife that we hold dear. President Obama and his administration have made incredible progress in advancing environmental protections, especially on the issue of climate change. And as we look to the future, we must continue to build on this progress. We have a moral obligation to protect our planet, and the Democratic Party should lead the way in ensuring that we leave a clean and safe planet for generations to come. The urgent need for action on tackling climate change has never been more clear, and the platform should include taking aggressive measures to reduce the pollution fueling climate change, including from power plants, the oil and gas sector, and cars and trucks. The platform should commend the historical international climate agreement forged in Paris and recognize the threats that climate crisis poses to communities across the country, especially to low-income families and communities of color. We must also accelerate our transition to clean energy and leave most fossil fuels in the ground. We urge the platform to recognize that the management of federal lands and waters should protect our natural heritage while advancing the production and distribution of clean energy. The tragic situation in Flint, Michigan has demonstrated that we cannot take safe drinking water for granted. Cities across the U.S. have experienced elevated levels of dangerous toxic lead in drinking water, and, like so many of our environmental challenges, these impacts disproportionately fall on those most vulnerable. Protecting and providing safe drinking water for all communities should be a platform priority, as well as supporting the Clean Water Rule and funding for necessary improvements to our drinking water and wastewater infrastructure. Toxic chemicals have also become pervasive in our homes, bodies, and environment. And science continues to link exposure to chemicals to increases in chronic health problems. Fortunately, Congress recently passed legislation to give the EPA new tools to reduce the impacts of chemical exposure on those most vulnerable, including pregnant women, children, workers, and others who are disproportionately exposed. We must support the EPA taking bold actions to restrict and remove dangerous chemicals from the marketplace. Lastly, America's public lands and open spaces are some of our nation's most prized possessions. The platform should encourage landscape-level conservation while continuing to protect our wildlife and invest in critical conservation programs. We must also continue to bolster the diversity of the sites, stories, visitors, and workforce of our national public lands so that all people in this country feel welcome in them. In conclusion, we encourage the Platform Committee to make safeguarding our environment one of the central pillars of the platform, and we thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Michael Mann. Dr. Mann is a distinguished professor of atmospheric science at Penn State University, with joint appointments in the Department of Geosciences and the Earth and Environmental Systems Institute. He's also director of the Penn State Earth System Science Center. His research involves the use of theoretical models and observational data to better understand the Earth's climate system. Welcome.
Thank you, Congressman Cummings and committee members. I'm honored to speak to you today about this critical issue, the issue of climate change and climate policy. My name is Michael Mann. I'm a distinguished professor of atmospheric science, director of the Earth System Science Center at Penn State. I spend my time teaching, advising students, doing scientific research, and engaging in efforts to inform the larger public discourse over human-caused climate change. But fundamentally, I'm a climate scientist and have spent much of my career with my head buried in climate model output and observational climate data, trying to tease out the signal of human-caused climate change. What is disconcerting to me and so many of my colleagues is that these tools that we've spent years developing increasingly are unnecessary because we can see climate change, the impacts of climate change now playing out in real time on our television screens in the 24-hour news cycle. Regardless of how you measure the impacts of climate change, whether it be food, water, health, national security, our economy, climate change is already taking a great toll. And we see that toll in the damage done by more extreme floods, like the floods we've seen just over the past year in Texas and in South Carolina. We see it in the devastating combination of sea level rise and more destructive hurricanes, which has led to calamities like Superstorm Sandy and what is now the perennial flooding of Miami Beach. We see it in the unprecedented droughts, like that which continues to afflict California, a doubling of the area of wildfire, fire burning in the western U.S., and indeed in the record heat that we may very well see this weekend here in Phoenix, Arizona. The signal of climate change is no longer subtle. It is obvious. And like the tip of the proverbial iceberg, further changes, like enough melting of the ice sheets to give us as much as 3 feet of sea level rise by the end of the century, may already be locked in simply from the carbon we've already burned, simply from the warming that is already in the pipeline due to the burning of fossil fuels. There are some tipping points in the climate system that we may have crossed, but there are likely many others that we have not yet crossed and we can still avoid. It is still possible to avert catastrophic and potentially irreversible changes in climate, but only by moving forward, building on the progress that has been made in recent years in accelerating the transition away from fossil fuels towards a clean energy economy. The stakes could not be greater in this next election. The future of our grandchildren, our children and grandchildren, literally hangs in the balance, nor could the contrast be any more stark. We have on the one hand a Republican Party whose standard bearer, Donald Trump, and a vast majority of their congressional representatives continue to deny that climate change even exists. We have on the other hand a Democratic Party that understands full well that while we can debate the policy specifics for dealing with this worsening crisis, we cannot bury our heads in the sand and ignore the growing threat. It is my hope that the Democratic platform will contain an affirmative statement recognizing the dire threat that climate change poses to us, our country, and our entire planet, and a statement about the importance of putting a price signal in the market, a price on carbon. It is my hope that the platform will acknowledge the progress that has been made by the Obama administration and promise to build on that legacy by defending the Clean Power Plan against attacks by congressional Republicans and by ensuring that other EPA policies to reduce carbon emissions are kept in place. It is my hope that the platform will acknowledge the vital role of the U.S. in helping lead ongoing international negotiations to avert catastrophic warming of the planet, building on the considerable progress that was made at the International Climate Summit this last December in Paris. Now is the time to move forward, and it is up to the Democratic Party to make sure that that happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bill McKibben.
Committee members should know that Dr. Moon has been not just a great scientist, but a staunch activist on these issues who has the battle scars to show for it. Could you explain why climate scientists increasingly say that we need to leave something in the order of 80% of the coal and gas and oil that we know about underground?
Well, let me first of all thank you, Bill. You are quite a hero to so many of us in your efforts to inform the public discourse over climate change. The idea that we need to keep 80% of fossil fuels in the ground is actually based on pretty rigorous science. We can actually calculate how much carbon we can continue to burn, what our carbon budget is if we are to keep warming below catastrophic levels. What we tend to equate with 2 degrees Celsius, that's about 3.5 degrees Fahrenheit warming of the globe. If we want to keep warming below that level, we need to keep about 80% of those fossil fuels in the ground. We're already more than halfway there, so we don't have a huge window to work with, and that's why we need to engage in fairly dramatic reductions in our carbon emissions. It is still possible to avoid catastrophic warming of the planet, but it is essential that we engage in efforts to transition, accelerate the transition to renewable energy and green energy as soon as possible if we're going to do that.
One of the arguments that we hear too often in Washington is that it's not going to make any difference, even in light of the Paris, what happened in Paris. They said, well, you know, what we may do here will not have tremendous impact. What do you say to that?
Well, thanks for the question. Too often there's quite a gulf between what we hear in Washington, D.C. and what we scientists know to be true, based on actual scientific research.
Based on science.
Based on science. And if you look at the agreements that were reached in Paris, coming out of the Paris summit, those agreements from nearly 200 nations around the world to reduce carbon emissions are enough to get us from where we would have been heading towards 5 degrees Celsius, 9 degree Fahrenheit warming of the globe by the end of the century, halfway to where we need to be to holding that warming below that dangerous 2 degree level. So there in that agreement, we actually made enough progress as long as countries make good on their commitments to get halfway to where we need to be. It's easy to see a road, a path, where we get all the way to where we need to be by building on that very important agreement. And indeed, it's part of the reason that this next election is so critical, because if we are to build on that agreement rather than move backwards, we obviously will need a president and a Congress that embraces the objective of avoiding dangerous climate change.
Yes, Wendy Sherman, Ambassador Sherman.
Just a very quick question. How important is American leadership to that purpose that you just named?
American leadership could not be more important. We in this country have had the luxury of cheap access to dirty fossil fuels for 2 centuries. And who are we to tell the rest of the world that they too are not entitled to cheap, dirty energy if we don't have our own house in order? So I think we lend tremendous moral authority to this discussion, and that is why it is so important that we lead, not just engage in these negotiations, but continue to lead, as President Obama has done, and as hopefully our next president will do as well.
This will be our last question, Mr. Gunnels.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your testimony. Really, really appreciate it. I really appreciated in your testimony you're talking about a price on carbon. How important do you think a price on carbon is? How quickly do you think that we should enact it? And what will happen to our planet if we don't enact a price on carbon?
Well, thanks for the question. Really, the only reason to achieve the sorts of reductions that we will need to avoid catastrophic warming of the planet is for there to be a price signal. We need a price on carbon. Unfortunately, over the past several years, we have been in an environment where we have a Congress that is in denial, Republican leadership that is in denial of climate change, and there has been an absence not only leadership but the possibility of comprehensive climate legislation to put a price signal on the burning of carbon. And in the absence of that, we have seen tremendous progress at the municipal level, the local level, here in Phoenix, as we heard earlier, and through executive actions, through the actions of the Obama administration. But if we are going to tackle this problem thoroughly, we will need to put a price on carbon. Ultimately, that will require a Congress that is willing not only to accept that climate change is real, but to act on it through comprehensive climate legislation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and we really appreciate your passion. Peggy Shepard. Peggy Shepard has successfully combined grassroots organizing, environmental advocacy, and environmental health research to become one of the most highly respected environmental advocates in the country today. She has been a pioneer for advancing the perspective of environmental justice in urban communities to ensure that the entitlement of clean air, water, and soil extends to all people in all communities. A leader within the New York City and the National Environmental Justice Movement, she is co-founder and executive director of We Act for Environmental Justice, based in West Harlem, which has a 24-year history of affecting environmental health policy and practice locally and nationally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Cummings and the distinguished committee members. The challenge I have been offered, and the challenge that the DNC must embrace, is that all residents should have access to clean water, clean air, equal environmental enforcement and protection, and equitable distribution of benefits, burdens, and resources. The reality is that many are sick and dying from disproportionate environmental exposure to pollution, toxins, and policies that have scarred the health and landscapes in indigenous areas of America. We know that place matters, that your zip code or tribe roll status often determines your health status and the range of environmental hazards and conditions that characterize these communities. For example, Cancer Alley is a 100-mile stretch of land between Baton Rouge and New Orleans that has taken over plantation lands with 7 oil refineries and 175 heavy industrial plants. Small African-American communities of 300 and 400 people are sandwiched between these industrial plantations with no evacuation routes. In New York City, public housing is home to over 600,000 people of color and low income living in shameful conditions of mold, pests, and housing deterioration, which is causing chronic disease. In Tillery, North Carolina, black farmers share a fence line with confined animal feed operations, where hog manure contaminates residents' groundwater. And don't go outside your home because you might be sprayed with the manure as you go to your car. Farm workers in the Central Valley of California and their children are working in fields sprayed with chlorpyrifos, which has been banned by the EPA for residential use, but is still allowed to be used in farming, where the most vulnerable pregnant women and children are working amid the spraying. And today, climate change is our great challenge. Cap-and-trade systems are opposed by environmental justice organizations nationally for 2 reasons. They do not reduce the co-pollutants, which trigger asthma and harm the public health. And secondly, cap-and-trade systems can facilitate an outcome of some plants buying credits rather than reducing their emissions, which results in EJ communities not reaping the benefit of reduced emissions. The next administration should really advance an intersectoral, interdisciplinary approach. We cannot have sustainable communities, a sustainable America, without our transportation, open space, health systems, environmental enforcement in sync. We need to re-envision our energy future to advance energy investment and infrastructure that keeps housings and homes affordable so low-income residents don't lose their homes or landlords do not abandon the maintenance of multifamily buildings. We need to launch a federal Healthy Homes initiative to work with local governments and community-based organizations to eradicate mold and truly get lead out of homes and drinking water so there are no more Flint disasters. In conclusion, underserved communities need an advocate at the White House who is knowledgeable and concerned about these issues, not simply about public engagement, but about creating change. And we need a Council on Environmental Quality that is empowered or restructured to provide coordination and outreach that is effective, informed, and helps to develop the changes we need. So I thank you, and we are submitting longer recommendations today as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Congresswoman Lee.
Thank you very much. It's so important that you're here today with your testimony. Thank you very much. Let me mention, first of all, I was born and raised in El Paso, Texas. In NPR, some of you may have heard this story several years ago about the smelters in El Paso. My contemporaries, the majority of them passed away or they got lung disease, multiple sclerosis. My sister has multiple sclerosis. Several of our classmates with MS, cancer, all kinds of diseases which led to premature deaths or disabilities. And we know that it was the smelters in El Paso where we lived that somehow was part of the problem, and that's what happened to my contemporaries. So I know this issue very well, so thank you very much. And wanted to ask you now, here we are in 2016, still with lead in water, toxic dump sites in low-income communities. In my community, we're talking now about transporting lead through the Black and Latino community, not lead, excuse me, coal through the Black and Latino communities. And I'm wondering if you've had a chance to look at the environmental and health impacts of coal, and then secondly, with these environmental injustice decisions that are being made, I mean, these are decisions that lead to environmental justice. Have you looked at civil rights violations around these decisions, and do these decisions come under the Civil Rights Act, or could they?
Absolutely. There's a Title VI element of the Civil Rights Act, and it says that if states that receive federal funding discriminate, that federal funds can be taken from them. However, there's been a backlog of Title VI cases at the EPA for over 20 years, many of them dismissed out of hand. The Title VI area is one that needs to be strengthened, and EPA needs to be given the mandate to ensure that these cases are adequately reviewed.
And what about coal? Have you studied that at all?
Certainly, we know that burning of coal exacerbates asthma and respiratory disease. In New York City, we had an Environmental Bond Act some years ago that actually transformed over 400 public schools that were still using coal-fired furnaces, with our children having the asthma epidemic that we have throughout New York City. We also know that coal slurry in Appalachia has contaminated groundwater and waterways terribly there. So the impact on Appalachia has been very significant.
Mr. McKibben.
Thank you so much, not just for your testimony, but for a real lifetime of work. One of the things that worries me sometimes is that when people hear about something like Flint, they get all upset and alarmed, as they should be, but imagine that it's just some kind of one-off anomaly that just... Could you talk a little bit about how we should really think about what happened in Flint in a national context?
Certainly, I think the environmental justice movement believes that it is a prime example of environmental racism. We believe that if this had happened in Ann Arbor, this would not have occurred. They would not have switched to a contaminated water supply. We also believe that people of color who complain about these issues are not given the review and attention that they should be. We know that the EPA in that region, and let me say that the EPA regional directors, that whole EPA region administrators need to be restructured because they are not accountable to outcomes, and they do not seem to be accountable to the administrator in Washington. But we know that the EPA had information that they did not act on. So again, when people of color have these complaints, they are not taken seriously. And until a pediatrician came in and did some of the research and began to raise this issue, nothing was done. But the other issue is that we now know that there are at least 19 other cities in this country that have levels of lead in the water that approach Flint or are higher. So these issues have been going on for many years, and because these cities are not making the investment, or because the federal government is not giving the investment and funding that some of these cities that are, have financial issues, because of that, they are not taking care of these issues. So water quality is very key.
Ms. Parker.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. How can we bring back environmental justice to tribal nations? Because we have people of color in different areas, rural areas and so forth, but we have tribal nations that have a whole separate set of laws, sovereign nations, government to government, but often we see a lot of the pollutants and big oil and coal companies coming onto reservation lands because they often there's lack of authority or law that protects tribal nations. What have you found in your studies, and what can you recommend to our platform committee?
Well, I know that the National Environmental Justice Advisory Council to the EPA has had strong indigenous representation and has had a separate indigenous working group. And through that body, we have been able to affect some of the issues on tribal lands, but we really need strong voices in Congress, because there are leaders and tribal leaders who have a certain authority that the federal government cannot contravene. So there are those kinds of issues, but there is a lot of strong advocacy on tribes. There's the Indigenous Environmental Network out of Bemidji, Minnesota, that has been taking on these issues, I think, in a very effective way. But we need strong congressional support.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I take your point about the environmental racism in the case of Flint, it underscored by reference to the fact that the emergency manager who made these decisions in Flint, imposed by the state, was one of 8 emergency managers across Michigan, which somehow coincidentally have been imposed on the cities and the boards of education that are majority black population. No coincidence there. But I also heard you reference the financial dimension of what we learned in Flint. Would you concur that in addition to the racial dimension of it, there's also the austerity economic policy that is at the root of the short-sighted decisions that were made in Flint, the systematic, over a period of years, depletion of state aid to cities, not just Flint, but other cities in Michigan, played a role in straitjacketing the options available, and then they made this terrible decision to save a few bucks by diverting from the previous water supply that has caused this calamity that's going to last for years and years and years. The kids of Flint who are growing up are going to grow up with all that lead. But the fiscal decisions are also crucial here, that we need to reinvest in the infrastructure of our cities.
Absolutely. We certainly know that our infrastructure is failing throughout the country, and I'm hoping that the DNC and the next administration will make that investment in our infrastructure. These emergency managers throughout Michigan have only been, for the most part, put into cities that are primarily African American or people of color. Austerity measures seem to fall heavily on communities of color as well. And so democracy has literally been snatched from the people in these cities with no review and no recourse. So austerity measures, the financial investment by the federal government is very, very crucial to maintaining environmental quality.
Before you leave, let me just say this. As I was listening to you, I just can't let you go without saying this. When I grew up, we were in a very poor neighborhood, and all my 6 brothers and sisters had asthma. people died early from cancer. I mean, I can name all kinds of environmental things that was happening, but we thought it was normal. And so I think the things that you're doing, it makes people aware that that's not normal. And a lot of people don't realize that there's some folks who are living in situations that they should not. And Barbara Lee talks about poverty. I mean, if you want to, when you talk about poverty, if somebody's sick all the time, it's kind of hard to have, to move forward. But I wanted to thank you for your advocacy. But the other thing I wanted to ask you was, a president and the Congress hopefully will do things, but I was just wondering how much of this involves educating people so that they know that, things can be better. And it's the way you do
Absolutely,
it.
grassroots education and training so that residents who live in your districts can come in and talk to you about these issues, can brief you and your staff about these issues is crucial. We can't have important mobilization without an informed residents. I would also say that we now know that asthma is not normal, and more investment to the National Institutes of Health, the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences has been crucial. The funding to the Children's Environmental Health Centers around this country has produced incredible research that has looked at the impact of air quality on children intergenerationally and on pregnant women, on vulnerable populations, and has looked at the impact of air quality on asthma and heart disease. So again, we now have the research. We really know what the issues are, and now we need the political will to transform our health.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mark Ruffalo is an American actor who has started. Is he here?
I'm on Skype. I'm joining you from the low-carbon digital world today.
Okay, there you are.
How are you?
Real good.
Well, it's an honor to be here with the DNC today, speaking about these issues, especially with the speakers that you've lined up. Many of them are my heroes, and so I'm deeply honored to be here as a lowly, humble actor. So thank you for the chance to speak today. First, I want to recognize the Democratic primary that honestly debated the choices that we have in front of us. We're walking different paths. Each of our candidates actually share a goal of 100% clean energy. This commitment, among others, gives me hope that as a party, we will not turn away from the challenges facing our country today. Unlike others running for president, we will not turn away from each other. We will work together to solve these tough problems. We'll give 100% for 100% of our citizens. Now, the old dirty fossil fuel system and the dark money it pumps into our politics is a toxic mess, killing more than 40,000 Americans each year, 1,500 of them in Arizona alone. Researchers estimate that each American will save more than $8,000, $6,000 for people in Arizona every year by moving to 100% clean energy, instead of the billions of dollars that are being put into the pockets of the 1%. That wealth can be shared by all, meaning less money spent on wars to protect our dirty fossil fuels and more money on schools, roads, and our communities. So the good news is that we don't have to dream anymore about wind, water, and sun powering our lives. Scientists from Stanford, UC Davis, and Cornell have proven that 100% clean energy is absolutely possible today. It's cost-effective, and it's possible with the technology that we have today. Wind today is the cheapest form of energy available in the United States. Solar is cost competitive. And the result of making that switch, nearly 600
$600 billion saved, okay? Not to mention the gains that we'll make in fighting climate change, but there's an economic argument to be made, and I hope the DNC can understand this. $600 billion saved. We have new industries that flourish, tens of thousands of lives saved a year, and a nation where every state develops its own local, God-given, harvestable, and never-ending power source. No longer are we sending our energy dollars out of state and out of country. And the only thing in our way, blocking us from this transition, is political leadership and courage. It simply is no longer an economic issue or a technological issue. We are not 20 years away from being able to do this. It's happening now. The party can today join the CEOs of Apple, General Motors, the mayors of San Diego, California, Greensboro, Kansas, and hundreds of thousands of other everyday heroes in Boulder, Buffalo, Des Moines, and Miami. Americans are making 100% clean energy happen for employees, neighbors, and families across the country right now today. And as a party, we can pick up that pace, making sure that every American household, school, and business has access to affordable clean energy, all while creating more good, stable jobs than we lose in the process, by millions. 100% clean energy is not only possible, it's happening. And it's a personal issue for everyone who pays utility bills, who has to go to work, for myself, where I want to go and play out in streams and rivers and have clean air and clean land and clean water. With my family, I want them to grow up in a clean environment like you do, like every American does. The quicker America makes this transition, the quicker the rest of the world will follow us. America leads the way. We all know this. This primary season has shown us that the people of the country crave bold leadership. And a move to 100% clean energy is not only bold, it's also smart. Smart for our health, smart for our economy, smart for protecting our water and air, and smart for global security. The future of democracy lies in our ability to transition away from old, dirty fossil fuels. And the Democratic Party should be at the front lines of this transition. We deserve to have 100% clean energy for 100% of our people. And that means everybody. And this also deals with an environmental racism as well, economic racism. That's why I'm here to urge the DNC to adopt a goal of achieving 100% clean energy from wind, water, and sun by 2050. The time is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ruffalo, I failed to give you a proper introduction, so I want everybody to know who you are.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Ruffalo Mark Ruffalo is an American actor who has starred in multiple critically acclaimed roles. During his acting career, he has received numerous awards and nominations, including a BAFTA and Oscar nomination for his role in the 2015 drama Spotlight. Mr. Ruffalo always has a long history of activism and humanitarianism, and has utilized his position to speak out in support of LGBT issues, clean water initiatives, and environmental preservation. He is the co-founder and board member of the Solutions Project, and is also the founder of Water Defense, a nonprofit organization dedicated to clean water, rooted in the belief that access to clean water is a fundamental human right. Any questions? Yes, Mr. McKibben.
You could even add that he started turning green in his role as the Hulk early on. Mark, just to make absolutely clear, Sometimes there are people who have described natural gas as clean energy for America. Could you describe what you mean by clean energy, and could you talk a little bit about the campaign that you helped wage about fracking in New York State, ultimately successful with Governor Cuomo's cooperation?
Sure. For a long time, people in the environmental movement felt that natural gas was going to be the bridge fuel to the future. But what we came to find out, and what science has consequently proved, is natural gas is actually a gangplank to a more rapidly changing climate. Natural gas is 100 times more damaging a greenhouse gas, heat-trapping gas than CO2 in a 70-year period. Which makes it particularly dangerous, and we can't seem to be able to keep it from leaking no matter how hard we try and where we try to do it. And so any kind of gains that we thought we were making by transitioning to natural gas have actually basically exploded in our faces. I don't think it's any accident that climate change has accelerated much beyond what many of our climate scientists were saying, while at the same time we were building out this giant natural gas infrastructure and shift. But the fact of the matter is we don't need natural gas. As the scientists tell us that we have to keep 80% of our carbon in the ground, we also have technologically advanced to such a point that we can actually leapfrog over natural gas. We can hang glide to the future instead of carrying the natural gas as a bridge. Which leads me to New York, and why New York is such an important example of how to wage this coming struggle. In New York, we had the promise of natural gas, and this was during the natural gas boom, when there was very scant information on how bad natural gas actually was and how dangerous fracking was to communities. We were getting anecdotal information, but we didn't have all the science in yet. Well, at the same time, we understood that we need power. We want to live in a modern world. People don't want to shut off their lights, they don't want to turn off their air conditioning, so on and so forth. They want to live modernly. And so we had to come up with a way forward that was equitable for people and equitable for our governor. And so as the health studies were coming in and showing that natural gas and fracking were actually not everything they were cracked up to be, and they're actually quite dangerous, we were proving to the governor that we could take this nation to that we could take the state to 100% renewable energy. And he adopted that. And since then, New York State is now leading the nation in the build-out of solar, wind, and water generation. We are moving faster than any state in the nation. And we don't exactly have all the sun that you have in Arizona, by the way, or people have in Florida, but we're doing it. And we're doing it because we created a space by saying we'll move to 100% renewable energy, and that gave politicians a place to move. It gave the citizenry a place to move, and it enlivened people to a future that's bright, that has promise, that promises jobs, that doesn't send our kids overseas to fight wars, energy wars. And people are linking this together. The problem has been fighting climate change is people think they got to turn off their lives. But if we could find an alternative like renewable energy and moving to that quickly, they don't have to turn off anything, and we'll create more jobs and we'll spread the wealth.
We're going to take two questions, Representative Reese and Ms. Schaefer.
Thank you for your testimony. I wanted to follow up on what was said by some of the committee members earlier, and I know earlier this week in Ohio, at Progress Ohio, our chairman called in, and this was an issue that came up from those who attended on the issue of racial environmental justice. And so I guess my question to you is, we've heard about Flint, we've heard about low-income communities, and the injustice. We've heard about so many people getting, particularly African Americans, they would get cancer or MS, as my mother had MS, and they kind of just deal with it, and they don't come together and say how to, what caused these things. Do you think in our platform, I know, like you said, both candidates are firm on the issue of environmental justice, but should there be some mention, and if so, what is that, to deal with racial and economic environmental justice? What would you recommend? Because I think there's a disconnect, particularly in the urban areas and low-income areas, about what is environmental justice. They kind of just deal with all of the ailments that come from it.
Yeah. So in my travels, what I've seen is there's an enormous amount of environmental racism as to the people on the front lines who are dealing with processing plants or drilling or transportation of these fossil fuels. It's been my aim to empower those people. I think they're putting it together. In Los Angeles, you have hundreds of drilling wells happening in neighborhoods of color. There's an organization, Stand LA, which is Stand Against Neighborhood Drilling, and they're informed. And when you lift up their voices, they do a very good job of speaking for themselves. They carry a credibility that Mark Ruffalo, doesn't have. I don't live there. We think that we have to create some sort of a system where we have to rescue these people, but these people, they want to fight for themselves too. But we don't give them the tools to do it. We push it off to big organizations, or we hope that politicians are going to do it. But there's a vibrant grassroots movement building around these issues, and because we can communicate to each other through this beautiful democratizing tool called the internet, God, please keep it open and free for all the people. We're seeing movement happening where there wasn't movement, and connections happening where it wasn't happening. What I think, and what Van Jones was already onto, and what Viet Trong was speaking about, is the opportunity, economic opportunities, by making this transition. I'll make some materials available to you, but we'll have a $3.5 million gain in jobs by transitioning to 100% renewable energy. That's a net gain. So any job that's lost in any other sector because of this transition will be gained manyfold. But I think the more you can tie it to jobs, opportunity, economic opportunity, and in the places that we're moving out in solar, we're seeing an enormous amount of people of color coming into that field, and it's a great paying field. It has upward mobility. It's the fastest growing economic plane in the United States. It's where all the new wealth will be. And so I think it's a two-pronged thing. Offer the jobs so they understand the connection. So we understand our connection to this change, and give them the tools to fight. Well, they have to fight.
Thank you. Mark, I'm going to have to get to Ms. Schaefer. Ms. Schaefer.
Thank you. Mr. Ruffalo, thank you so much. I was just told by Deborah that we're all upset you're not here in person. But call me crazy, but what I don't quite understand is if we have the answers and we're all on the same page and upset about the same issues, why isn't this moving fast enough? It seems as if, the horse is out of the barn, so to speak, and we're chasing it. Things are happening faster than we expected. I have a home in Florida. I know the sea levels are rising. I see what's happening on Miami Beach. But it's happening all over, with what you're talking about, too. We do need solar energy. We do need to tap into wind energy. Why aren't we doing it? And what's the holdup? We're not doing it fast enough, is what I'm saying.
Look, our country was built on fossil fuels. It's a 70-year-old system that has been codified politically. It's a system that most of our regulations have been built around protecting. The fact that we have such might around the world is because we adopted fossil fuels quicker than anyone. Our military might's been tied to it. And so we have a deeply entrenched system that's very old. And so we're going to have to fight. We're going to have to make people really uncomfortable. And our leaders are going to have to be strong, and they're going to have to fight. It's literally just creating a space where people become so uncomfortable that they have to move off the position they're in. You know, there's so much fossil fuel money pouring into our political system, and it's corruptive. It just simply is. And so I think we just got to fight. I think our leaders have got to just take off the gloves and tell it like it is and be brutal and make people uncomfortable. And I don't think there's any other way to do it other than that at this point. And engage the public and get them to march. And when they march, make the media take notice.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dr. Susan Tierney. Dr. Tierney is an expert on energy policy and economics, specializing in the electric and gas industries. She has consulted to companies, governments, nonprofits, and other organizations on energy markets, as well as economic and environmental regulation and strategy. Welcome.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here. I'm not a movie star, but I spend all my time on clean energy issues these days. My name is Sue Tierney. I recently moved to Colorado. I'm a Rockies girl now after being in Boston for 35 years. That's quite a big head change, but it's very nice to be in the West. We know that Americans want clean, reliable, and affordable energy. And so the great news, I think, is that in the past, well, certainly since the Obama administration has come in, we've been able to get all three of those things happening. I think that's driven by a combination of factors. One of them is the price pressure that natural gas has placed on coal, which has tremendously driven coal out of the market, and the carbon emissions associated with that. The advent of renewable energy is, we've just heard how strong it has been coming on. That is also contributing to this reliable, affordable, and clean energy mix that we've had. And then clearly, environmental regulations addressing toxic emissions from power plants have been a tremendous effect there. So let me just give you a couple of the signs of progress that we've seen in the past few years. And these are all metrics that I hope I won't bore you too much, but they're things that we've done since the Obama administration has come in into Washington. We are 12% down in terms of carbon dioxide emissions. We have had a threefold growth in wind generation, a 30-fold growth in solar power generation. Those are tremendous. Renewable energy and smart grid technologies on the wires that enable integration of renewables, those together have attracted almost $450 billion in the last few years. And the renewable sectors with smart grid investments are the fastest growing energy-related part of the job creation. So lots of progress, and all of this has happened at a time when electricity prices in real terms are lower than they were prior to the Obama administration coming in, and we have had world-class reliability. So that provides access to energy in a tremendous way. Part of the story is also that we've made huge gains in energy efficiency, in buildings, in appliances, in vehicles. That's also contributed to the story I just described. Vehicle fuel economy, again, thanks to the administration and other representatives in Washington, has decreased rapidly after being flat for 2 decades. So that's a tremendous increase. Increase in the value proposition for Americans. who have saved billions of dollars associated with these investments in energy efficiency. Today, compared to 2008, Americans get 13% more gross domestic product out of their electricity dollars. So we've seen a much better injection of efficiency. And thanks to things like the Clean Power Plan, things like the fuel economy standards, which are slated to bring in historic reductions in use of gasoline, we will continue to see this platform of progress going forward. So all of those things have helped to provide the United States with the credibility and leverage that helped us see the historic deal in Paris. So we've had tremendous progress about that, and I encourage the Platform Committee very respectfully to recognize the gains that we've had and fight together to defend against the pushback that we are seeing on the Clean Power Plan, on fuel economy standards, on methane emissions control regulations. I encourage everyone around the table to work together to defend against that flank. Meeting the Paris commitments will require accelerating the transition that we've already seen begun in the United States, and we have to do so in a way that assures affordable and reliable supply of those energy resources and products and services that Americans demand. And we have to do that in a way that assures no one is left behind. To me, and I'm a principled pragmatist, that means that we have to use all the tools that we have available. As much as I personally would love it, we don't have a magic lever in this particular area. To meet our clean energy and climate goals, we have to have smart federal standards affecting buildings, appliances, vehicles. We need appropriate signals to investors in markets, and we need sound investment in infrastructure and innovation. Personally, I think it's very important to defend against backsliding on the climate progress that we've seen to date. And to me, that means that we have a very strong commitment to ensuring that safely operating existing nuclear plants continue in the mix. Nuclear plants today represent almost two-thirds of the zero carbon emitting electricity in the country. We've already seen losses in Vermont and in other places around the country, another announced today in the middle of the country. Every time one of those plants retires in the real world, that's being replaced with a fossil fuel generation. So prematurely retiring such plants will create a much bigger challenge than we've already got. I think that the federal government has so much to look forward to and to continue to do in working with states and localities. We've heard today about the kinds of progress that those groups have made in this area, and they continue to provide us with tremendous examples of the laboratories of democracy, and they, with the support in Washington, can be the engines for change in this new energy economy. We need to increase federal investment in clean energy infrastructure, and that includes electricity transmission as well as mass transit. We need to invest in research and development for zero carbon resources into the future, and that would include seeing the direction of advanced nuclear and in carbon capture and sequestration. Democrats have so much to offer in terms of leadership on these issues, and I really hope that we can keep the White House blue in this fall. Too many Republicans deny climate change, or they doubt Americans' ability to address these challenges that we've been hearing about, and they ignore the impacts of fundamental market forces on the fossil industries that is seeing this shift to a cleaner economy in rapid fashion. Democrats know that American ingenuity and entrepreneurialism is fully up to the task. And so I hope that you will work together to continue our leadership in transforming this nation's clean energy economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Booth.
You said that that you're not an advocate of there being a magic bullet, but have to write a platform that's going to be persuasive to the American people. Do you think that and if you could describe it for us, help me here, that there's a way for us to simultaneously commit the Democratic Party to the ambitious goals that some of the prior witnesses have properly called us to grab on to, not just the changes that are implied by the Paris Agreement, but much more ambitious even than those. And at the same time, not communicate to so many workers and working families around the country that we're just throwing them under the bus in the transition, that there's a path to achieve both those goals and preserve the livelihoods of people who are working in the electricity and other branches of the economy today.
I can't tell you that I heard every single word you said, but I think I got the gist. The acoustics are not great right here, so I apologize. I think that goes to my point that I think we have to make tremendous progress on this urgent issue of climate change, clearly. We operate in a world in which actually energy is in the hands of the private sector in the United States. We need to make sure that we send signals to investors and to workers to make the changes that we're describing. So there is big progress, but we still need to keep all of those tools there because there are a variety of jobs in the new economy, and we need to transition in a way that works for people, for working people around the country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gunnels, and that'll be our last question.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I really appreciate it. Agreed with many things that you said in your testimony. One area I think we'll have to agree to disagree is nuclear power. Senator Sanders, as you know, has been a strong opponent of nuclear power. One of the main reasons is where do you store the nuclear waste? We still have not resolved that issue. There was, I know that there was a situation with the Indian Power nuclear plant in New York, which is 25 miles away from New York City, where 10 million people live. And there have been many errors that have been found to have happened at that plant. So I think one of the main questions that I have to you is the question I just brought up. Where do you store the nuclear waste of our nuclear power facilities?
Well, you point on a tremendously challenging problem. It happens to be something that I've been looking at for 30 years, and we have a continuing challenge politically of addressing that issue. I think that there are approaches. Right now, we're storing nuclear waste at 99 sites around the country. That is where we're storing it. That said, like Senator Sanders, excuse me, I butchered his name and I apologize. For many, many years, I was adamantly opposed to nuclear power. I look at my age. I was of a group where there were tremendous protests surrounding the siting of nuclear plants. The carbon problem that we have globally is what changed my mind on this issue. And the nuclear waste that exists at the existing plants is existing already. And we have to figure out how to resolve it. Science has moved to identify much more safe in-place storage today compared to when I first started 30 years ago, but we need to have a permanent solution eventually. That said, premature retirement of safely operating nuclear plants would be it would put us back so far on our climate goals.
We're very pleased to be joined by Carol Browner, who had a little accident today, but we're glad you're back. You have a question?
Yes, thank
Please.
you, Mr. Chairman.
Browner.
I know.
Oh,
My apologies. I feel like I'm kind of the face of climate change today. I went out for a run in the heat, and I didn't really appreciate what the heat would be like, and took a tumble. So I'm a little banged out, but you have a very nice hospital here in Phoenix, which I now have the pleasure of visiting, and nothing's broken, and I will, this will heal. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for all of your work. I too took the same journey on nuclear. It was something I opposed for a very, very long time, but as I took on climate and the challenge and the dangers of climate, it occurred to me that I simply couldn't oppose a carbon-free source of energy at this point in time as we transition. Can you talk a little bit about the role that the nukes play in baseload specifically? Because I think that's something that is really challenging as we try and transition away from certain types of energy. How do we maintain baseload while we bring in the new other carbon-free sources of energy?
So right now, the nuclear fleet of 99 reactors around the country, as I said, provides today just under 2/3 of the electricity generation without carbon emissions at the plant. Those plants tend to operate around the clock. Whenever they've got fuel, they operate around the clock with 90 to 95% reliability. When a plant goes out, the next day, all around the country, the thing that gets tuned up is a fossil fuel power plant, because that's the thing that is the swing fuel. The calculations I've done, unfortunately, indicate that in order to replace that baseload amount of supply, you really have to come up with orders of magnitude more investment in renewable energy just to replace it. Renewable wind might have a 40% as opposed to 95% output for every piece that you put in the ground. Solar is closer to less than 20%, so that means you have to have 4 to 6 to 8 times as much investment in those in order to replace something that's going offline. We need to make forward progress, so I'd love to see us building a transition on these reactors that enables forward progress on that we've already seen on cost reductions on renewables. But replacing on that scale is really hard in terms of backsliding. Thank you so much for the honor.
Anthony Rogers Wright. Mr. Wright is the Policy and Organizing Director at Environmental Action. Mr. Rogers Wright has taken part in a variety of progressive organizing campaigns for 8 years. He worked as a policy analyst and urban planner in San Diego, Los Angeles, and Denver. In addition to ensuring that proposed projects complied with environmental statutes such as the National Environmental Policy Act, Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, and the Emergency Planning and Community Right to Know Act, Mr. Rogers Wright was also responsible for evaluating the compliance with Executive Order number 12898, environmental justice. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you, Chairman Cummings, for this opportunity. It's my hope that you will heed the calls from this talented group of speakers who have traveled to offer you narratives about humanity's greatest challenge, global climate disruption, or climate change. Our planet, our climate, our children, and especially frontline communities of color are looking to you all to promulgate a platform that communicates the need for acute, chronic, and radical change. That said, my friends, while climate change affects all of us, it does not affect all of us equally. As preeminent environmental justice scholar and practitioner Dr. Robert Bullard reminds us, frontline low-wealth communities of color are hit first and worst by the impacts of climate change. Unfortunately, the response of our government to address this disparity is usually past and last. In their seminal work, The Wrong Complexion for Protection, Dr. Beverly Wright and Dr. Bullard remind us environmental and public health threats from natural and human-made disasters are not randomly distributed. Healthy places and healthy people are highly correlated, and it should be no surprise that the poorest of the poor within the United States have the worst health and live in the most degraded and at-risk environments. There is nowhere in the country experiencing this reality more profoundly than the Gulf South region of the United States, and there is no industry that engenders this calamitous condition more so than the fossil fuel industry. It is imperative for the DNC to call for the cessation of all offshore drilling operations, and specifically in the Gulf of Mexico as part of the party platform. Right now, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management is considering 5-year leases that will allow big oil companies to access designated areas in the Arctic and the Gulf for deep water oil drilling. While there has been much discussion about the implications of this plan to the Arctic with its polar bears, including letters from Democratic senators to Secretary Jewell and calls from mainstream environmental groups, there has been less attention to the implications of this plan to the Gulf Coast with its low-wealth black and brown people. This despite the fact that of the 13 potential leases, 10 are in the Gulf and only 3 are in the Arctic. This iniquitous transmission of urgency further proves that the Gulf is one of, if not the preferred sacrifice zone of the United States of America. And it further proves why we must, as a global community, cease thinking about climate change solely as a nefarious natural phenomenon. Climate change is also a system of oppression that forms the intersection of racial, economic, gender, indigenous, and ethnic injustice. Hence, addressing climate change will take an intersectional approach. You cannot address climate disruption without addressing disruption to all forms of justice. The Gulf Coast includes the nexus, as we've learned, of Cancer Alley, sinking land, the denial of federal recognition for sovereign tribal nations, and respect and restoration of tribal lands. It also is the home to the first U.S. climate migrants to be, the Biloxi Chickamauga Choctaw tribe, who have lost 98% of their land to the encroaching Gulf waters due largely to oil and gas drilling operations. And all the while, the Gulf Coast still remains one of the poorest and impoverished regions in the country. These are all the variables that contributed to climate change's oppressive equation in the Gulf and vulnerable communities nationwide, including Native communities. Now, while I applaud many of President Obama's and the Democrats' efforts to address climate change, it's still important to distinguish between acknowledging climate change and acting on climate change. And this discrepancy was put on full display last year during the Global COP21 Climate Summit in Paris. My organization was honored to assist students and faculty from the historically black colleges and universities Climate Change Initiative to participate in COP21, because we believed it was important for the stories of the Gulf Coast to be given global attention, and many of the HBCU students and faculty members themselves are residents of the Gulf Coast. But while this was happening and they were offering their narrative to the world, back home the president and fellow Democrats were negotiating lifting the crude oil export ban previously in place since the 1970s. The HBCU students made impassioned pleas by video to Democratic senators declaring the ban must stand, but to no avail. And unfortunately, friends, this communicated to us, and I believe the entire Gulf Coast, that the president and Democrats' calls to address climate change were meretricious and vacuous, because we knew that lifting the ban would lead to more offshore drilling in the Gulf of Mexico. So here's an inconvenient truth that I must share with all of you. Climate denial is not limited to GOP boogeymen like Senator James Inhofe and Ted Cruz, because by allowing the crude oil export ban to be lifted and considering an increase in offshore drilling, Democrats too are denying the science of climate change. The science telling us we must keep 80% of remaining fossil fuels deposits in the ground, and our friends from Oil Change International and Greenpeace inform us that the proposed 5-year offshore leasing program would lead to increased emissions of 850 million metric tons of carbon dioxide over roughly 50 years, which is the equivalent to the emissions from 3.6 million cars on the road over the same period. It was Frederick Douglass who said, where justice is denied, where poverty is enforced, where ignorance prevails, and where any one class is made to feel that society is an organized conspiracy to oppress, rob, degrade them, neither persons nor property will be safe. There are no better words that portray the situation in the Gulf Coast. And this is why we are seeing so many take to direct action, risking their freedom, their safety, and their lives to disrupt, divest from, and abolish fossil fuels with the same fervor as Douglass and his allies used to abolish slavery. And it is why our friend and author-journalist Wen Stevenson has called our movement the New Abolitionists. Climate change has pillaged time from all of us, including our time to act. There is no time for half measures, perfunctory proclamations, or policies derived from incrementalism. Climate disruption is a radical system that requires radical action. The Gulf Coast cannot afford another BP blowout, another Shell oil spill, and the people will no longer allow themselves to be captive to a circumference of injustice that continues to rob them of clean air, land, public health, and economic elasticity. And until we cease offshore drilling in the Gulf and the Arctic, the prescient words of Mr. Douglass will be vindicated as communities, regions, nations, and the entire planet will exist in a climate reality bereft of safety. I will leave you with these truths for the DNC as we head into the general election season. According to a poll by our friends Green for All and Van Jones in 2014, 68% of voters of color favor immediate action to address climate change, And a 2014 survey conducted by Benenson Strategy Group informed us that 85% of African Americans support global commitments to act on climate, which is the largest percentage of the demographic group. Benenson also predicted that climate change will be a major issue for our nation's 17.8 million black voters in the 2016 election. And furthermore, according to a study conducted by George Mason and Yale Universities, 82% of Latinos and 89% of African Americans support measures to regulate and reduce carbon emissions. No Democratic candidate for the presidency has won the white vote in this country since 1964 with Lyndon B. Johnson, and the average of white support for Democratic candidates since '72 is 39%. Ergo, the DNC and the Democrats are totally dependent on the participation of people of color for electoral success. The DNC must prove that our health and the health of our communities are as important as our votes. Including an offshore drilling ban on the party platform will be an essential step to demonstrate this. There is only one choice moving forward. Offshore drilling must be replaced with offshore wind, thereby powering a just transition from a fossil fuel economy to a fossil-free future. The fossil fuel empire and their political puppets can no longer use the excuse that renewable energy production is too expensive. Even Bloomberg News, not exactly a progressive bastion of publications, recently concluded the cost of wind and solar are falling too quickly for gas ever to dominate the global scale. As such, the only thing keeping us from a revolutionary and just transition from fossil fuels are a lack of political will and abject avarice. A line in the sand has been drawn, and I, like many others, call on the DNC to exercise political valor, stand with the people on our side of the line, stand with our children, and stand with the planet. Write a chapter in U.S. history, write a chapter in world history, and do something epochal by including a call for the cessation of all offshore drilling in the United States as part of the party platform. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. McKevin.
First of all, thank you so much. One of the 2 or 3 high points of Paris for me was getting to talk to your crew of HBCU students. That was good fun. And that's where I wanted to kind of take you for a moment. You talked about some of the demographic realities here for the party. As we're sort of imagining the Democratic Party of the future, can you talk a little bit about your sense of young people and their relation to these issues? And maybe help us think beyond just November's election as we write this platform. What do we need to have in mind if we're going to be a party that 5, 10, 15 years from now is competitive?
No, absolutely, and it was great to see you in Paris, as always, and to see you here, Bill, and thank you again for addressing the HBCU students. I do think that we have seen a slight bifurcation in this primary season between younger voters of color and older voters of color, and I'm turning 40 next week, so saying younger voters of color is starting to mean something new to me. But, that said, I do think that there is a heightened amount of urgency that we are seeing from younger people. They don't like the idea that they are going to be potentially inheriting an uninhabitable planet. So we see this sense of urgency in how they vote, in how they disrupt, and through direct action, as I mentioned. As we're moving forward, we also do have to think about down-ballot elections, and I would specifically talk about the Senate in this case. In his latest book, Steve Phillips, Brown is the New White, discussed how a lack of investment in these communities of color largely led to the loss of Senate and House seats in 2010 and 2014. So I would behoove the Democratic Party to not also treat so-called red states as sacrifice zones just because of previous voting patterns. Invest in these communities, and you will find that these communities are very, very keen on what needs to occur for climate change. And I'll add that that's really important because Sister Peggy was asked about the Civil Rights Act, and unfortunately, we won't call it a landmark Supreme Court decision, but in Sandoval v. Alexander, the Supreme Court increased the burden to use the Civil Rights Act so high that it's virtually impossible for especially frontline, underfunded communities of color to bring suit against the fossil fuel corporations. And I would add, in the presence of Sister Deborah here, that the lack of recognition, for instance, of the United Homa Nation precludes them from getting justice from BP. And many people think that that is politically motivated because if they were federally recognized, they could tell BP that they could not drill on their land. And we're seeing the same program happening in Seattle, Washington, and Native communities all across the country.
Dr. West.
Yeah, thank you so very much. You have actually given us a major challenge in terms of the ways in which the Democratic Party at times itself has been complicitous with some of the things that we're concerned about. It reminds me in many ways of my beloved colleagues at Princeton, Eddie Glaude and Imani Perry. They talk about the value gap and practices of inequality, the fact that even when we talk about ecological crisis, that the precious life of a brother and sister on the reservation or in a barrio or in a hood still has less value than that of a precious white brother and sister in a vanilla suburb. And so the challenge becomes for me twofold. Can we seriously deal with impending ecological crisis without there being some diminishment in corporate power, in corporate influence on government? We come over and over again in this issue. We don't have the political will. We don't have the political will. The people want it. The people want it. Well, something's standing in the way. There's some major impediments here. Is it corporate power? Is it corporate greed in which those in the corporate elite are able to deal ecologically when they're not as greedy, but when they are greedy, the priority is the capitalist priority, profit, 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 rather than public life, public life, public life? And a smaller version of that question is, can we significantly deal with ecological crisis and at the same time support TPP?
Oh, thank you so much for the question, Brother West. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that my mother enforced my education to include your teachings, and as a new father to a 10-month-old Zaire Cielo, I will also be enforcing your teachings in his education. So thank you so much. When you, I want to, you were talking about corporate influence, and it doesn't just have to do with our politicians, because I mentioned this iniquitous transmission of urgency. It also has to do with how we're fed information. And we know that our major news sources are controlled by 5 or 6 corporations. And for instance, we've been talking about Flint. We are right here in Arizona right now, where there are families of Navajo Nation people living on 7 gallons of water a day due to poisoned water sources from uranium drilling, but we don't talk about it, right? It's just not a part of our consciousness. So that might have something to do with corporations. I do want to talk to you about TPP because I think this is very, very important. In my eyes and in my view, TPP is all about the expansion and fast-tracked exports of liquefied natural gas, which would increase fracking. That's just my opinion. When you look at some of the countries who are involved, specifically Japan, which is one of the largest importers of LNG in the world, and you combine that with the Natural Gas Act, I believe, of 1990 or 92, which compels the United States to fast-track natural gas exports to countries we have free trade agreements with, you can kind of see where we're going with this equation. I do not believe that you can act on climate while also promoting free trade agreements, which are engines and contributors to emissions of fossil fuels and the continued extraction and use of fossil fuels. They are totally antithetical, and it would be like asking the fox to have jurisdiction over the safety of the chicken.
We're going to hear from Ms. Tandon and then Ms. Browner, and I want to remind the members of the committee we're now about a half an hour behind. And it becomes very unfair to the people that come at the end because they will have no time to testify and no questions. So I just want to make the answers brief and the questions brief, please.
Great. I'll be brief in my question. I really want to thank you for your focus on the environmental concerns of African Americans and how resonant this issue is, which is, I think, really vital. I also noted your criticisms of President Obama, and I just wanted to ask you, what are attitudes of African Americans towards President Obama's environmental record?
Wow. I mean, I obviously wouldn't claim to speak for every single African American. We're not.
But you cited polls, so I just wanted you to cite polls.
I would say that in environmental justice circles, I mean, you'll find some discrepancy in what people think. Some people will call him a champion, and some people would say that some of his policies have been inconsistent, specifically with what Brother West just brought up. On the one hand, this free trade agreement, and once again, will lead to more fracking, and someone else is going to talk more to that. But we also know that fracking disproportionately impacts communities of color, including Native communities. So I think that they would maybe take some umbrage with a policy like that. And then, of course, while we were in Paris, people like Bill and Ms. Browner herself, I believe as well, fighting for a global climate policy, while this was going on back home, watching, unfortunately, Democrats and the presidents capitulate to the Republicans that led to the crude oil export ban being lifted was also, very, very disappointing. So that said, I mean, we always want more of our politicians, of course, and we want more from our presidents, and I think that's why this election is so important. Whoever ends up being our president, we're going to be asking for even more, because as I said, we do not have any more time for perfunctory incremental policies, and in all of the above approach which the president previously adopted is just not going to work to avert global climate catastrophe.
Ms. Brown.
First of all, thank you. It was a pleasure to meet you last night. But really what I do want to thank you for bringing the EJ issue into this conversation. Environmental justice is hugely important, and clearly communities of color, poor communities, suffer disproportionately the modern industrial life, and that is simply unacceptable. I also want to thank you for the work you do with HBCs. I think they're a very, very important part of building sort of the movement to address climate change. I obviously would beg to differ with you on Mr. Obama. I think there are many, many important things we can point to, but the next president, to your point, will need a Congress. There are things you can do within your executive authority, hugely important. We should make sure that happens. But ultimately, we need a different Congress. And I think that your discussion about the down ballot candidates is particularly important. We cannot continue to elect climate deniers to the Senate. So this is just a long way of saying thank you very much for what you're doing, and I encourage you to keep up the good work. Thank you
so much, and thank you everyone for this opportunity. Thank you.
Ms. Schaefer has a question.
I just have comments. I just have one comment. You don't have to answer. Okay. And I probably shouldn't say this. I'll get slammed. But it just makes, it begs the question that if Al Gore had won the election way back, we wouldn't be behind the 8 ball. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sonia Marias is the Director of Government Affairs for the Building and Construction Trades Department. Previously, Ms. Ramirez served as the Deputy Director of Government Affairs for the BCTD. Additionally, Ms. Ramirez served for over 6 years as a government relations representative for the AFL-CIO, where she worked as the Federation's chief immigration lobbyist. Throughout her professional career, Ms. Ramirez has been a resource to working families in the Latino community, serving as a community advocate, political organizer, civil servant, and government affairs representative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to join you today to discuss our nation's energy future and explain the views of North America's building trades unions on combating climate change while creating good, paid, family-supporting jobs throughout the country. North America's building trades unions is comprised of 14 national and international unions representing 3 million craft-skilled professionals in the United States and Canada. On behalf of our members, I welcome the opportunity to describe how our value-based business model and our world-class training capacity plays an integral role in the construction and maintenance of America's energy production and delivery infrastructure. Currently, we estimate that 50% of our membership, both in the United States and Canada, is employed in energy-related industries. Our success is predicated on delivering the safest, most highly trained, and productive skilled craft workforce found anywhere in the world. That is why our rank-and-file members and our signatory contractors collectively fund to the tune of roughly $1 billion annually a nationwide network of 1,600 local joint labor management registered apprenticeship training programs. We are also successfully working with community organizations and partners to leverage both public and private investments in energy construction projects to create structured career training opportunities for historically underserved communities such as women, communities of color, and veterans. Through these efforts and others, we now boast 100 apprenticeship readiness programs which prepare applicants for the academic and real-world challenges of being a union apprentice in the construction industry. In real-world terms, it means that in right-to-work states like South Dakota, specialized building trades members working on energy projects average $35 an hour. And that means workers are able to provide for their families while receiving union-provided health care and pension benefits. The National Building Trades Unions are committed to building a 21st century energy system that provides affordable and reliable energy for American families and businesses, and creates good-paying middle-class jobs, and meets the climate challenge before us. We believe that means keeping all options for reducing emissions on the table. Nuclear power, for example, provides 60% of all zero-carbon generation in the United States and supports tens of thousands of union jobs. Building trades members are leading the charge in improving efficiency in municipal buildings, schools, and hospitals, reducing costs for taxpayers, students, and patients by cutting energy waste. Our members build the natural gas infrastructure that has helped reduce U.S. carbon emissions to the lowest levels in more than 20 years and delivered significant public health gains by cutting local air pollution, all while lowering energy costs for consumers. We strongly support the growth of renewable energy and want to ensure we are creating the kind of high-road jobs that can support a middle-class family in the process. The kind of jobs our members currently enjoy in the nuclear, oil and gas, and coal industries. A common-sense partnership between labor, industry, and government can make that possible. Take nearby California as an example. Through the engagement of state and local governments, our California's Building Trades Council has ensured that large and complex utility-scale renewable projects are built with highly skilled, certified craftswomen and men. Through direct contractor engagement, California's building trades unions are making sure that local workers are recruited and trained, and that incumbent and unemployed workers are retained, all to reap the benefits of the economic growth and job creation. These jobs in the energy sector put a floor underneath the middle class. Through prevailing wage and project labor agreements, we can guarantee our members' rights are protected. The local community concerns are addressed, and the safest, most highly trained workforce in the world is able to build a new generation of energy projects on time and under budget. We support an energy policy in which the Democratic Party's commitment to grow our economy and rebuild our middle class and protect our environment all go hand in hand. That means raising working standards, fostering common sense permitting reforms, and unlocking the trillions of dollars sitting on Wall Street's sidelines to build the energy infrastructure we'll need to power a 21st century economy. And it means taking advantage of all options, from renewables to nuclear to natural gas and coal with carbon capture sequestration, to deliver affordable and reliable energy while reducing emissions and meeting the climate challenge. If instead we put ideology over middle-class jobs and practical solutions and start taking options off the table, we will miss an opportunity to experience an economic wave that moves us closer to a cleaner energy future and leaves this world a better place for our children, our grandchildren, and generations to follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Ms. Browner.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us today and what you guys do. I just want to make a comment. I recently installed a whole host of solar panels in Vermont, and I would like to tell you it was wonderful union workers who did it. So thank you. They were incredibly well-versed in what they did, and it was a complicated install, and they were great. So thank you for all the training and the commitment you all have made to renewables.
Thank you. Michael Skelly is the founder and president of Clean Line Energy. He started the company to help bring about thousands of megawatts of new renewable energy. Prior to founding Clean Line, Mr. Skelly took Wind Energy from a two-man company to a national leader in U.S. industry, thermal, hydroelectric, biomass, and wind energy projects in Central America, in Energia Global, and he is a board member of the American Wind Energy Association.
Great, thanks very much. It's an honor to be here. My mom would be very proud. I became a Democrat shortly after we moved here from Ireland when I was a small child, because my mom wanted to vote against Richard Nixon, and so we all became citizens.
Well, we're glad you made that decision.
Thank you. I'll tell her you said that. I'd like to talk a little bit about sort of the state of play in wind today, where we are and where we think we can get to, and some of the challenges that the industry faces as we tackle the challenges that have been outlined today. So to start with, the tax incentives that we've had in place for wind energy for roughly the last 20 years have paid off. Wind is now the cheapest source of new power in the United States. Costs have come down almost 2/3 in the last 6 or 7 years alone. And because wind power is so cheap, we're saving consumers billions of dollars a year. On the jobs front, there are about close to 100,000 people working in the wind industry today. Those numbers will continue to grow. In fact, the Labor Department says that today's fastest growing job description is wind turbine technician, and these are jobs that pay well. They almost always carry health benefits because it's a very competitive market, and companies work very hard to hang on to the wind techs that they train, and so it's a very fast growing field. Most of the wind projects that are built around the country are built in rural areas, and the wind turbines create an extra crop for farmers and ranchers. And it's happening. So we've talked about the different percentages that we can get to around the country. I live in Houston, Texas. On a good day in Texas, we get 40 to 50% of our electric power from wind energy. And other states have seen similar levels of penetration. Grid operators have now become accustomed to incorporating a variable resource like wind into the grid, and they're getting very good at it. In terms of environmental benefits, the wind projects that we have online today power the equivalent of roughly 20 million households, and that's like taking 28 million cars off the road. And then because of the stability that we've seen particularly over the last few years on the wind tax incentives, we've seen a lot of insourcing of manufacturing. There's almost 500 different manufacturing operations for wind in the U.S., and these are jobs and operations that are likely to stay here because wind turbines, as you all know, these are very large machines and very difficult to transport, so it's a real natural to make them right here in the U.S. In terms of our priorities and what we hope to see in years to come from the public policy side, we really have 4 priorities. One is a level playing field. So as over the next 4 years, tax incentives for wind will be reduced, and over that period of time, at the end of that period of time, we hope to see policies in place that would provide us with the same sorts of benefits that polluting sources of energy currently receive. Workable permits, and this is always a tough challenge for our industry because we're working on projects and we have to strike a balance between different interests, local social interests, environmental interests, etc. But we need processes that have effective timelines and that take into account all the variables. Transmission, that's what our company does. We are building transmission lines that go from the windy parts of the country to the coast. These are very complex projects that take a great deal of time, many years to put together, and a stable but effective permitting environment is absolutely the key to getting to the renewable energy goals that have been articulated today. And then finally, wholesale power markets. If we can create markets that effectively tap into the ability of wind and solar to compete in these markets, we will see a lot more electricity. In some of the areas in the country where we've seen the greatest penetration of new renewables, it's areas where you have wholesale markets that allow new entrants to participate. So thank you very much, and happy to take your questions.
Questions, Ms. Brown?
I think you're familiar with President Obama's Clean Power Plant Rule, which requires states to write plans to reduce measurable carbon reductions. What does that mean to your industry? Do you have any sense of, I mean, it's hard because each state is going to write a different plan, so we may not know yet, but do you have a sort of macro sense of what that may mean?
So broadly speaking, what that will get us is that will address the issue that I mentioned before. If we can have a level playing field so that we don't, we're producing electricity that does not pollute. If those folks who do pollute pay the cost of that pollution, then it will help us compete much more effectively, and therefore the phase out of the tax credits will actually work for the industry.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Camilla Thorndike is co-founder of Oregon Climate, has been a sustainability advocate and social entrepreneur for more than 15 years. At Whitman College, she led the largest campus club, a climate action group, and founded a tri-college civic leadership network. After graduating with honors in 2010, Ms. Thorndike directed outreach for a regional urban planning project in Arizona, advanced green jobs for the mayor of D.C., worked at the U.S. Institute for Environmental Conflict Resolution, and helped found COAL, C-O-A-L, a nationwide musical theater project about fossil fuels. So you started in college, huh?
Out of the cradle. Greetings. My name is Camila Thorndike, and I'm now the co-director of the Put a Price on It campaign, also the co-founder of Oregon Climate, which is a grassroots carbon pricing organization. And I run a carbon tax and rebate campaign in Washington, D.C. for the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. And it's an honor to address such a distinguished committee. You have the power to advance the most important defense against the existential threat facing my generation, which is climate change. I'm grateful that the DNC is open to voices like mine and the communities that I stand with. I'm here to talk about why the DNC Platform Committee should adopt a carbon tax. People say that putting a price on carbon is impossible in the current political context, but it was Nelson Mandela who said, "It is always impossible until it's done." It's time to get this done. There's too much at stake. My generation and younger Americans need our next president to act, to make polluters pay for the greenhouse gases that they are spewing into our air. The U.S. needs a climate policy that is rooted in science, economics, and social justice, and one that will last. We can meet these goals with a carbon tax that rebates the revenue directly back to American families. The scientific case is strong. Every credible plan to stay below 1.5 degrees Celsius warming includes a price on greenhouse gas emissions, such as a carbon tax. The economic case is strong. As a cross-sector and market-based solution, a carbon tax empowers businesses to profitably transition to the clean energy economy. In fact, a carbon tax could re-energize small family businesses like the metal fabrication company my grandfather started in rural Southern Oregon. It will create new manufacturing jobs in America as we retool for sustainability. And it will give people the meaningful work they want and the pride that comes with it. In contrast to regulatory solutions like the Clean Power Plan, a carbon tax generates revenue with estimates of at least $1.2 trillion over 10 years. And that revenue can be churned back into the economy to help families cope with the costs of climate change, to stimulate new investment, and to drive innovation. The case for social justice is also strong. Most carbon policy is regressive because it raises the cost of energy, and low-income households put more of their paychecks into energy than wealthier households. A carbon tax, however, again, because it generates revenue, can be a deeply progressive policy by returning that revenue to Americans in a way that fulfills economic justice. This equitable option can also further racial justice. Studies show that a carbon tax and rebate provides the highest benefit to Latino, African American, and Asian households. This is only fair, since communities of color and low-income families have contributed the least to climate disruption, but too often bear the greatest cost. Finally, if we are serious about designing carbon policy, we should design it to last, because it will take decades to achieve our goal, and we cannot afford to fight this battle twice. The American people will defend this solution over time if revenues benefit them in noticeable ways, like a regular check in the mail. This is why including a carbon tax and rebate in the DNC platform isn't just right for the climate, but it's right for politics. Yale polling shows that 68% of all registered voters would support carbon fee and dividend legislation, and those supporters come from both sides of the aisle. This means it's a tool that could be used to defeat any climate denier on the ticket. Adopting this solution into the platform would also unify this party. A carbon tax where all revenues are returned to households through the tax code is supported by 85% of Clinton supporters and 88% of Sanders supporters. The DNC could energize young people who care deeply about real solutions to climate change, like the leaders in my networks, to get out the vote for the Democrats in November. It is time to be clear that we have an affordable and inclusive, comprehensive solution that will make America a clean energy superpower while helping working families. That solution is a carbon tax and rebate, where polluters pay people to save the planet, our only home. In a world diseased with distrust, may you all find the courage to commit to this honest solution, and we will commit to you until together we win. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I must ask you, at Whitman College, where you graduated 6 years ago, right? They said that the Climate Action Group was the largest group on campus?
That's right.
And the reason why I asked you, I'm going to go back to Anthony Rogers Wright. When he was testifying, there were some questions about how much the environmental issues mean to young people. And we want to make sure that we are doing those things that are important to our young people, for our young people. Can you elaborate on that? It kind of surprised me that that would be the largest organization on campus. I'm just curious.
Well, we've been growing up with the effects of climate change. I was born in 1987 when Dr. James Hansen testified to Congress that climate change was real, actually in 1988, and that humans were causing it. And this is common knowledge. It's also not seen as just an environmental problem, but this is a problem of social justice and economic justice and mere survivability. Plenty of my peers, including myself, have questioned whether the world is safe to have children. And I think we all need to really consider our priorities if that's what this generation America is asking ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. Ms. Lee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for that very clear and brilliant testimony. And I wanted to follow up, Mr. Chairman, on what you said so diplomatically and chairmanship-like with regard to young people coming into the fold.
Yes.
I'm going to say it a little bit differently because I wanted to ask Mr. Rogers Wright this question. We know that young people, and especially young people of color, have not made a decision to be Democrats yet. They're more independent leaning. Now, as a Democrat, okay, Mr. Chairman, and I just want to say this clearly, as a Democrat, I want these young people to be part of the Democratic Party, okay? So what is it that you see we need to do in this platform, because I think most of us agree with what both of you are saying. What do we need to do in this platform for us to convince these young people to register as Democrats? Because that's what I want to see happen.
All right, I've been waiting for this question.
Well, you were waiting for that question, huh?
We need leaders who call for the solutions that physics and justice demand, not that are politically convenient. It's time to stop setting our priorities based on polling and start setting them on what we need to survive. And when you do that, you will see that we will rise up and we will fight for you. And that is how social change happens. It happens when people ask for solutions by name. And we need to stop with the buzzwords. We need to stop with honestly, the lack of courage. We need to start asking for what we need. And because we know plenty of people, thousands of people around the world dedicate their entire lives to building the expertise and what we need to save the planet. And it's time to listen to that expertise and find creative ways to make that political capital. We've done it in Oregon. We've turned out thousands upon thousands of people through creative art projects to fight for a carbon tax. And we're told, no, you can't do that. It's not politically feasible. Well, it is, and we created the political will, and now it's the #1 issue in the state. And so it's time to do that nationally, because without a federal price on carbon, we're not going to get there.
Ms. Tandon.
Thank you so much for your comments and passion and the work you do every day to improve our environment and address this existential crisis we're facing. I wanted to ask you just a specific question about carbon pricing, which is what are your thoughts about states using carbon pricing as a response to what they can do on the Clean Power Plan? You know, we are focused on a whole series of issues which are vital, but as you know, Republicans are have a pitchfork battle that they're now using the courts to deny just that basic action of the Clean Power Plan. So what do you think of states using carbon price as a response?
I think they absolutely should put a price on carbon as a way to fulfill the Clean Power Plan obligations. It's the most efficient way to drive down emissions. We could, with a national carbon tax, you'd see the same emission reductions in, say, a state like Montana would be $7 carbon tax. That's not much at all, to achieve the same emission reductions as the Clean Power Plan objectives in that state are looking for by 2030. So if we instead go with this option to price carbon, we'll see, I think, a lot of unity from both sides of the aisle as well, because this is the solution that plenty of conservative thinkers from past Bush and Reagan administrations are calling for, and there's common cause to be made in those states and among those circles that are combating the Clean Power Plan if we can find a focal point here.
Ms. Parker.
Yes, I too want to thank you. I'm very happy to see some of our younger generation come forward and speak their truth. And for many of us, we wait for science to prove that, and it's important at many levels, but I think it's time we listen to our young people who have that clear vision. They say millennials now. Well, I have 3 children who definitely tell me each and every day that it's so important to protect the climate. They don't have their blinders on. They're very aware of what's happening in this, not only the United States, but in this world. They're far more connected. And so I think it's very important that we start to listen to our young people, because they have a very strong voice in the environment. My 6-year-old has told me, Mom, tell them not to pollute the waters with oil. He says it very clear, and he wants to protect the fish in the sea. So that's a deeper level than what many of us are waiting for the science. But as you drive down the road and you see oil refineries, and if you live on, for us, many of us live on reservations, and you breathe in the toxins, and so your voice starts to go out, as mine is right now, from the toxins, and you have to wonder what is happening. And so we try and wait for science or action from the higher levels of government, but really the people have the power, and I really hope that we take to the streets, and that the Democratic platform is a representation of the people. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your work especially, and I just want to echo that for us this is a matter of the integrity of our bodies, and it's a spiritual crisis as well. And what a lonely world it would be without fish in the sea and birds in the sky, and that's not the world that any of us want. So, thank you.
I mean this when I said thank you for generations yet unborn. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Roman Fair is a resident of Arizona. Ms. Fair is an international representative of Labor's International Union of North America, covering the Pacific Southwest region. Mr. Fair, the union represents 500,000 workers in almost all areas of construction and physical infrastructure projects. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to everybody here today. So, my name is Roman Fair. I am a resident of Arizona. We represent 500,000 construction workers around this country and in Canada. They predominantly work in the construction sector, building roads, bridges, tunnels, pipelines, power plants, buildings, nuclear facilities, wind farms, solar projects, water projects, and virtually any other type of physical infrastructure you can think of. LIUNA builds America. Today, however, I'd like to talk to you about the importance of the energy sector jobs to the workers who perform them and to the economic benefit to the nation as a whole. During the Great Recession, the unemployment rate in the construction sector reached nearly 30%. To the construction sector, this was not recession, it was the second Great Depression. If it wasn't for the growth in the energy sector that the nation witnessed during this time, tens of thousands more of our members would have faced the real prospects of losing their homes and not being able to provide for their families. The growth in the energy sector has been a saving grace for tens of thousands of our members. It promises a bright future for tens of thousands more of our members as the nation transitions away from the high carbon energy generation portfolio of the past into a cleaner, low carbon future. I want to be clear, LIUNA believes that this transition is absolutely necessary for the future of our nation and is vital to the well-being of the planet. We are not climate deniers, we are realists. Over the past few years, the United States has reduced carbon emissions to their lowest level in more than 20 years while growing the economy and ensuring affordable and reliable energy supply for American homes and businesses. We are proud of the instrumental role our members have played in making that possible. The Pacific Southwest region includes Arizona, California, Hawaii, New Mexico, and West Texas. Here in Arizona, our members perform work on the Palo Verde Nuclear Generating Station, the Cholla Power Plant, the Ocotillo and Red Hawk Power Plant, among others, providing reliable and affordable zero-carbon electricity to millions of Americans. Our members work on wind and solar projects in the Southwest as well. Across the country, LIUNA members have built the natural gas infrastructure that's reduced carbon pollution, improved air quality, and helped Americans save money on their energy bills. As baseload power generation shifts from the high carbon emitting fossil fuels toward low to zero carbon options like solar and wind, there must be bridge fuels like natural gas to meet the energy needs in the nation. LIUNA supports a practical common sense approach to addressing the threat of climate change and the urgent need for affordable energy. High energy costs amount to a regressive tax on those people who are least able to afford it, but a common sense energy policy can lower emissions and energy costs at the same time. Attempts to derail energy production on a project-by-project basis, as some in the environmental movement advocate, will do nothing to fight climate change and will only stall creation of desperately needed jobs and raise energy costs for consumers. Opponents of energy infrastructure projects have insulted the nature of the work and the workers who perform it. They deride the work because, by its nature, construction jobs are temporary. Yet they have never seen the transformative effect of a union construction career. I've been a union laborer for 27 years. My brother has been a union laborer for 37 years, and my father was a 49-year member when he passed away. These are not temporary careers. Temporary construction jobs build lasting construction careers. They provide livable salaries, health insurance, and pensions. Our members get access to the best training in the world free of charge, which makes them the safest and most productive workers in the industry. Without the dignity of a job, none of the other benefits are realized. The U.S. will continue to depend on a variety of resources, including coal, oil, natural gas, wind, solar, and nuclear power. LIUNA supports an all-the-above energy policy like the Democratic Party adopted in its 2012 platform. The 2012 platform acknowledged that we can reduce our reliance on oil by harnessing our natural gas resources in a safe, productive manner. We believe it's important that the 2016 platform recognize the crucial role natural gas will play in securing our clean energy future. LIUNA also believes the Democratic Party should have a strong commitment to the environmental justice. We are particularly concerned about our deteriorating water infrastructure and the more than 450,000 brownfield sites that currently exist across the country, where hazardous pollutants threaten the health and safety of American families. We support efforts to clean up these sites to protect our communities and create new economic development and job opportunities in the process. We stand ready to be on the front lines of that important work. Our hope is that the Platform Committee and the delegates to the National Convention embrace a platform of inclusiveness and support energy and environmental policies that don't single out workers in one sector or another unfairly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Vien Trong is a National Director of Green for All and was an early architect of the organization's state policy and workforce efforts. Previously, Ms. Trong served as the Environmental Equity Director of Green Lining Institute, a public policy group that works to empower disadvantaged groups. Ms. Trong has received congressional, state, regional, and local awards for her work on behalf of low-income communities and communities of color. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here with the committee to offer some of the things that I've learned growing up and doing this work for over a decade. So my name's Vien Trong. I lead Green for All. Our mission is to figure out how to build a green economy strong enough to lift people out of poverty. And we have helped to create the country's first ever Green Jobs Act in 2007. It was led by Congresswoman Pelosi, signed into law by President Bush. And we have since developed dozens of federal, state, and local programs figuring out how to solve poverty and pollution at the same time. And my work on these issues come from a personal experience. I grew up in East Oakland in Congresswoman Barbara Lee's district, and one of the most polluted communities in the country. We have made a commitment, my family and I, to continue living and rebuilding the community where I grew up. So it's now where I raise my twin boys. They're 3 years old. And because of the zip code in which we live, their lives are projected to be 12 years less than a more affluent surrounding community. And because our zip codes are now better determinants of our life expectancies than our genetic codes, we really have to begin figuring out then what are the solutions for us to really address the disparity between the toxic and socioeconomic inequalities that we face. So today I share with you a few considerations to add to the drafting of the Platform Committee. We ask that you include language to protect families from unregulated polluters by directing them to accelerate emission reductions in hotspot communities so that our families living near refineries and industries can begin breathing cleaner air and so that their kids can play outside. Let's move away from the old idea of trickle-down technology for the poor by supporting the investment of clean tech in underserved communities. Let's make sure that the families who have suffered most from pollution are the ones who benefit from the cost savings of clean technology as well as the environmental co-benefits. Let's make sure that the opportunities created in the green sectors have an eye towards closing inequality in America. We ask that you consider language that supports the growth of the green sector to include standards for job quality, ensuring that green jobs are indeed good jobs, job opportunities and career pathways for people with barriers to employment, and contracts for ethnic and small businesses to support wealth generation for all. The changing demographics in America demand that the majority-minority businesses need to be part of our growing economy, and it is important if we're going to have a thriving economy. And finally, I want to make sure that we're addressing the carbon pricing. If it is indeed to happen and to move forward, as many speakers have suggested and recommended, we ask that you make sure that the investments generated from that, the revenues generated from that, prioritize environmental justice communities, communities that have already been paying for that pollution with their lives and with their lungs. Let me share a story of how this can actually make a huge change. In 2012, I helped to lead a coalition of diverse organizations helping to pass a law in California. California already has a cap-and-trade program. The law we got passed requires a quarter of that money from the cap-and-trade program goes to benefiting communities that are directly impacted. In the 2 years of implementation, over $900 million has been generated from this program and has been obligated to programs like ban pools for migrant farm workers, planting trees in concrete jungles, developing affordable housing near transit hubs, and installing solar panels on the homes of low-income families. We took a year figuring out what are the programs that really benefit the communities that are most impacted by pollution, by poverty, and how do we actually begin to reduce some of the costs of living while improving the quality of life. And that's how we landed at those programs. One woman who got a solar panel was Maria Zavala. She lives in Fresno, California. And this is a community that has the worst impacts and perhaps some of the worst poverty in the country. Maria was a single mom, struggling to make ends meet. Her electricity bill was averaging $200 a month because she was cranking up her AC in the summers and her heater in the winters. After getting this free solar panel funded by the program, her energy bill dropped from $200 a month to $1.50 a month. That's the change that we need. We asked the platform committee to add language that prioritizes investments into solutions that will help to reduce poverty and pollution in the country's poorest communities, communities like Fresno, Flint, New Orleans, Appalachias, and yes, Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you very much. Ms. Lee, did you have a question? Yeah.
I just want to say how proud I am of you and Green for All, because Green for All has made a major impact into the overall policy and laws of the land in terms of clean technology, clean energy, and ensuring that we preserve our planet. But it's so sad, though, to hear you say your children, their lifespan is 12 years shorter. Still, in 2016, I referenced all of my friends and family whose lives were cut short because of polluters. And so I wondered, could you just talk about, just very briefly, in terms of clean technology jobs as being pathways out of poverty, and why good paying jobs in the tech sector and in the environmental sectors really do create these pathways out of poverty, but also create a cleaner environment so that your children will not have to live 12 years shorter than most children who don't live in communities that are polluted.
Thank you so much for that question, and thank you for your leadership. Having spent my whole life doing this, it felt really unfair that no matter how well I raise my boys, they're going to live 12 years less than somebody else's kids. No matter how much I've given to this country, that they would live shorter lives just because of our zip code. And I think the story of Maria Zavala was really indicative of the possibilities of how we can get out of this. Not only did we help her get free solar panels, she saved $200 a month. And that's money she can now reinvest back into the city of Fresno. And that's into local businesses in the community. And on top of that, the program that helped to install the solar panels, it trains young men and boys and men to get access to the solar community, solar jobs. And so there was a young boy who actually got training on that project, who is now getting a full-time job in the solar community. And not only that, right, we help to support a business, we help to get a job, we help to reduce $200 a month. Now she can actually go on a date or go, have fun.
Test 1 2, test 1 2.
On top of that,
Test 1 2.
on the way is now cranking out a little bit less of the dirty energy, and the community.
I'm saying test 1 2. Can you hear me? Do you read me?
And that's a possibility when we think about the triple bottom line effects of what we can do, when we think about the comprehensive impacts.
I'm getting a lot of buzzing in my ear.
Ms. Brown?
It's good.
I just want to clarify something. First of all, I love Green for All, and so thank you so much, and I've been able to.
You keep your voice up.
I've been able to visit some of your sites. The funds you're talking about that have been reinvested in the communities, those are a result of the trading regime that California is using to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Is that, did I follow you?
That's right.
And the legislature put in place a requirement that a certain percentage would go into local communities, but it is because of this trading scheme.
Okay, good.
Yes,
Can you talk really fast like this? Can you understand me?
First, the revenue did come from the trading scheme.
Right.
But I will say that
If I talk really fast like that, can you understand me? Do you understand what I'm saying when I talk really fast? Is that okay?
Program.
Right.
It can come from a carbon pricing, a carbon tax. It can come from any other ways that we generate revenues, from making sure that polluters are really ratcheting down their pollution and making sure that we're accelerating the investments generated from those carbon pricing programs into the very communities that are most impacted. And yes, the legislation was written so that at least 25% of the total pot from the cap and trade program
From the
in
cap and trade,
California
right.
is invested into the programs that were told to us by the community. When we landed at those programs, after a year of workshops, town halls, church meetings, conversations with people in our communities, and we asked, what are the jobs, what are the programs that really are hiring people from your community? What are the programs that are really doing good in your community, doing outreach? What are the programs that you really need? And it was only after a year of hearing those surveys did we say we will take that as our orders, our marching orders, and we advocated for those programs, and we got everything the community asked for.
Thank you.
Kevin?
just to say, I've always thought, that Green for All is about the most hopeful thing in the country, just to give people a sense of what you were talking about in terms of zip code and what it means. Can you just maybe remember back to, just describe briefly that day when the alert went out from the refinery in Richmond to people there? Because that struck me as hard as what happened in Flint in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I was in the Bay Area when that happened, and I was in Flint shortly after we heard about what was happening. In Richmond, when there was a refinery explosion, a lot of people didn't understand what it was. It was loud, there was a lot of light outside, and people thought it was some kind of fireworks or some kind of game. And so they opened their doors and they actually walked out. And though there were alerts on TV and otherwise in the community saying it's not safe, there's chemicals in the air, go back in the house, it wasn't in the language of the people who lived in the community. A lot of the people who lived in the community were Southeast Asian, and they spoke Hmong or Vietnamese or Laotian or Khmer for Cambodians. And so they didn't understand what was happening. And so they were literally out there breathing in this pollution into their very lungs. And so it's important for us to understand that even when we have these in our communities, we have to make sure that they're being forced to be good neighbors. They have to be better for us.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Tim Sultan and Jose Candelario. Mr. Sultan is a native Arizonan and solar advocate with Solar City. He formerly served on the staff of Governor Janet Napolitano and Leader Nancy Pelosi. Jose Candelario is an installer based out of Solar City's Phoenix warehouse. Mr. Sultan.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings. It is a distinct honor for both of us to be here speaking before such a distinguished, legendary panel. My name is Tim Sultan, and I'm here with Jose to talk to you about why we care so much about solar and why we hope the Democratic Party will adopt a pro-solar platform. We both work at the same company here in Phoenix, and I'll let Jose tell you about his job as an installer.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jose Candelario. I'm a PV installer for Solar City here in the Phoenix office. I came from New Jersey, from Cranberry, New Jersey, relocated my family out here thanks to Solar City, the company I work for. I'm here to mostly advocate the benefits of solar and encourage the Democratic Party to go to a more stronger pro-solar program. Just touch a little bit about myself. I come from a large family in New York City. 8 of us to be exact, both grew up in a 1-bedroom apartment. I would have never imagined that I would be in Arizona. Thanks to the solar industry, I was able to relocate my family and be able to provide my kids a better way of life. You want to add anything after that?
Great. And I also work for the same company. Not only do I work in the solar industry, I'm also a solar customer. My wife and I installed solar on our roof 4 months ago, and we were proud to show our 4-year-old boy and 2-year-old girl that our house is now 100% renewable, uses renewable energy. Our rooftop system also protects our family from increasing rates as our kids get older and discover hair dryers and Game Boys and things like that. And now we have more money in our pocket to buy diapers and things that we need. And the peace of mind to know that that we're sort of shielded from any rate increases that may occur in the future, because for us, solar doesn't change. It's the same price. That's one of the benefits. We think it's critical that we support the adoption of renewable energy. To be successful in doing so, our party needs to include support for pro-solar policies in our party's platform, and thank goodness you do. So I'm speaking to a friendly audience. Solar gives consumers choice, creates healthy market competition, and leads to a cleaner, stronger electrical grid. Going solar used to mean a big upfront investment in cash. With technological developments and innovative financing, now people can, for the first time, go solar affordably. With the solar lease or loan, solar customers get all the benefits of clean energy and save money, because competitive solar choices can offer them solar power as a cheaper rate than what they currently pay their utility. Solar is more accessible than ever. It's no longer just for the wealthy. low to middle income customers are enjoying the monthly savings that solar provides. And so more people have a better choice now.
Yeah, the solar industry is a great source of income. It's also the largest industry in the United States. According to the Solar Foundation, there are currently over 200,000 solar jobs in the United States. 300,000 solar jobs were created last year alone. The growth is a rate about 12 times faster than the overall U.S. economy, protecting that solar jobs will continue to increase dramatically. Perhaps most importantly, solar installers and the job cannot be outsourced, supporting solar policies and supporting economic development. Perhaps the best known solar energy are the environmental benefits. To reduce the greenhouse gas emission will be as well as dangerous pollution that affect our environment and public health. To successfully combat climate changes, we have adopted more reusable energy. That does not support solar policies that increase our energy independence as a nation. Additionally, it is well documented that the higher concentration of respiratory elements in our community surrounding traditional traditional power plants. Clean power is better for everyone. We can actually change this planet one panel at a time.
Thank you all very much. Let me say this, that after the Freddie Gray incident in Baltimore about a year ago, a number of youth were complaining that they could not find jobs. What has happened is that the solar industry has become a big employer of so-called disconnected youth. I mean, these folks are making very good money. They feel good about themselves. Of course, you have the environmental advantages and all the things that you just talked about, and we have residents saving a lot of money on their utility bills. But it solves a problem in trying to find careers for a lot of our young people. And do you hire a lot of young people? Are there a lot of young folks in your company?
Oh, yes. The majority of
Nice and loud, please.
The majority of our installers are in their 20s. A lot of them are young guys starting off with their new families, and solars provide them wealth, financial state to be able to move forward with their family. I have 2 young kids myself, and my kids are looking into going to the solar energy field as well.
That's one. Sparker.
Mr. Cummings, in fact, in Arizona, 50% of our staff, our employees, come from low-income neighborhoods. So it helps.
Ms. Parker.
Thank you both, which leads into my my question. It's difficult. You talked about affordability for solar, and so as we look into the neighborhoods, and our panels heard about poverty and how many are working 2 jobs just to pay for their rent and their heating. So how can we get solar into these communities who are impoverished? I'm happy to hear you're providing jobs, which is very encouraging, but how can we get them and get solar and better green energy practices into impoverished communities and tribal reservations as well?
Well, I can tell you from sort of a sales perspective, but what I do is I work with individuals who are interested in getting rooftop solar, and most of the folks I meet with are Hispanic, because I live in Tucson and it's a Hispanic area, and as long as they qualify with a 650 credit score, then they can get solar at $0 down. So there's just a monthly fee that's associated for 20 years, and it's less than what they're currently paying. So they save money right away. As long as they have a 650 credit score, they can get in without paying anything. In fact, that's what my wife and I did.
Well, I had a little problem with the electrical company where I live at now. When I moved out here, I've only been here about a year and a half. I closed down my house on February 13th to be exact, and SRP just happened to pass the rates, just jacked up the rates and made it almost impossible for anybody to go solar in the SRP area. So unfortunately, I cannot have solar until the bill is passed or something that could be done about it. But I do have the credit, I do have the income to be able to go green. But unfortunately, the electrical company won't allow it.
Well, we have the income now because we have our jobs now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ms. Browner, last question.
Thank you, and as you probably heard earlier, I'm a big solar proponent and have lots of panels, and I'm getting a battery at any moment. So here's my question. When you made the decision to install solar panels, are you able to, so for people who don't follow this, many people who have solar panels are able to sell their electricity back to their local utility if they're not using it. Are you able to net meter, and what role did that play in your decision to install the solar panels? These sort of local decisions about how we're going to price all of this and really recognize the public health and environmental benefits. You
Well,
both have
my-
solar panels, you don't, but you do.
Yeah, I do, and I meet with a lot of people with that question, and they're concerned, frankly, in Arizona about losing that benefit. We do have net metering in Arizona. and
You
it's
do.
Fantastic. This is a great time to go solar in Arizona until they change the laws. And we're all scared to death that they're going to change them. But right now, we do have net metering where we're compensated 100% for the electricity that we generate during the day. Right now, my system's generating double what I need, but then at night, it's not producing anything. So at night, I have to draw from the grid, and they compensate me dollar for dollar for those credits.
And that's an important issue for people in making these decisions to be part of the distributed clean solar. Yeah,
Because
okay.
otherwise, all that extra generation I have today is going to my neighbors, and our utility gets to charge for it, but I don't get compensated for the retail rate.
Yeah, it's enough. We send back more energy back than what we actually use. A lot of the homes have certain panels and they send back a certain amount of energy back to the grid, which we could use at night. But a good percentage of that is just going back to the energy company or to the electrical companies.
It's a great policy.
Yes.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. I wish you the best. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, coming by Skype is Josh Fox. Hi, Mr. Fox. Josh Fox is the founder and artistic director of International WOW Company. The film and theater company works closely with actors and non-actors from diverse cultural backgrounds, including members of the U.S. military, activist communities in sustainable energy and design, and actors, dancers, designers, and filmmakers from around the world to create works that address current social and political crises. Founded in 1996, International WOW has premiered new work in 8 countries with a rotating network of over 100 actors and creative artists spanning 30 countries on 5 continents. Sounds very interesting. Mr. Fox, you're on.
Yes, but I think what I'm known for is creating the documentaries Gasland and Gasland Part 2. I got a lot to say, so I'm going to talk very fast. First of all, thank you so much to the Democratic National Convention Platform Committee for the opportunity and the honor to testify before you on the important need for the party to adopt a ban on fracking in its national platform. My name is Josh Fox. In 2008, my family was offered a gas lease to frack our 19.5 acres in the Upper Delaware River Basin in Pennsylvania, which is near the border of New York, and is part of the watershed for 16 million people downriver in New York City, Philadelphia, and southern New Jersey. The industry's offer, which we ended up not taking, sent me on an 8-year investigation into the truth about fracking. My investigative work on fracking became 2 feature-length documentaries that premiered on HBO and were seen in 32 countries worldwide to an approximate audience of 50 million people, Gasland and Gasland Part 2. Gasland was nominated for the Oscar for Best Documentary, and the 2 projects combined for a total of 5 Emmy nominations, including 1 win for Best Directing and countless other environmental, film, and journalism awards. My investigation brought me to hundreds of locations across 25 states, interviewing hundreds of citizens, scientists, and elected officials. What I found was simply horrific. An industry with no regard for public health and safety and a deeply flawed, unfixable, and unregulatable process that is inherently contaminating and dangerous. Fracking causes rampant water contamination, air pollution, land scarring, and soil contamination, and most importantly, a public health crisis among citizens exposed to toxic air and water with effects ranging from brain damage to cancer to birth defects. Fracking chemicals and volatile organic compounds released in the process have the potential to damage every human system. Fracking is a carcinogen-dependent process, and the industry industry has been found to use over 900 toxic chemicals, which are injected directly into the earth in huge quantities, creating trillions of gallons of toxic waste that has been shown to contaminate underground sources of drinking water and surface water. Currently, 17 million Americans live within 1 mile of a fracking well. This means that they are in danger of water contamination, air pollution, and adverse health effects. And that has spurred a huge movement against fracking all across the country. When I started in 2008, there was virtually no science on fracking. Now there are over 700 peer-reviewed studies on fracking, proving conclusively all of the harms reported by citizens, from water contamination to air pollution to health problems to earthquakes to worsening climate change. But here's the real crux of what I need to tell you. Since Gasland premiered on HBO in 2010, I have toured to over 350 cities nationwide, screening the film in communities that are fighting fracking and on the front lines. What I have seen is one of the largest and fastest growing social movements on the planet, and it is a force to be reckoned with. There are hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people in the movement against fracking. It is an incredible gathering of Americans from all walks of life, from rural populations of farmers trying to protect their groundwater, to residents of New York City and Los Angeles concerned with earthquakes and climate change, to folks from Texas and Colorado fighting for clean air and water. The movement to ban fracking is mighty, popular, enthusiastic, dedicated, armed with science and the facts, and motivated by protecting our children from harm. And we vote. We voted for candidates in referendums to ban fracking in municipalities and statewide elections in states like Vermont, California, New York, Colorado, and Maryland. And in fact, many major fracking states are swing states with horrific pollution from fracking and significant percentages of the population where the Democratic Party needs the votes of those people who will be motivated to go out and vote based solely on the fracking issue. Pennsylvania, Michigan, North Carolina, New Mexico, New Jersey, Virginia, Ohio, Florida, Colorado, all have very significant numbers of people who are anti-fracking voters in these key swing states, and we need them to assure victory in November. People like myself will work tirelessly to elect Democrats up and down the ballot if they are indeed anti-fracking Democrats, if it means we can end the horrific destruction caused by fracking. In March, a Gallup poll revealed that the majority of Americans oppose fracking. The poll shows that 75% of Democrats oppose fracking, and that even Republicans had the biggest drop in support of fracking in the last year. So it's a unity issue that crosses political boundaries. On June 8th, a diverse coalition of climate and environmental justice groups delivered over 90,000 petitions to the DNC demanding that a ban on fracking be included in the party platform, and a massive anti-fracking protest is being planned for Philadelphia on July 24th, the day before the DNC begins. It's called the March for a Clean Energy Revolution. It's expected to draw thousands, and it's demanding a ban on fracking, and its demands have been endorsed by over 400 organizations. Additionally, fracking is the primary emerging battleground in the fight against climate change. What is most disturbing to me is the language used by the Democratic Party that has been taken directly from the natural gas industry, that of the fracked gas bridge fuel. A bridge fuel policy means we're going to switch a huge section of our electricity generation sector to fracked natural gas. That means building 300 fracked gas power plants around America. That means hundreds of thousands of miles of pipelines and probably 2 million new fracking wells. And those power plants are financed, like most people's houses, for 30 to 40 years. That's a regime change in American energy to fracking. That would be an utter disaster for the climate and would surely push us beyond the stated goals of the Democratic Party. Methane is at least 86 times more powerful as a heat-trapping gas than carbon dioxide in the short term, which is why real peer-reviewed research shows that shale gas is worse for the climate even than coal. So if we push 300 new shale gas power plants, gas pipelines, and other fracking infrastructure, which citizens, by the way, right now are fighting across the country, it will be catastrophic for the climate and for the Democratic Party. Fracked gas is not a bridge. It is a gangplank to a global warming calamity. Pursuing a new energy regime of fracked gas power plants is in direct contradiction to the Democratic Party and the Obama administration's stated goals on climate change as articulated by the Paris Agreement at COP21. For the United States to have signed those climate accords in Paris, it means that we have committed on an international stage to dramatically reduce emissions and move towards renewable energy vigorously. The only way we do that is to stop fracking and to phase out natural gas immediately. And because 90% of all the gas wells in the United States are fracked, that means moving away from all natural gas swiftly and decisively and towards 100% renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions of Mr. Fox? Yes, Ms. Booth.
I hope you can hear me. So walk me through what happens if we do discontinue hydraulic fracturing or fracking. If it's the case that this currently produces more than half of our current natural gas and half of our current oil, are we then depending on the free market to then make these adjustments? You'll be answering a question that comes from someone who's very suspicious of how the free market provides benefits to all of us, but, will the petroleum industry fill the demand that obviously currently exists through means that are equivalently or perhaps even more dangerous to our goals of in the area of climate change? What's the glide path here?
Well, we're in the process of regulating out coal, right? And we're doing that because we have very low ceilings for carbon dioxide emissions from coal-fired power plants. We have to adopt a ceiling that natural gas-fired power plants can't survive. First of all, the fossil fuel industry right now is actually expanding. It's not being phased out. So we have to phase out the use of fossil fuels, and we have to keep these fuels in the ground. One of the ways that we do this, obviously, is by banning fracking, but what's happening in America right now is an enormous grassroots movement that is motivated for political change. If we pursue an agenda where we incentivize the creation of renewable energy and do that in concert with what I believe is this incredible grassroots force, some might call it a political revolution, on the ground, and we give people the incentive to go out and educate their neighbors and create incentives for renewable energy, I believe that we can both phase out coal and natural gas on our way to 100% renewable energy.
Thank you, Mr. Doan. Ms. Gomes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Josh, for your testimony. It was very powerful, very moving, and I think we do need to pay attention to it. You were talking in your testimony about hundreds of peer-reviewed studies that have documented the harms of fracking. I just wanted to add one more. One of the major reasons why New York banned fracking is because of its report from the Department of Environmental Conservation there that no amount of regulation, none, can safely guard against the dangers fracking poses to our land, water, air, natural resources, and public health. And so the question that I wanted to ask you is, do you believe that fracking can be regulated? Can we put more regulations on fracking to make it safer, or is that just an impossible task?
That's an impossible task, and that's according to the industry's own science on fracking. The natural gas industry and the oil industry knows very well that their oil and gas wells leak. So from the standpoint of water contamination, there is no way to ensure with any degree of reliability that you're going to preserve underground sources of drinking water. There's just simply no way to do that according to the industry's own science, and I'd be happy to give the panel documents about that show industry's own studies that show that 8% of all oil and gas wells leak initially upon drilling, and that over a 30-year period, 60% of them begin to leak. And that is because the well casings themselves, the drill pipe is surrounded by cement, an inch of cement. Cement cracks and breaks, it's brittle over time. Nothing can withstand the pressures and the temperature changes down there, and it's simply not an adequate way of creating a seal around those gas wells. So for the position of water contamination, absolutely not. It is not possible to regulate. The other problem here, I think, with respect to the climate, is that so much of the natural gas infrastructure in America is leaking right now. You have cities leaking at huge percentage rates. You have 2% leakage in New York City, 5% leakage in Washington, D.C., 4% in Boston. The frack gas process itself leaks a lot of methane, so you have leakage in the drilling phase, the delivery phase, and in the downstream phase where it's actually given to in pipelines and then in the delivery phase. That adds up to huge numbers. So I think the estimate was $22 billion to replace every natural gas pipeline in New York City. That's half the price of a smart grid for the entire United States. And then we would be repairing a system that we need to phase out anyway from the standpoint of climate, right? So if you're going to push natural gas from the standpoint of climate, from the standpoint of water contamination, these two things are unsolvable problems. In addition, you're creating trillions of gallons of toxic waste. Nobody knows what to do with it. We're injecting it back into the ground. The EPA has said that is an extraordinarily bad idea, that America has the potential of sitting on top of a pool of toxic waste that will eventually migrate into our water supply. There's simply no way to make this process work. And as we know from studying climate science, we are already at 1 degree of warming for the planet. We have enough carbon dioxide and methane and greenhouse gases in the atmosphere now to bring us to 1.5 degrees, even if we shut off everything right now. And if our stated goals in Paris are well below 2 degrees, that means we have to move towards renewable energy as vigorously and as quickly as possible. We need an FDR-like mobilization on renewable energy. That's what real leadership on the climate would be, and absolutely number one on that list is to stop fracking and to stop expanding the fossil fuels.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to Ms. Browner and to the panel. We've got some panelists who have to catch planes, so we're going to try to be as brief as we can.
Josh, thank you very much for your very thoughtful testimony. You mentioned as you were closing your testimony that we should transition away from natural gas. And you know, we've seen other countries make very important steps in terms of reducing carbon, but in making those steps, do them in a time frame that actually resulted in an increase in carbon emissions, which is not anything any of us want. We want a decrease in carbon emissions. So I would be interested if you can speak a little bit to what you think is a responsible transition. And secondly, I assume as part of a transition, you would support reinstating the Environmental Protection Agency's authorities, which were stripped in what's commonly referred to as the Halliburton-Cheney loophole.
The Halliburton loophole is what the exemption to the Safe Drinking Water Act for fracking specifically, which means that fracking companies are allowed to inject toxic chemicals into the ground and not report them to the EPA and not have to permit that process, which is a fairly outrageous proposition. Yes, absolutely, that exemption has to be overturned. Absolutely, that exemption has to be overturned right away. But here's what I would say. We are not actually phasing out fossil fuels with the Clean Power Plant. What we're doing is we're trading one fossil fuel for another one. We're trading coal for gas. And that is very clear in the way that the Clean Power Plant is created. What we have to do is not replace all the old coal plants with new fracked gas plants, which will last for 40 years. We simply have to replace the coal, we have to retire the coal plants and retire the natural gas plants and replace them with renewable energy. I've been across the country in the last 3 months. I've toured my new film to 66 different cities. I can't tell you how many communities, dozens of communities, are fighting mega fracked gas plants, which will create toxic pollution in their neighborhoods, and they're fighting them tooth and nail. They're fighting the pipelines, they're fighting the power plants, they're fighting the fracking wells, they're fighting the compressor stations. That is a huge fight that the Democratic Party doesn't want to be on the wrong side of. So when it comes to what's actually happening on the ground in America right now, people are outraged by the idea that we're going out of the frying pan into the fire. So we have to create a clean power plan that phases out both gas and coal and moves us vigorously towards renewable energy. But it's already happening. We just have to take out that piece that transitions the coal to the gas and move it from coal to renewable energy. That's the plan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will next have Mary Nichols, who is chair of the California Air Resources Board, a post she has held since 2007. Ms. Nichols has devoted her entire career in public and nonprofit service to advocating for the environment and public health. In addition to her work at the Air Board, she has served as assistant administrator for the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's air radiation program under President Clinton, and director of the Institute of the Environment at the University of California. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. However, one of the challenges of coming at this point in the program is that pretty much everything that's in my testimony that was prepared has been covered by other speakers. And I could just say thank you, but I think what I'd like to do is make a couple points that aren't really covered or have not yet been covered this morning. So let me start by saying that I've been the chair of the Air Resources Board. Actually, I'm on my 4th term doing this under Jerry Brown, and for several years also under Arnold Schwarzenegger when the state of California passed the first comprehensive climate legislation in the country. It was passed by a Democratic legislature with no Republican votes, but it also was signed by a Republican governor. And the feature of it that I want to stress is that California set a goal, a target of bringing its emissions to 1990 levels by 2020, which at the time was the global goal of the Kyoto Accord, and then gave the task of meeting that to my agency. It was given that task, frankly, because we've had the experience in California of reducing air pollution levels to from what were once perhaps not as bad as we see in Beijing or New Delhi today, but really ugly and horrible levels to a point where we still violate air quality standards in particularly Southern California and the Valley, and all too many times in low-income communities, disadvantaged communities, and communities of color. But at the same time, we've slashed emissions by over 90% twice. So in effect, emissions today in California from any facility are about 1% of what they were at the time I first started doing this work. And that's in a situation where our population has grown, our vehicle population has grown even faster, and our economy has grown even faster than that. So we know that you can push technology, that you can set very strong pollution goals, you can change your energy system, and you can do it in a way that actually benefits the economy. And that's what we think should be the policy of the Democratic Party. Now, a lot has already been done over the last 7 years under the leadership of President Obama, and frankly in partnership and building on the work of many states and mayors, state governors and mayors, progressive jurisdictions around the country. We have seen goals set, and we've seen very innovative solutions to changing our energy system away from one that is dependent on petroleum. There was a lot of talk, there has been a lot of talk about transitions, but the way to make a transition happen is not to just sit back and wait for something to happen. You have to tell the market where you want it to go, and you have to be prepared to make investments that will encourage it in the right direction. And you've heard some examples of that here today. One that you haven't heard very much about, though, is the transportation sector, which actually is responsible in our state, and I believe now nationally, for more of our greenhouse gas emissions than the electricity system. And so I think it's important that we have a shared understanding that reaching the kind of ambitious climate targets that the Paris Agreement does call for, as we look at it, while also trying to meet air quality standards and protect human health, is going to require us by 2050 to live in a world where we are basically not burning anything in order to power our economy and to move ourselves around. That the long-term goal here is really 100% renewability across the board. We're not going to get there immediately, but if we don't start putting the policies in place now, we can, I think, confidently predict that we won't get there. And what we have found so far in our work is that you need a combination of measures, that there is no one magic silver bullet that is going to get you there, that you need a mix of both sector-specific regulations, like the Renewable Portfolio Standard that requires our electrical utilities to deliver 50% of all of the electricity as renewable energy by 2030, or like the Low Carbon Fuel Standard, which we adopted, that requires the companies that supply our transportation fuel, meaning gasoline and diesel, to reduce the carbon content of their overall fuel by 10%. by 2020. And what that has meant is investments in not only cleaner sources of liquid fuels, such as renewable diesel, primarily renewable biodiesel, but also in oil companies literally buying credits from electrical companies who are installing electric charging stations to make it possible for more people to be able to drive electric vehicles. So we see a future in which we need to be using all of our ingenuity to try to spread the cleaner energies and the cleaner technologies around the state. And the issue of environmental justice, as Vienne spoke to earlier, is one that has been part of our overall climate strategy from the very beginning. And it's not there just because it's the right thing to do, although that is a fact. But it's there because you can't make the targets without dealing with the fact that the consumers, the young people who are coming into the world need to have access to the clean technologies, and they can't get there by a trickle-down program. There has to be direct investment made in communities so that people will have the ability to take advantage of solar panels, to take advantage of advanced technologies in metering their electricity, or find ways to move around in vehicles that aren't gas guzzlers, which is where we find the place where we can really turn over the fleet, is through programs that target the oldest and dirtiest cars and make it possible for the people that are flunking their smog check tests to turn them in and not just get a slightly cleaner car, but get a car that actually could be a zero-emitting vehicle, that's a better investment of the funds that the state acquires. We do also then have a cap on emissions that enables us to know that we're getting to the target that we set. And we created a market program of allowances, a cap and trade program, which gives away to the largest stationary sources in the state about 90% of the allowances that they need to operate based on their level of efficiency. So it rewards people for being more efficient in terms of how much they produce for their amount of emissions. But 10% of the allowances are required to be auctioned, and it's the auction revenue that Vienne was referring to that is then reinvested in the programs that are designed to help reduce emissions and also to benefit directly the disadvantaged communities. But that program was adopted as our means of putting a price on carbon because it was something we could do quickly, relatively quickly, by administrative action rather than waiting for the legislature to be able to adopt a tax. That would have been, we wouldn't have that today if we'd had to wait for the tax. So I think maybe I see a gavel being raised there that I should stop and just say that we are eager to work with the National Party and to continue to work with the administration as we have for the last 7 years to be able to build on some of the leadership that we've seen from states and locals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Browner.
Thank you, and it's an honor to have Mary with us today, a former colleague and a real leader in this field. You noted that there's no silver bullet, that you have had to embrace a whole array of policies, that it's not just about stationary sources, it's also about mobile sources, that there's a lot of sources that need to be addressed, and you need a lot of tools to do that. Did you guys consider a ban on fracking as you looked at all the various tools and the kind of decisions that you could take?
This has been a very active issue in California, as it has every place else. California is in a slightly different position, I think, from the Northeast in the sense that we have had a lot of experience with oil and gas development in California over many decades. And so fracking turns out to be a name for a suite of different kinds of technologies that are used to produce oil and gas. And it was actually going on in many situations where people didn't even know it was happening. So the first step has been to try to get a handle on what was really going on out there, and then to develop a regulatory program to deal with the water and air and other implications of that activity. But I think that the attitude of the governor and the legislature that prevailed after the discussion about should there just be a ban, because California probably could have done this on its own, was that we needed to take a look at how we were using petroleum. It's a little bit like banning the manufacturing of drugs and not doing anything about the demand side. You know, as long as we continue to be such a large producing, not just producing, but consuming state, that it didn't seem like it was right to sort of focus only on one aspect of the production side. But it clearly needed and is now finally, I think, beginning to get much greater degree of attention than it had before.
Call out for the committee members, California really is the lead on reducing carbon pollution. It is amazing what the state has done. It is, I think, a testament to the governor's leadership, but also to Mary's lifelong commitment and leadership, and we thank you for what you have done.
Skills.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Really appreciated what you had to say. But one of the concerns, of course, is fracking again. And I wanted to point out a report by the American Geophysical Union talking about how fracking can cause earthquakes several miles away, not only in the short term, but months or even years after the process takes place. So my question to you, of course, California knows a thing or two about earthquakes. How concerned are you about fracking in California leading to more earthquakes there?
First of all, quite a bit of the fracking that we found was going on actually was happening in areas off the coast and not actually in the most seismically active areas of the state. The places where there might in the future be a consideration are areas where it's very, very expensive to get at the petroleum that's already there. The water that's produced by the oil development process has to be cleaned up under our requirements, and it actually is used for other purposes. It's not just re-injected. But I'm going to defer that question to my colleague, who's, I think, right up after me, Felicia Marcus, because she's got the assignment of actually dealing with the water side of the fracking process, whereas my agency has focused primarily on the air side, and our concern was that we get full disclosure of the chemicals that are used, that the industry not be able to hide behind the idea that these are proprietary formulas that couldn't possibly be disclosed for competitive reasons. We think that's unacceptable. And so we've worked with communities and with our local air agencies to come up with the regulations that deal with that piece of it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Nicole Hernandez Hammer is based near Miami. Ms. Hammer works to address the disproportionate impacts of climate change on Latinos in southeastern states and nationally. A Guatemalan immigrant with Cuban heritage. Today, Ms. Hernandez Hammer works to mobilize the Latino community to better understand and address climate change's disproportionate effects on health of Hispanics. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Cummings, and this very distinguished committee for the opportunity to speak to you today about the disproportionate climate change impacts that are already affecting low-income communities and Latino families. I was born in Guatemala, and I grew up as a proud American and proud immigrant in South Florida. I've seen firsthand how quickly a thriving city can turn into a disaster zone. In 1992, Hurricane Andrew blew my home away. We were not evacuated, so we were home when the storm hit. The storm was one of the reasons I was drawn to studying the natural sciences. As a Latina and a scientist, I became particularly interested in how sea level rise affects Latino communities. I began to look at U.S. Census information and paired it with sea level rise maps. I noticed that the places that are the most at risk for sea level rise in the U.S., including Florida, New York, California, and Texas, are also the places that have the largest and/or the fastest growing Latino populations. The same can be said for heat. The very kind of extreme heat that Phoenix will be experiencing this weekend will become more common and more severe in the future. Heat and sea level rise are two of the climate change impacts we will no longer be able to completely avoid. This is most evident in record-setting increases in temperature and in the impacts of sea level rise during sunny day flooding events. What we call sunny day flooding is simply flooding that is caused by a combination of the highest tides of the year and the sea level rise we've had over approximately the last 100 years. Using U.S. Army Corps of Engineers sea level rise projections, we anticipate that in Miami we will go from about 6 to 12 sunny day flooding events per year to more than 380 events of significant tidal flooding in Miami-Dade County within the next 30 years. We are anticipating similar increases in other parts of the country, including Washington, D.C. In my work, I use elevation maps to identify low-lying locations at the block level. Then I overlay that information with income data to identify places that are both low-lying and low-income. I use NOAA tidal information to identify the days of the highest tides, and on those dates, I go to those locations I've mapped to see if these communities are indeed experiencing sunny day flooding. And if so, begin education and resident-led advocacy work there in partnership with community-based organizations. In high-end areas of South Florida, like Miami Beach and Las Olas, they are actively taking steps to reduce flooding impacts, but in low-income communities, there is little action. I spoke to residents in low-lying, low-income communities of color in Miami just this fall. Some were not able to get out of their homes during the high tides to go to work because the roads were flooded. Kids couldn't get to their school bus stops. One resident had to walk through contaminated floodwaters and subsequently had a leg infection as a result. Recent research indicated that there is an extremely high level of human feces in these types of floodwaters. One resident, Maria Escobar, told me that in order to take the trash out, she had to cover her legs in trash bags and walk her garbage cans down 2 blocks because the trucks were not coming down the road due to flooding. All these things happened on days when there was not a single drop of rain. My colleagues and I analyzed the flooding and concluded these events were caused by sea level rise, which is a direct result of human-caused climate change. We are working to find equitable sea level rise adaptation solutions in these communities, and we are demanding that those solutions be carbon neutral. As a person of color and an immigrant, I know we are especially resilient. That's why we are here. But we need to present our children with more than survival. I want to offer my son a better world, one in which we'll not merely survive, but thrive. This is why I ask today that as you develop your plans for the future, make climate change mitigation and adaptation a top priority. Communities need sound, actionable science, policymakers who really listen to them, and many more resources to cope with the worsening impacts to come. The good news is that we have the solutions to cut emissions. And as our nation transfers away from coal and towards cleaner, renewable sources of electricity, the benefits of this transition must accrue especially to communities of color and low-income communities. The renewable energy revolution must be rooted in fairness and justice. My partners, my community, and I will be there to support you and to remind you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Thank you very much. Ms. Ray Sue became the president of the Natural Resources Defense Council on January 2015, leading the nearly 500 scientists, attorneys, and policy experts that make up the NRDC, one of the country's most effective environmental action organizations. Before joining the NRDC, Ms. Sue served as the Assistant Secretary of Policy, Management, and Budget at the U.S. Department of the Interior, where she led several cross-cutting initiatives on federal land conservation, climate adaptation, international affairs, and youth programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to all the members of the panel for the opportunity to be here today. As evidenced by all of the testimony that you've been hearing today, there is no greater threat to the planet or to all of its inhabitants than climate change. This fact has been established by scientists for decades. There should not be any equivocation about the threat or the urgency required to meet it for the next administration. It has been said that we are the first generation to experience the impacts of climate change, withering droughts, catastrophic wildfires, unprecedented flooding, and now the all too regular superstorms ravaging our country and our world. But we are not the first generation to experience the impacts of our dependency on fossil fuels. The air we breathe, the water we drink, and the lands that sustain us have all been compromised by the pollution created by oil and gas extraction and production. And while we all pay a price for climate, we must also be clear that some communities have long borne a greater burden. Some communities, some Americans, all too often, I should add, low-income and people of color, some families and some children, are literally bearing the toxicity of our dependence on fossil fuels in their bodies. We have a responsibility to our fellow Americans, to our children, and to their children, to act quickly and decisively to end our use of dirty fossil fuels that drive climate change and to build cleaner, smarter ways to power our future. To do that, we must fully implement the President's Clean Power Plan, cutting dangerous carbon pollution from our dirty power plants. And we must do it in a way that protects frontline communities, providing for a just transition to clean energy. We must strengthen energy efficiency standards for appliances and equipment and fuel economy standards for cars and trucks. We must end the fossil fuel subsidies that cost American taxpayers more than $4 billion a year. None of us should ever again be taxed one thin dime to subsidize the profits of the richest and most destructive industries in the history of the world. And we must end new leasing of all fossil fuel production off of federal lands. It's time to get the federal government out of the fossil fuel business and into the business of building new jobs and clean energy production from wind, solar, and geothermal. We must create the policies and the incentives to further position the United States to be the leader in creating and supplying the clean energy technology, solar panels, windmills, electric cars for the world. Building a clean energy economy is the greatest economic opportunity in our lifetime, and we must push to ensure that these new jobs are good middle-class jobs on our soil for our families. The future health of our country and of our families is not only dependent upon this bold action, it is dependent upon bolstering the existing framework of environmental laws and regulations designed to keep us safe and to protect us with the most basic and fundamental of environmental rights, the right to breathe clean air and the right to drink safe water. As we have witnessed in the city of Flint in these last months, it is a calamity that this nation must address. And what has happened to the people of Flint is an injustice that has happened and is waiting to happen in all too many other American communities. Communities where people are treated as though their voices don't matter because they are people of color, because they live in a lower income neighborhood, because the people they elected and the government they pay have betrayed them. Bold action is required to fix the aging pipes and pumps, to restore and to enforce the standards that were designed to protect us all. We must strengthen the Safe Drinking Water Act and the Lead and Copper Rule to make more effective in protecting public health. And we must enact standards that address pollution in our water from other chemical compounds and toxins. These protections are common sense, but also common decency. Bold action is required to confront the devastating reality that even in the greatest country in the world, we are failing our fellow citizens in the most basic of environmental standards. As people committed to progress in America, we cannot stand to see a child unable to drink water from their kitchen tap in Flint or anywhere else. We can't stand to see blowouts that kill our workers, pollute our waters, and devastate our communities and coasts. And we can't stand to see the most vulnerable among us, our children, our seniors, those in failing health, consigned to the ragged front lines of environmental hazards because of their income, heritage, ethnic background, or color. That is not what justice looks like. It is not what America looks like. We have the opportunity to renew our commitments to each other, to our children, to our country, through renewal and strengthening of the kinds of environmental laws and regulations that are needed to bend the arc of history on environmental and human degradation towards a just and sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Sherman.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief, just to say that all of the testimony today has been very compelling and eloquent. And Dr. Zogby and I, we're sitting here talking about how drought, access to water, access to energy, sanitation, fuels much of the conflict around the world. And it is critical for the United States to show leadership on this, one, because we've used most of the resources of the world, and we have to be the leaders to show how to do this and how to do this in a just and fair way to workers, to our homes, to our environment. But I think it's important for our discussion of the environment and climate change in the Democratic platform that we underscore that in terms of conflict around the world and economic justice around the world, climate is a fundamental issue.
Thank you. Well stated. Any other comments, questions? Ms. Parker.
Yes, thank you for your powerful testimony. We have so much work to do, and it shows today. It showed us yesterday and the days before how much work we have to do. What is, excuse me, I was breathing in refinery, I was protesting, and I still can't breathe. What is the single most important step that we can take today? We have a long list of action items that we need to take to protect, we say Mother Earth, to protect our Earth. What would you recommend our first step? What's our first step to take? The single most important step we can take today?
I think in terms of federal government actions, we have seen the historic establishment of the first comprehensive framework to address climate change in the Clean Power Plan of the Obama administration, the most important framework that we have as a country, as a nation, that serves as the bedrock, frankly, of the leadership that we've seen in other nations. So continuing to ensure that we can keep those standards, those new regulations in place and actually implement them in the next administration, I think is going to be critical.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Felicia Marcus. Mr. Marcus was appointed by Governor Jerry Brown to the California State Water Resources Control Board in 2012 and designated by the governor as chair in April 2013. The board implements both federal and state laws regarding drinking water and water quality, and it implements the state's water rights laws. Thank you very much for being with us.
Oh, it's a pleasure, and thank you all for coming west. It's a privilege to join you all. You're an amazing grouping of people I deeply respect, and it's an honor to be with you today. I was asked to talk about the extreme drought that California and the West are experiencing and to offer some suggestions for what the federal government could do to be of assistance in the near future and the long term. The short answer is move from 20th century thinking and infrastructure to investment approaches and tools appropriate to the 21st century, all with an overlay of prioritizing efficiency and equity. In sum, first, 21st century investment. Help invest in the transition to more efficient and integrated 21st century water management, including green infrastructure. Take a 21st century integrated approach. Work with states, local government, and stakeholders to use water in a more sophisticated and integrated way to benefit ecosystems, agriculture, and domestic use. Third, 21st century tools. Develop and disseminate research, technology, and tools for efficiency and treatment using more up-to-date and transparent data and data analysis. The California drought is the worst in modern times. We've had 4 rough years, including one with the least snowpack in 500 years. We've had agricultural land fallowed, tens of thousands of people out of work, fish and wildlife decimated. Many rural communities have literally run out of water, and we've been delivering water to them in bottles and tankers, drilling wells, and running pipe. We've seen escalating tensions between stakeholder groups, and we've also seen drought angels who have risen to the occasion. In addition to these direct impacts, this drought is the Godzilla of a wake-up call for what climate change has in store for us. Climate change will bring us years like these more frequently in the decades to come. At a minimum, a few degrees rise in temperature means more of the precipitation we do get will fall as rain rather than snow. This is a huge deal in the West. In California, we rely on our snowpack for 1/3 of our storage in an average year. This is similar to other arid western states. We depend on snowpack and infrastructure to store and move water to where it's most used and when it's most used, which is not where and when it falls. This means that today's conflicts between ecosystem, agricultural, and urban needs will seem like a picnic compared to what's to come if we don't adapt now. Some want us to simply write off one of those 3 uses. In fact, as humans, we rely on and need them all. I hope the platform embraces that concept. The natural world sustains us. We are a part of it. And I hope the platform declares that we can and must have a healthy and vibrant environment, a healthy and vibrant economy, healthy and vibrant agriculture, and healthy and vibrant people. Water is key to all of that. Fortunately, there is a lot that we can do to prepare for the Mack truck of climate change coming at us, and efficiency is first and foremost among them. Using less water to meet the same basic urban and agricultural needs is quite doable. Using water multiple times, like recycling and stormwater capture, it is very, very doable. Changing what we use it for is definitely doable. Witness the change out of lawns in Las Vegas and Southern California. And managing water in a more integrated way to make every drop meet multiple needs is doable, necessary, and starting to happen in more and more places. You'll see it in Philadelphia, and I encourage you to go look. The federal government can be of critical assistance in making this transition to a more resilient future. With respect to investment, the federal government helped local agencies make enormous strides in clean and safe drinking water in the 70s and early 80s to build modern infrastructure, largely to treat sewage and upgrade drinking water facilities. Those facilities are now largely outdated, including being pretty darn leaky, 10 to 30% of large urban systems, more in rural areas. Upgrading for environmental and public health protection, while including leak detection and reduction, water recycling and stormwater capture, smart sensors and smart meters can yield the next big wave of benefits for the 21st century, including job creation, but is expensive. Local and state governments are up for it, but need the help. The federal loan program needs a boost, yet we keep hearing that it's at risk. It also needs flexibility to foster green infrastructure and put an even greater focus on disadvantaged communities. 21st century approach is an attitude. Green infrastructure for the 21st century has tremendous potential as cities are moving towards a one water model, moving beyond traditional single-purpose projects to use scarce local resources for projects that do quadruple or quintuple duty. Capturing water, for example, in green spaces to move water not out to waterways where it carries a concoction of urban pollutants, but rather where it can percolate into groundwater basins and be tomorrow's supply. So we can get flood control, we can get water supply, we can get water pollution prevention, and livable urban communities, which should also be an important part of the platform, out of the same system and same drop of water. There are efforts to do the same in more rural areas where the same drop of water necessary for a fish in one location can later become water for a farmer after it's done its work for wildlife, or where habitat restoration can bring back the biodiversity we've lost and depend on. But these are complex efforts and require governments and stakeholders at all levels to come together and deal with complexity, uncertainty, along with some trial and error. There is a key role for the federal government here, top-down regulator at times, and sleeves-rolled-up partner in others. 21st century tools double down on research and technology, promote and accelerate innovation. That can include remote sensing, lower-cost leak detectors, smart meters, bioremediation techniques, or better weather prediction models, so water managers can keep more water in storage versus managing by date and dumping water to avoid flooding that may never come. It can mean remote sensing, restoring flow gauges and other things so that we can better manage our waterways for fish, wildlife, farmers, and households in real time. Better systems to access big data and analyze it with transparency for all can also be transformative in better management and in garnering public engagement and support. Better and less costly treatment technologies of all sorts, but especially for drinking water, particularly in disadvantaged communities, are essential as we discover more and more contaminants to treat, and the cost escalates beyond what small communities will ever be able to afford. And finally, an overlay on all of it to prioritize disadvantaged communities is essential. We're doing that with our bond and loan funding, and we are in the midst of gearing up with bond dollars and other new tools to tackle the heartbreaking issues of communities who don't have access to clean, safe, and affordable drinking water, drought or not. California enacted the nation's first human right to water law. It directed state government to prioritize the issue and has led to important funding and other actions with far more yet to be done. It would be tremendous to have the platform do the same. Thank you for allowing me to join you, and I'm happy to work with you as you complete your task.
Thank you very much. Questions? Ms. Browner?
Thank you, and thank you, Felicia. That was very helpful. As the state's water czar, how much,
Well, like drought
from
now.
one czar to another, how much efficiencies were you all able to achieve during the most severe time of the drought?
Well, a tremendous amount. There's more in my written testimony. In urban California cut back 25%, which is enormous when you think about it.
And that's
20
business and commercial and
It's
residential?
by water agencies, all large urban water agencies. We have about 411 of those that serve over 3,000 people. It's about 90-something% of the water agency volume in California. We've got thousands of water agencies, many of them very small. And they were able to cut back from 2013 levels largely by reducing outdoor landscape watering, but also because there was a community, communities rose up to try and save water because they knew it was the right thing to do, particularly at a time when fields were fallowed, people were out of work, and they were hearing about rural communities who were without water. It took a while to get going, and we did have to use top-down regulations to get it going, but the public, once we got the data to them, and we put that data out transparently, which is part of that 21st century thinking, they rose to the occasion remarkably. So we can retrofit ourselves for a more resilient future, but we've got to get off our butts and do a lot about it.
Thank you.
Mr. Gunnels?
Thank you very much for your testimony, and I want to applaud the state of California in your efforts for all the innovative things that California is doing to conserve water. My question is, we've had a lot of testimony on fracking. And my understanding is that it takes 160,000 gallons of clean water to frack a single well. And with California doing all of the positive things in innovative things to conserve water on the one hand, why would we allow big gas companies to consume so much clean water on the other hand in terms of fracking? The second thing, I just want to reiterate the question on earthquakes. Oklahoma, for example, we've all seen a massive spike in earthquakes in Oklahoma due to hydraulic fracturing. And I'm just wondering how concerned California is for a spike in earthquakes in your state by the continued use of hydraulic fracturing. Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you. I'll take those in order. I think the amount of water, especially clean water, varies from place to place. I think and I'm not water is water, but a lot of the fracking that occurs in California occurs over saline basin. It's not using fresh, clean water, so it's slightly different, and the amount used is frequently recycled. I'm not saying it's okay, I'm just saying it's not, I couldn't say those numbers are correct for much of California. Part of what we did in looking at is, we haven't picked and chosen exactly what people use water they have a right to for. Some people wanted us, for example, to ban bottled water. Well, it takes more water to make a beer than to make bottled water. I'm not going to ban beer. So it's just, there's just a lot of, it depends on the circumstances, the location, and water. It's actually in California a very, very small percentage of our water use. That doesn't mean that all water use shouldn't be used as wisely as possible and recycled as often as possible, but it's less a drought issue than it is just that the overall larger issue of making sure that our regulatory scheme is tight enough, and we are in the process of tightening up our water management scheme more generally, just as every other state should be, particularly as we recognize how vulnerable we are and how scarce the resource is. So it's on a continuum, depends on the circumstances. With respect to seismicity, I'm not a seismic expert, but I think Mary's answer was largely correct at the moment, which is we've had a large-scale oil and gas activity in a general area for many, many, many years, which tends not to be where it is. I think part of why we came up with such stringent regulations, it's known as SB4, and we have very, very tight regulations right now. We're doing all kinds of groundwater basin monitoring that I don't have for any other industry, actually, where we're going to have real data ahead of time, and there are pretty strict regulatory functions, largely in the Division of Oil, Gas, and Geothermal, but with much more engagement from the water boards than had been the case in the past. And especially as it moves into new areas and other areas where there may well be seismic risk, that should be absolutely something that's expected. We got these tough regulations because of a threatened mass expansion of fracking well outside where it had been, which tends to be over old saline sea. It's not everywhere, but it's just where the mass of it is. But so we got this very tough regulatory scheme in advance, just as we argued that people would have wanted a much tougher regulatory scheme in advance of MTBE in their water, or ask anybody near any Superfund site. So we've been trying to be as tight as we can on all kinds of regulation, including agriculture, which the federal government can't go to, but which is where we're going right now.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Booth.
Happy to work with you.
Mr. Booth.
I'd like to call attention.
One last question.
No, don't leave yet. I'd like to call the attention of my colleagues here to something very, it's a big theme that may be missed when we deal with all the specifics. We've heard testimony from these outstanding public servants, Felicia and Mary, top quality public servants. We've heard testimony from people who are leaders of grassroots movements. I'd just like to remind the committee that both of those groups are necessary for solutions to the problems that we're trying to define here in the platform. And both of those, dedicated public servants and grassroots movements, are scorned and abused by the other political party, by the Republican Party. And so when we write our platform and we talk not only about what our goals are, but the means to get there, we should be affirmative about how the combination of the intensity of the movements that have brought so many people here, and the dedication of the public servants like these witnesses, the last witnesses that we've heard, are both essential to getting to solutions.
I could not agree more. You're absolutely right. And I'm sure we will do just that. Thank you very much. For the members of the committee, we have 2 more witnesses, and then we'll break for lunch, all right? Eric Pica. Friends of the Earth President Eric Pica is a nationally recognized expert on energy subsidies. For more than a decade, he has worked to reform U.S. tax and budget policy to reduce pollution and spark a transition to clean energy. Prior to becoming Friends of the Earth President in 2009, Pica served as the organization's Director of Domestic Programs. In that role, he designed and launched many of Friends of the Earth campaigns, including efforts to bring emerging technologies such as nanotechnology and synthetic biology under greater public and regulatory control, and to reform how the federal government manages and invests in our transportation system. Welcome.
Thank you. And I want to express my deep appreciation to the Platform Drafting Committee for inviting me to be here today to express some of Friends of the Earth's thoughts on the Democratic platform. For those who don't know, Friends of the Earth, we're a national environmental advocacy organization. We have about 750,000 members and activists. We're also part of the world's largest international network of grassroots environmental organizations with member groups in 75 countries around the world. And our mission is to champion a healthy and just world. And I feel like I've been treated to friends and colleagues and family over the last day with Peggy, Rhea, Camilla, Josh, Mark, Anthony, and others whose testimony I'd like to associate myself with, because it's very refreshing to have a platform committee conversation that has such a robust amount of conversation. Since the drafting of the 2012 platform, which unfortunately contained the all-the-above energy plan, much has changed in the climate movement. A vast movement of grassroots leaders and activists are aggressively opposing the fossil fuel industry and pushing for renewable alternatives and against false solutions like nuclear power and biomass. This movement's success includes shutting down more than 150 coal plants, pressuring President Obama to stop the Keystone XL pipeline, mobilizing over 450,000 people at the People's Climate March in New York, fighting to keep fossil fuels in the ground by actively challenging leases and banning fracking and stopping fossil fuel export infrastructure, and forcing public institutions around the country to divest from fossil fuel companies. So it's underneath this context of the climate movement in the United States, I offer the following platform positions to facilitate alignment with the Democratic Party with these movements. One, the party platform needs a plan steeped in climate justice and justice for workers and communities in transition from the fossil fuel-based economy. People will be hurt, and we have to proactively deal with it. The platform must support the repeal of more than $150 billion in fossil fuel subsidies. It must end public financing of the fossil fuel exports and implement a carbon tax. And I specifically mention a carbon tax because cap and trade is an inferior policy, and we can get into that in Q&A. The platform must support a moratorium on all new federal leasing by keeping fossil fuels in the ground. This single step would take more than 450 billion tons of carbon out of play, and we need the moratorium on fracking. The platform must support significant agricultural reforms to embrace agroecological principles that sequester carbon, create healthier soils, healthier foods, and healthier habitats. And the platform must make clear that the Democratic Party will not take money from the fossil fuel industry, and that it supports the efforts of state attorney generals and potentially the Department of Justice to investigate Exxon and other companies for past and ongoing climate fraud. I offer the above recommendations and observations to merely point out the obvious. The realm of what is possible and necessary is changing at an accelerated pace. It's time for the Democratic Party to fully embrace bold solutions and pathways forward that are commensurate with the climate crisis we face. But we are simply and unfortunately at a point where the instincts of political moderation are inconsistent with the atmospheric chemistry. Recognizing the climate crisis and offering less than what is necessary is a soft form of climate denialism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you very much. Oh, do we have a question? Thank you. Our final witness for the morning is Dr. Mona Hana Atisha. She's coming by way of Skype. Dr. Hannah Atisha is Director of Hurley's Pediatric Residency Program. A Michigan native, Dr. Mona completed her residency and chief residency at Children's Hospital of Michigan and earned a master's degree in public health at the University of Michigan. In addition to educating the next generation of physicians, she also directs the Michigan State University and Hurley's Children's Hospital Public Health Initiative, a public health program to research, monitor, and mitigate the impact of lead in Flint's drinking water. Welcome, Doctor.
Thank you, Representative Cummings.
Good seeing you again.
Good to see you as well. I'd like to begin by thanking the Platform Committee for inviting me to talk about the Flint water crisis. I'm pleased you have chosen to devote time to talk about the crisis and the urgent and ongoing needs of the citizens of Flint. And I especially appreciate the ability to talk via video. The Flint water crisis touches on so many issues that are vital to the future of this country. These include issues of water quality, aging infrastructure, public health, poverty, injustice, austerity, and the loss of democracy. The Flint water crisis is also about our priorities, and most importantly, how as a nation we have prioritized the future of our children. I'd like to remind the committee that today in Flint, we are in our third year of water that is not safe to drink. Even though many of the cameras are gone, we are still in a state of emergency. I was in clinic this morning seeing patients, and the kids I took care of today, they cannot go to their kitchen sinks and drink tap water without an approved lead filter. We're grateful for the federal emergency, for the Obama administration support, and for the federal agency support, especially for Flint-specific Medicaid expansion. However, despite the heroic efforts by our congressional leadership, Dan Kildee, Senator Stabenow Peters, and as you, in addition, Representative Cummings, Congress has so far failed to take any action in regards to Flint. The origins of the Flint water crisis has roots in politics and politics, but today Flint's recovery should not be a political issue, and moving past this crisis must be a nonpartisan humanitarian issue. In 2011, Flint was almost bankrupt and under emergency management, and as a cost-saving move in 2014, Flint changed its water source to the local Flint River without doing something that was necessary, without adding corrosion control. And that created a perfect storm for lead to leach out of our lead-based infrastructure, go into our drinking water, and go into the bodies of our children. And as you know, lead is a potent, irreversible neurotoxin that has lifelong and multi-generational impacts. There is no safe level of lead, and it is a form of environmental injustice, disproportionately affecting our low-income and minority children. However, in Flint, we are moving forward. We will not be defined by this crisis, but rather our response to this crisis. And we are hoping to build a model public health program. We are hoping to wrap our children around with evidence-based interventions to promote their development. But we cannot do it alone, and that's why we still need the help of the federal government. The Michigan legislature recently passed a budget that will bring some of these services, but it's a one-year budget. We need long-term commitment, and we need congressional bipartisan support. And what we hope to learn from Flint, we hope to share with the rest of the nation, because as we hear, there are other communities throughout this nation facing lead crises and also facing issues of extreme poverty. We believe that with bold, rapid cycle initiatives, we can help Flint kids not only recover, but also thrive. And these initiatives include eliminating ongoing lead exposure, not only from water, but from other sources, reinvesting in public health, especially in environmental health, ending childhood poverty, which is a disease that afflicts our children's development synergistic with lead, investing in early education. We know that what we do in a child's 0 to 5 years of life will mitigate the impact of lead and help promote their development. Improving nutrition access. Flint has currently no grocery stores, no full-service grocery stores. We need great nutrition to promote children's development and to mitigate the ongoing exposure to lead. And revitalizing economy. People ask me as a pediatrician, what is the one thing that you would do to help your kids? And that's jobs, good living wage jobs for our families, to boost them out of poverty and to provide support for their families. The crisis in Flint is a failure of government at so many levels, but only a robust, prolonged, and creative government commitment will rebuild Flint and restore the shaken trust of Flint citizens. And like I said, we are committed to not be defined by this crisis, but our response to the crisis. And with the nation's help, in 5 years, we hope that the word Flint will be synonymous with opportunity, hope, and recovery. And we hope that with the nation's support, the party's support, everyone's support, you can see that our smart, strong, and beautifully resilient children in Flint will continue to thrive. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to any questions.
Dr. Zogby, thank you very much.
Mona, I just want to start by telling you how proud I am of you and the work you're doing in Flint for the nation. But the story of Flint is a crisis on top of a crisis. It's an economic crisis and now an environmental disaster. I remember when Flint was a thriving community and had factories, it had workers, it had a community that was prospering. And on top of this now we have this crisis. I want you to just think down the road for me a minute, 20 years, if we don't do something. What happens to the children of Flint now who are living this environmental nightmare? What happens to them? Where do they go? What becomes of Flint 20 years if we don't? And are there things we can be doing for these children now, after we clean up the water, after we deal with these issues? Are there things we can do that would help, in some cases, remediate some of the damage that's been done to their young lives?
Absolutely. That's a great question. Flint did not always mean disaster. Flint was the birthplace of General Motors, the birthplace of unions, the birthplace of the middle class. We used to have the highest per capita income in the nation, the best public health indices. And because of disinvestment, which led to unemployment, which led to poverty, it created this crisis. So this is not just a water crisis. This is a buildup of so many socioeconomic issues. So if we do nothing, we will see the consequences of lead poisoning. It is well known what the consequences of lead poisoning is. It decreases children's IQ, it causes behavioral problems, decreases their economic potential, and causes lifelong trajectory-altering consequences. That is if we do nothing. But we have the potential to do something. Science has taught us that brain development has plasticity. We can manipulate it, especially in the early years. And if we throw every single intervention around these children now, such as early education, early literacy, universal preschool, school health services, nutrition, healthcare, we can mitigate the impact of this exposure. We cannot take this away. It is irreversible. However, we can definitely mitigate it and limit the impact of this exposure. And that is what we need to do, because these kids did nothing wrong besides live in a poor city that was almost bankrupt, that didn't treat its water properly. We owe it to them to do everything to try to mitigate this. And we are going to be assessing this and sharing our experiences for other communities struggling with similar socioeconomic issues.
Again, I wanted to thank you, Doctor, for all you've done and continue to do. I've said it when I was in Flint and in our committee. It seems as if there's some folks in our country that don't mind other Americans being collateral damage. And I know that's a strong phrase, but it's real. We're going to continue to fight. But thank you very much. Any other comments, questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. We will come back in exactly 1 hour. That's about 5 after, I think. All right? Thank you.
Drafting committee members, lunch is in Salon 2, down a level in Salon 2. Same room where breakfast was.
5. The Democratic Party believes accessible, affordable, and high-quality health care is part of the American promise, that Americans should have the security that comes with good health care, and that no one should go broke because they get sick. Social Security and Medicare are solemn generational promises that we have made to our seniors. Our next session on health and safety will delve into these issues and others that reflect our party's belief that America's success as a nation depends on continued innovation to fight diseases and treating men and women with respect and dignity when it comes to their health and health choices. Our first panelist will be Rachel Gonzalez Hanson. Rachel Gonzalez Hanson is a former chair of the National Association of Health Centers, Community Health Centers. She is the first Hispanic female to serve as chair of the board of directors of the NACHC. Ms. Gonzalez Hanson has been recognized for her commitment and leadership in advancing the philosophy of community health, both locally and nationally. Thank you very much for being here, and we will hear from you now.
integrated and preventive care to approximately 10,000 patients today. This is 1/3 of the entire service area population. Our story at CHDI is part of a much larger national story of community health centers, one that began as a result of discussions between Cesar Chavez and Bobby Kennedy, was authorized under President Lyndon Johnson, was championed by Senator Edward Kennedy, and which has achieved enormous success in recent years under President Obama as a result of the Affordable Care Act. As a matter of fact, last year, 1,300 health center organizations served more than 9,000 urban and rural communities nationwide, serving as the healthcare home for more than 24 million patients, including nearly 7 million children and nearly 300,000 veterans. It must be said that our patients come from all walks of life: farm workers, ranch owners, retail and manufacturing workers, educators, and yes, even elected officials. Health centers have grown to become the backbone of our nation's primary care system and a crucial element of our healthcare safety net. And health centers will be needed even more in the future as essential providers to many who have gained coverage under the ACA. Most recently, health centers have played a central role in addressing key public health threats, including the identification and treatment of individuals affected by contaminated water systems in Flint, Michigan, and the prevention and treatment of people in Puerto Rico affected by the Zika virus. On behalf of all of America's health centers, I'm here to thank you for your individual support, as well as the support of the Democratic Party for so many decades. I'm also here to tell you that we stand here ready to do more to improve the health of communities and patients all across our great nation. By statute and mission, health centers are located in medically underserved communities and are governed by patient majority boards to ensure that we are responsive to the needs of each community that we serve. Health centers offer comprehensive care to all residents, regardless of ability to pay or insurance status. And this unique model of care has resulted in huge savings to the entire healthcare system. Between the historic coverage gains it brought and the tremendous investments in health centers it made, the ACA literally changed the face of healthcare in virtually all of the communities we serve. Millions of individuals now have the security of an insurance card and the reliability and the continuity of a healthcare home. We stand ready to work with the next administration and Congress to build upon the successes of the ACA, and with your partnership to be at the center of a healthcare system designed around access, affordability, quality, and comprehensive care for all. To that end, allow me to please share 3 specific areas where we believe the committee could find helpful on our end. Bringing truly integrated primary care services to those communities and patients that need it most requires continued investment. Over the past 8 years, and especially with the additional funding provided under the ACA, the federal investment in health centers has brought health care to more than 8 million new patients, along with new facilities and jobs, and additional services like dental and behavioral health care. These new mandatory health center funds were extended on a bipartisan basis for an additional 2 years as part of the Medicare and the CHIP Reauthorization Act in 2015. However, unless the mandatory funding is extended by October 1, 2017, health centers will see a drop of 70% in their funding, which in turn will lead to almost 10 million health centers patients losing access to care that they so desperately need and which they have enjoyed today, largely because of the support of the Democrats. 2 other vital programs, the National Health Service Corps and the Teaching Health Centers program, would be completely eliminated. Such a tragedy would level a devastating blow to communities in every state. So our highest priority for 2017 is to fix this problem. We must secure and continue the permanent mandatory funding for health centers, as well as the National Health Service Corps and the Teaching Health Center program. We hope we can once again count on the Democratic Party to lead the way. Our second priority, to preserve the current Medicaid and CHIP programs and to oppose any efforts to block grant or otherwise diminish them. We totally understand their crucial importance in coverage available to the poorest among us. This includes improved reimbursement for preventive primary care services and for primary care residency training in health center settings. And finally, we support increased research to help demonstrate cost savings through strong prevention and primary care efforts. We are proud of the health center track record, not only because of we have been delivering the care, but also when it comes to delivering value to the taxpayer and to the healthcare system as a whole. Gracias for taking the time to hear my reflections and recommendations today. And as I said, we're ready to work with you and the next administration. Let's make it better. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Before we go to Ms. Tandon, let me ask you, how have the community health centers contributed to the success of the Affordable Care Act?
Well, thank you for the question. We really are grateful for the opportunity to be part of the Affordable Care Act. I think our biggest contributions, there's several, but the 2 top would be that we were very instrumental in helping to register and enroll people for the Affordable Care Act and the insurance exchanges. You know, I think there's a study that was out there that 1 in 4 of the individuals that were enrolled were at the credit to the community health centers. I think that's a huge number. I think the other impact that we have is that we are taking care of those patients that are now insured. And in the past, they perhaps did not have access. Now they can access additional care. We continue also to see those that are uninsured. In states like in Texas that we did not expand Medicaid, we still are very much needed because we still need the health centers there to take care of those that don't have insurance. And that's the case in so many other states.
So basically, you become a safety net for them.
We continue to be the safety net, sir. We've done that for 55 years.
Well, yes, Ms. Tandon.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work you've done for a very long time to make sure people have the coverage they so need. And I also I do want to acknowledge this is an area where Senator Sanders has been a longtime leader and was very instrumental during the Affordable Care Act discussions. I wanted to just ask you a very specific question, which is how many people are covered or are receiving care because of the ACA's investment in community health centers? And is that happening in rural, urban areas, places around the country? And what lessons can we take from that?
So there's, I'm really bad with numbers, so I'm trying to look at my notes here, but we're really serving several million patients. We serve them in all communities, whether it's in urban areas, the inner cities, rural and frontier areas. So, you know, the fact that we have, you know, 1,300 communities out there serving 24 million patients says a lot about what we've been doing. I think the lessons that we've learned, quite honestly, that there are some tweakings that need to be done to the ACA, and because I'm very partial to the agricultural workers, I don't think it was entirely built around supporting agricultural workers when they're trying to seek insurance and seek care. So I think that would be one of the things that needs to be improved on. We might have some ideas that we would like to share later on.
Great.
But I do think that it's important that we don't ignore that group of people anymore. They've been ignored enough, and certainly they deserve the best, just like we all do, right? So I think, you know, I think that the 24 million that we serve across the country is a big number. In our state, unfortunately, a lot of them did not qualify for the ACA because they didn't make enough money. And there's an irony in that, right? They
Yeah.
didn't make enough money to afford the insurance exchange.
Where there's no Medicaid coverage, that's what you mean.
There's not enough Medicaid. It
Yeah.
didn't do the expansion, very limited.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you. Thank you. I also want to thank you for your work. A question, so 12 million undocumented workers in this country were excluded from the ACA. There was an infamous moment on the House floor where President Obama said, and someone said, "You lied," where he didn't. They were excluded. So how are you organizationally helping them, and how do we move forward from the exclusion? Your thoughts?
Well, first of all, to us, it's a public health issue. We don't ask people whether they're citizens or not. We don't ask any kind of questions like that because that's not our job. Our job is to make sure that whoever walks in the door gets treated with respect, in a culturally sensitive manner, and in a way that will make them leave being a healthier person, or at least having the skills to be able to manage their condition better. We don't ask because it's not our job. Our children go to the Walmarts, they go to the grocery stores, they're in the parks, they go to schools with the same individuals that are citizens. And if one of them gets sick, then they're all going to get sick. So really, it's public health. It's a public health matter. We take care of those individuals. We take care of everybody that walks in our door. That's the way it should be.
Representative Reese.
Thank you for your work, and this is one of the issues I'm real passionate about, because it's the reason I ended up running for office in Cincinnati, my first office, because they were going to close neighborhood health clinics. With that being said, in our platform, because we hear a lot obviously about the exchange, would you maybe expound on what could be stronger language? I know you mentioned that renewing funding would be one. Is renewing it enough? I know I have some health clinics in my district that struggle to keep going, or if there's some increase. And then the second one is about dental care, because we have so many adults and children, obviously, who cannot get dental care unless you're almost destitute. So is there something in our platform that you would recommend as it relates to our health clinics that are, as our chairman has talked about, safety nets, and how do we strengthen those safety nets, because I know they're very important.
Let me try to hit on those in the order that you asked. And so let's talk about the money first. It's always good to talk about money first, right? Get that out of the way. It is really difficult for us back home to be able to plan for the future when we're having to struggle with, is that money going to come on time every year with the grant? Because we're having to wait for Congress to pass their budget, right? And so the president asks for a certain amount, Congress asks for a certain amount, and then they go into their discussions. So continuing resolutions are really difficult for us to be able to not only continue to operate, but even to recruit healthcare professionals. How do we do that and promise them a job if we don't even know what's going to happen down the pike, right, in just a few months? So not only do we need to try to make the funds a permanent fund and not have to wait to see if we're going to get continued to be funding, but yes, that continued investment to increase the funding for our health centers, I think, is absolutely necessary. We have technology that we need to keep up with because our patients deserve the best. So they need the technology, they need the healthcare professionals that are trained to the utmost so that they can provide the care that's required of our patients. Our patients are multi-chronically ill patients most of the time, and that makes it very difficult. And they need to get their medications. And if they can't afford their medications, then they might as well not have gone to the doctor, right? So we provide the pharmacy, lab, x-ray, dental, and behavioral health in so many of our health centers. That integrated care, that holistic approach is what makes us that unique model of care that has led the way for 55 years, I might say, ahead of anybody else in the healthcare industry. So the workforce is the other piece that we talk about and that we really need. We're doing everything we can to try to contribute to the increase in workforce. There's teaching health center programs are out there. We also desperately need the National Health Service Corps to continue to be funded and also make that permanent. Many of us rely on those providers to be able to recruit. It's a recruiting vehicle for us, a tool so that we can recruit them and keep them hopefully in our communities. There aren't enough primary care providers, and now we have to basically compete with the entire country when we're recruiting for providers. And when you're talking about inner cities, when you're talking about rural and frontier areas, have a big challenge with that, and we can't do it without the funding. We have to probably offer them a better compensation package in rural and inner city and frontier areas more so than in the urban areas, because who wants to go there, right? It's a challenge. Special people go there, and only special people can work at health centers and make it well.
We're going to go to Mr. Reynolds, then we're going to go to Mr. Booth, then we're going to go to Ms. Lee, and then we're going to have to close it out. All right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for your testimony. I think all of us believe that health care must be a fundamental right, not a privilege. And community health centers have done such outstanding work with serving 25 million Americans. I was hoping that you could talk about what could happen if we provided the funding necessary to make sure that the 29 million Americans that are currently uninsured and the 31 million Americans that are underinsured could go into a community health center and get not only the primary care that they needed, but the mental health care, the dental care, low-cost prescription drugs. And we talk a lot about how much things will cost the federal government, but I want you to talk about how much money that could save if we invested appropriately in community health centers, because instead of having people go to emergency rooms, they could go to a community health center for their primary health care needs.
I can tell you right now that if you were to do the number crunching, on an annual basis, health centers are saving approximately $24 billion with a B dollars annually, to the entire healthcare system. And it is because of the low-cost care that we're able to provide. And I'll give you just one example. In our health center for 2015, we served almost 10,000 individuals. And on average, it cost us about $700 per patient, and we provide medical, dental, lab, x-ray, pharmacy, health education, a teaching kitchen, and even a fitness center. That's pretty good savings, because pharmacy alone in the private sector would eat up the $700 in one prescription. So we're saving quite a bit. But I think the other part to that is the piece that you really can't put a dollar figure to. One of the things that we do so well, I believe, because not many others do it, is that we help individuals build their skills so that they can manage their condition versus the condition managing them. So we want to help them understand what causes their condition, how to control it better, how to manage it better, making sure they're taking their medications correctly, making sure they're following up with all of the treatment plan that the providers are giving to them or they're prescribing to them. That long-term is going to be a big cost savings. And those are the things that you can't put a dollar figure on now, but it's definitely valued.
That what you just said, is that with all the centers? In other words, teaching them about their illness. I've often said that people do things for one of two reasons, or a combination of both, either to gain pleasure or to avoid pain, or a combination. And so if they know that something is going to prevent pain and suffering or help them, then they're more likely to act on it.
That's right.
So,
It's fundamental to us that our healthcare delivery system has to include the patient's understanding their condition better. And if I could just take a moment to give you one other example, this story was something that was really key in our community. We started our teaching kitchen, and we have small classes on purpose. We want that sort of one-on-one, so 4, 5, 6 people to a class. We were taking care of a family, a single mother with 3 teen boys, 17-year-old, 14-year-old, and 11-year-old. And I heard the facts of the story afterwards, but I'm going to make it a short story. The 17-year-old was very worried about his 2 brothers because the two younger brothers were already diabetic. Not type 1, type 2 diabetes. The single mother was working 3 part-time jobs trying to make ends meet, and they lived in the projects just down the street from our health center. We opened the fitness center, so the boys came to the fitness center because the oldest son was really concerned about the brothers, right? Then we had them go into the teaching kitchen to take the classes, and the mom came with the classes with the 3 boys. The oldest son was the one that did the food preparation most of the time. They went through the 6-week course. It's an hour and a half a day, an hour and a half a week for 6 weeks. And these are teen boys, so we have to remember that they've got a lot of peer pressure going on at school and between them about what to eat and what to do. 6 months later, they had maintained their lifestyle changes, because that's what this was about. The 14-year-old had been taken off his medications. As far as his diabetic medications, he was off of that. The youngest boy, who was on insulin and oral medications, was off the insulin, and in the next month had hoped to get off of the medication, the oral medications. So the impact on that family economically and as far as their health as well, and the impact on American society and the dollars that was going to save, you can't put a pencil to that.
priceless. Ms. Davis. Ms. Lee.
Well, first, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for being here. I don't know what we would do without the National Association of Community Health Centers and what you're doing all around the country. It's no secret that when I was in the California legislature, I carried the first single-payer bill. So, personally, I support single-payer. But when I chaired the Congressional Black Caucus, we formed what we call the Quad Caucus. It was the Hispanic, Black, Asian Pacific American Caucus, and Progressive Caucus. We negotiated in the Affordable Care Act exactly what you're talking about, the expansion of community health centers, but also provisions to look at ethnic and racial disparities, linguistically appropriate and culturally appropriate services. You all are doing just that, and so I want to commend you for that.
Thank you.
The people who fall through the cracks, and I've been thinking about this a lot, how we make the Affordable Care Act better for those. Medicare for all, for those who fall through the cracks. What's your take on that, and how would that impact community health centers?
I think the challenge that we have is that we have to make sure that whatever system gets put into place is going to go beyond just taking care of the doctor's visit and paying for just certain pieces. You know, they aren't putting a value on the health education or the transportation or even the translation services, the care management kind of services. Those are the things that they tend not to put a dollar value on, but yet we have to provide that, and we've proven that having those things in place actually saves money in the long run and improves the care of the patient. They'll have better clinical outcomes. So I think whatever system gets put into place needs to really acknowledge and value those additional services. That has to come as a package. It has to be a package deal. And I think that's important. And I think the other piece is making sure that whatever reimbursement plan is there or payment methodology has to be something that really pays for the services that are being provided. You go to a doctor's office, a private doctor's office, and they're great, but you get just the doctor's office visit, just the doctor's care. When you look at your going into community health center, we've talked about the whole gamut of services that you get, and there's a price to pay for those services. But it saves the system money in the long run if you have that holistic approach. So the payment methodology must include enough to cover those expenses as well.
Thank
Does
you.
that answer your question, I think? close.
Thank you very much. We will, thank you, we really appreciate it.
Thank you all so much for the work that you do. We appreciate you taking the time to do this as well and for hearing us. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Judy Fetter. Dr. Fetter is a professor of public policy and from 1999 to 2008 served as the Dean of the McCourt School of Public Policy at Georgetown University. Dr. Fetter is one of the nation's leaders in health policy, particularly in efforts to understand and improve the U.S. health insurance system. Her expertise on health insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, and long-term care is regularly drawn upon by members of Congress, executive officials, and the national media. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. I'm honored to be with you today to relay the importance of assuring access to affordable quality health care for all Americans. Historically, as you well know, the Democratic Party has championed universal coverage as an essential policy goal for our nation. And under President Obama's leadership, and after decades of unsuccessful attempts, the Democratic Party took a giant leap toward that goal with enactment of the Affordable Care Act. Enactment of the Affordable Care Act is an extraordinary achievement. In its early implementation, the ACA has insured 20 million Americans who were previously without coverage, while the vast majority of Americans have continued to receive health coverage through their employers. Health spending per person is growing more slowly than ever before. And after decades of trying, the ACA's passage overcame an enormous political hurdle. For decades, Congress had failed to pass health reform legislation in large part because its opponents scared people who were already insured into believing that extending coverage to those left out would undermine the coverage that they counted on. The ACA proved that charge to be false. To achieve affordable access to quality care for all Americans, now is the time to build on the ACA. We must defend it against repeal and continue to work to improve it. And we have plenty of work cut out for us. We've not yet reached everyone who needs health insurance, and for too many people, coverage remains too expensive and insufficient, leaving too many people still facing unaffordable costs. Therefore, the Democratic Party platform should support the goal of universal health insurance coverage and explicitly applaud passage of the ACA as a critical step toward reaching that goal. And it should commit to building on the ACA to ensure affordable access to quality care for everyone in the nation. Most importantly, that would require us to support measures to make premiums more affordable and reduce out-of-pocket expenses, not just in the marketplaces, but in employer-based health insurance as well. Continue to encourage all states to expand Medicaid and the affordable access to care it has traditionally secured for people with low incomes, and support transparency and oversight to hold insurers, providers, and pharmaceutical companies accountable for delivering the benefits the ACA promises. Every program has room for improvement, even long-standing successful programs like Social Security and Medicare. Now the job of the Democratic Party is to advance the ACA's achievements by every means possible, including administrative as well as legislative action. Universal health care coverage should be a cornerstone of the Democratic Party platform. Establishing the ACA's benefits as reliable guarantees of affordable access to quality care for all Americans puts us on a path to achieving that long-standing goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? No questions. Thank you very much, Dr. Fetter.
Go ACA then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joining us via Skype is Roseanne DeMoro, the Executive Director of the National Nurses United. Although not a nurse herself, Mr. DeMoro's ability to effectively organize and champion the rights of nurses, as well as many Americans who are uninsured or struggle to afford health care has earned her widespread recognition. Modern Healthcare magazine named her as one of the top 25 women in healthcare. Welcome. We've got a slight technical difficulty. We need some sound. Try again.
Sound now? 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I actually have longer testimonies, so and I understand that we're at a problem with time here, so what I'd like to do is just submit in writing most of my testimony and just touch on highlights of what I've written.
That would be wonderful.
Okay, great. I mean, basically, I can tell you that ultimately, we believe that when patients are in jeopardy because of a lack of health insurance, it's essentially immoral. And what we find other countries are able to do that...
Can you keep your voice up a little?
Oh, sure. What we find that other countries have been able to do that we somehow can't figure out how to do is to provide a more cost-effective health care, to provide health care that provides greater access, is the costs are lower, and that's a single-payer universal health care and Medicare for all system. Now, there's multiple things about what's going on now with the ACA. It was certainly an improvement, but as a matter of fact, it's falling short on a number of issues, and the premiums are going to be going up significantly. So we have deep concerns about what's happening to people. They're falling outside of the system. They're underinsured. Premiums are going up. Their copays are going up. And what's written in the plans are limited. And so even though the goals of the ACA were to expand healthcare, and they have, and they've certainly opened up some the avenue for other people to get in who the insurance industry was denying, it's certainly inadequate to take care of America's patients. So obviously, in the testimony you will see, and we argue very strongly, that both the ACA and what Clinton's proposing in terms of transparency as a solution to the problem is inadequate. If you have 30% of all money in healthcare is made from profit, and that profit goes to lobbying, lobbying Congress to keep big business, essentially pharmaceuticals, hospitals, and insurance companies in healthcare. They, as a matter of fact, they're an overhead cost. And when premiums go up, it isn't because consumers are, they're not consumers, they're patients. People are getting too much care. It's because the insurance companies and the other arms of healthcare want greater money. And it's all a question for money. So ultimately what we come down to is a dilemma. Can we really afford to keep profit in healthcare? And we argue very strongly in our paper that we cannot, and that as a matter of fact, it's a national disgrace that we don't provide health care to everyone, and as America, the highest level of health care imaginable. So we're urging the Democratic Party to actually return to its roots, to actually put patients before profit, and to make health care for everyone basically a right. And so when we're talking about rights, we're talking about things that now I understand that they're somewhat stigmatized, that if you want Medicare, that it's free. Well, as a matter of fact, what it means to be part of a society is to have the right to health care, the right to education, and a number of other rights. So we argue that in the paper as well. And on a final note, I do want to mention the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and urge the Democratic Party and the DNC platform to take a very hard look at that and what would happen with pharmaceuticals if that were to pass. In the final text of the pact announced in October, it only reinforced our opposition. The TPP, and I am going to read this part of the paper, and then I'll leave you find people to do your healthcare thing. In the TPP Intellectual Property Chapter, Article 18, we're particularly appalled at the monopoly pricing protections for giant pharmaceutical firms that could be a death sentence for countless patients in need of affordable medications around the world, and the expansion of the ability of corporate giants to use corporate tribunals to seek to overturn public health and safety laws. The TPP cannot be fixed. It should be defeated, period. Our health should never be for sale. And essentially, that's the premise of the rest of the paper, and that is, our health is not a commodity. We expect the Democratic Party to step up and to treat every patient as unique and not to actually charge them to stay alive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You got a fan club here.
It sounds like it. I really told my fans out there that I do appreciate that. It's a deep yearning. I mean, people are scared out there. They're losing their homes. They're losing, the loss of job can mean the loss of their health care. Having to care for your patients, the nurses are just, they're in tears constantly because patients are cutting their medications. The patients aren't getting the health care they need. They're afraid to go to the doctor because they make choices between what they can afford in their lives, and they shouldn't be able to have to be forced to put their health basically against their houses. And that's ultimately bankruptcies are caused by health care costs, and there's so much. So, this is just, it's common sense, and I think it's it's human decency to make sure that everyone has the care that they need.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Ms. Tandon.
Thank you so much for your comments, and I really appreciate the focus on universal health care as a right. I think we all here agree that health care is a right, and there are folks who've been working on that issue not for just a few years, but 2 decades of their lives. I wanted to ask you just really 2 questions, if I could. First question is, could you talk about countries in Europe and developed countries who have universal healthcare systems, who do not have single payer but have alternative systems that do seem to be much more effective than ours? Could you talk a little bit about that first?
I think most countries have systems that are more effective than ours. But I don't think what we're arguing here is for a national healthcare system. And so even though it would be very nice to have a national healthcare system that covered everyone and that the government essentially took care of. So there's other countries that have mixed models. We want a national healthcare system. We would like to have the federal government take responsibility for all health care and to take the private entities out of it. But as a matter of fact, that isn't the case here, and that isn't the case in some other countries where there actually is health care and where people have access to health care through multiple funding mechanisms. But ultimately here, it's easy, it's very easy to construct a model where you could have even some of the better hospitals still remain in business, so to say, without profits, but actually in the business of caring for patients. And so you have for large hospital organizations here that we could have the subsidies from Medicare like we have that go to the patients, that they can essentially go anywhere they want and have care. So the most unique systems are those that have all of the components of healthcare contained in one setting. Right, and so you have integrated healthcare systems that provide all of the care that the patient needs when they go to those systems. And then you have other countries where you have clinics and you have, a variety of delivery mechanisms. But in all cases, healthcare is a human right, and here, healthcare is a commodity, and I think those are the distinctions.
Well, just to clarify, Germany has private healthcare systems, but it's also universal. So they have a universal healthcare system, which, I absolutely agree we need a universal healthcare system, and we should take steps to ensure that we have universal healthcare. But it is one that also incorporates for-profit as well as not-for-profit, which we also have in the United States. My second question to you is really...
Just in Germany, it's employer-based and privately funded. So it isn't really a national healthcare system in Germany. But it is universal
coverage. Yeah, exactly. That's my point. They have
but the commitment, my point is this. We have to have a commitment to provide the care that people need and to not charge them for staying alive. And that's our role in society. And so, I was just with someone from England and just listening to the compassionate care that this woman's father received when he was dying, that how they cared for his life and how they respected his life and the dignity that came to him. And then I hear the stories from the nurses of our patients and our elderly in nursing homes here who basically have such horrendous care. And I think, how can this happen here? Why couldn't we have that here? What's wrong with us? And what's wrong with us is the 30% overhead. That's it, because we have the facilities to do that. We have the capacity to have the best healthcare system in the world. And what happens is it's cut short because of profit.
And then one thing I very much want to do and introduce into this conversation is the voices of people who have health care, who are alive today, because of the Affordable Care Act. I recently heard from someone, because I'm on this platform committee, I recently heard from Rachel from Iowa, who told me that she had breast cancer previously. She lost her job, didn't have health care, got health care through the Affordable Care Act, and is alive today because the breast cancer came back and she spotted it early because she had health care through the Affordable Care Act. And I think everyone in this room would say we need to get to a system that has health care for every American, and we need to work towards that and improve it. But I also want to have the voices, excuse me, just let me finish. I just want to have the voices here of people who have waited a long time for health care and have it today because of the leadership of the Democratic Party to make sure it actually happened. And absolutely, we need to improve upon it. But that was not an easy task. It's important to acknowledge that.
Well, I do acknowledge that, and I think I acknowledged that initially, but you are not going to ever corner the nurses into saying it's adequate. It did provide an opening for other people to have care. The insurance company was not allowing people into the system. The affordable health care, with the Affordable Care Act, and we do think it's an improvement, and we do appreciate the fact that the Democrats did that. We wish they would have fought harder for single payer, obviously. And I think what we've seen in this campaign is that when you fight for single-payer health care, it's got the public support. 58% of the American population support a single-payer health care system. That's reality. And so we asked the Democratic Party to actually go back to its roots, find its commitments, and actually fight for Americans. And so while the ACA was an expansion, it's not good enough. Our premiums are going up. They're going up 25%. People are still having to ration their health care, and people are afraid to use the system. So it's not good enough.
We'll take one more question from Ms. Lee, and then we've got to...
I'm Roseanne Beverly. Thank you very much for being here with us. And thank you for everything that you're doing each and every day to make sure that the public, that we understand that the public believes and deserves the fact that health care is a basic human right, and it should not be a business nor an industry. Now, the Affordable Care Act, and we fought, and I have to say as a Democrat, every single Democrat in the House, we fought very hard for either single payer or public option. We got as much as we could get as Democrats. We put into the bill, states have the option to enact single payer. We put some public option language in the Affordable Care Act. It may not have been strong enough, the political dynamics weren't there on the outside to do that. But I'd have to say today that Democrats fought very hard for single payer and for public option. Now, because millions of people, what is it, close to 20 million people now have health care as a result of the Affordable Care Act. That's a big deal. I lived in Great Britain for 2 years in the day, and I know the difference between having a national health service versus what we have here in our country, so I get it. But I also know that we need to build upon the Affordable Care Act, and I want to see if you believe that we can build upon it with a public option, with Medicare for all, with single payer. How do you build on this with some of the options that are out there that we need to hear from you without really messing with the individuals and the people who have now coverage under the Affordable Care Act?
Exactly. Thank you, Barbara, and thank you for your work, obviously, with us historically. But the problem is, it's very difficult to take a system that has profit in it, and this is what we find in the ACA. There's so much out of the system, and then think that we're going to be able, that we're going to be, we've got some computer difficulties here, that's what I'm trying to, that we're going to be able to resolve that piecemeal. I don't know whose life doesn't count, and that's what it comes down to. So it becomes a matter of political will, and I think that things have changed. 58% of the people now believe in single payer. I don't know that that was the case, I'm not sure, and I do know that you fought hard, and I know that, okay, so I see the dynamic that's happening here, and you think that I'm criticizing the Democratic Party for not fighting hard enough for a single payer healthcare system, and that's, I think that's probably accurate, and I have to, I just have to say.
We fought very hard, I know that for a fact.
I think what happens is every life matters, and what I would have hoped And what I would have liked to see is for everybody to have the spirit, and you're a single-payer advocate, you have been historically, for everyone to do what we've done in this campaign so far. And I think there's a model in this campaign, and that is when Congress and the Republicans say no to initiatives that are coming forward, that we get out into the population, that we organize, we agitate, and we ask the communities, we ask people, who are the 58% that want single payer? Let's bring them to their constituency. Let them hear from their constituency. This is not an inside Washington, D.C. deal. This is our lives you're talking about. So I want to see the political will for the Democratic Party to fight for single payer, period, in the statement. And no, I don't think we can piecemeal it, because I don't want to have that on my conscience that anyone has died or suffered because I didn't have the political will to fight. And I will use my position forever to fight for people to have a single-payer health care system.
Roseanne, I just want to make sure the people who are covered by the Affordable Care Act have your support, and you fight for them also, because...
Well, I do. People in my family. People in my family. I mean, it extended that benefit to people in my family, and I deeply appreciate the fact. And that is, we just need to go so much further. And I'm not saying, look, I am saying that the ACA was an improvement, so please hear that, all right? And I know that you are a fighter for single payer. I understand that. I just want, and the fact that it saved lives. It saved a lot of lives, as a matter of fact, and it actually expanded coverage. But now what's happening is being significantly, it allowed basically the same conditions that were in play before to actually be accelerated in some ways. Privatizations happening, mergers and acquisitions are at an all-time high. People are having to pay a lot, 25% more for their premiums. Their co-pays are going up. So what's happening is the healthcare industry is, and it's an industry, it's not a system, and we're looking at a healthcare system. The healthcare industry is scamming the ACA. That really is what's happening. And so even the intent that you had is falling short, because they've got rooms of accountants and all of the players in healthcare that are figuring out how to game the system. It's being horrendously gamed, and that needs to be cleaned up fast. But more importantly, if we had a single-payer healthcare system that everyone was covered, that was genuinely universal, that was national in nature, that had different settings where healthcare was provided. I know a lot of the hospitals are afraid they'll be out of business. As a matter of fact, it would expand their business, because everyone would be, it wouldn't be a business actually, it would be a service, which is what healthcare should be. So I don't know how to answer that in a way that's going to satisfy some of the people in the committee. I can just say this, that we'll be behind you if you step up and fight for single payer. We will do everything that we can to support you, and we will fight for every person who takes a stand for the American people. That's all we're looking for. This doesn't have to be a divisive issue. This should be a unifying issue. That's our fundamental commitment. That's our fundamental fight.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Johnson Mata is an incoming junior at the University of Arizona, a proud board member of Planned Parenthood of Arizona, and the vice president of the College Democrats of Arizona. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm actually president.
Are you the president?
Recently elected.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries.
Madam President,
Thank you.
we should have had a song for you.
I'm here today to ask the Democratic Party to make sure the 2016 platform protects women's health and improves abortion access and comprehensive sexual health education. I can attest to the need for comprehensive sexual health education. It was not too long ago that I was in high school, and I was only given mandatory abstinence-only education. It consisted of a class where we were shown slides of untreated sexually transmitted infections. The lesson was short and damaging. I was taught that sex results in nothing more than harm, infection, shaming, and public ridicule. Looking back, I can't help but feel shocked that politics interfered with my education. The Democratic Party must stand firmly in support of comprehensive sex ed and make sure that funding only goes towards evidence-informed curriculums. It is also critical that the platform strongly speaks to women's health and abortion's rights and access. It is 1 in 3 women will have an abortion in their lifetime. This is a number that we all know. It is time to stop thinking about abortion as taboo and to recognize it for what it is, a safe and legal healthcare service that is essential to women's health, well-being, and autonomy. For many women, abortion is inaccessible. For 40 years, abortion opponents in Congress have carried out the Hyde Amendment, a policy that excludes abortion from Medicaid coverage. And hostile state lawmakers, which we have here in Arizona, and across the country, have expanded laws that make it harder for women to access abortion and for healthcare centers to keep their doors open. I am concerned about the Supreme Court's upcoming decision in Whole Women's Health v. Hellerstedt, a ruling that upholds Texas restrictions on healthcare centers that would reverberate throughout the entire nation. Likewise, I am troubled by recent state actions to target and exclude Planned Parenthood from participating in critical public health programs like Medicaid, Title X Family Planning Program, and STI prevention programs. Importantly, these federal and state restrictions are just few of many laws that impact women's access to abortion. Because my parents are immigrants, I am acutely sensitive to the fact that our healthcare system is often off limits to tax-paying immigrants. For many women, it is not enough to simply affirm abortion action. It requires also addressing the other structural and institutional barriers to healthcare that hit the intersections of economic status, race, gender, and sexual orientation. Indeed, people of color, immigrants, LGBTQ individuals, and those who are struggling to make ends meet are disproportionately impaired by policies that limit access to care and often do not have alternative means to access the care they need. I am a proud Democrat, a young leader in our party, and a proud Planned Parenthood Action Fund member, because I know that Democrats stand up for women's rights and abortion access, but I also know that our party can do more. It is absolutely essential that we stare down conservative lawmakers who are trying to effectively erase Roe v. Wade, and as a party, we need to make sure that each woman is able to access the health care she needs without barrier or judgment, no matter her income, insurance coverage, or citizenship. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Congressman Gutierrez.
I want to, first of all, say thank you to you and to all of the women and the men of Planned Parenthood.
Thank you.
I have 2 daughters that about your age, and they live in a different world than my mom lived in or even their mother lived in, because of the courage and the determination of so many women and men at Planned Parenthood. So I just want to say thank you. We're going to protect you. We're going to defend you, because I can provide for the education of my daughters. I can give them the best I can make them free and independent, but I have to have the law on their side so that they can control their reproductive rights and be truly free and truly equal with the men in their lives. And the only way they can do that is if we protect and defend you. So thank you so much.
So much. Just so you know, my mom is your biggest fan.
Thank you.
Ms. Parker.
Thank you. Applaud what you're doing, and this is exactly why we need a Democrat in the White House.
Yes.
Ms. Parker.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson. I just want to applaud your courage to come forward and fight for support of comprehensive sex education. I'm on the National Indigenous Women's Resource Center, and that is something that we very much fight for, is the protection of women's rights to health care, women's right to feel protected and safe. And so I very much applaud you. And I would ask you that, because we understand that such a high rate of rape and date rape and domestic violence happens here in the United States and across the globe, quite frankly, how do we take those approaches to work? When you mentioned comprehensive sex education, where do we get the comprehension? Where does that come from, and what would you recommend? How do we take those steps?
as an activist on campus, I've actually had some experience in working with this, and I think that it does, what we like to talk about is teaching men who are often, especially young men my age, who are often the ones who do the crime of rape, and just having everyone have the conversation about sex and being open about it and understanding what consent really is. We're doing that, and we're actually implementing it this year at the University of Arizona. We're hoping to have as many students on campus take this course that teaches you how to have the conversation about sex, how to talk about what it means to consent, and I think that that's something that we can do.
You heard the applause for Bonnie's statement about the need to elect a Democrat to be President of the United States, but if I heard your testimony correctly, it's equally important to elect different people to the state legislature in Arizona, isn't that correct?
Yes, that's what we're working on. We're hopefully gonna get the Senate even, or maybe even flip it here, so.
And so this platform that we're writing here is not just a platform for Washington DC and the White House, this is a platform for the whole country and for state legislatures too.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Ms. Brown.
It's an honor to be with you. You are a very, very courageous young woman.
Thank you.
You so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We hope that you'll continue on your journey.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, in Maryland, I had a chance to talk to some young people. I didn't even know that Planned Parenthood had peer counselors, and they were telling me about how empowering it is for them to work with other young women to teach them a lot of things they simply did not know. And Planned Parenthood has been before my committee on several occasions, and the way they've been treated has been just so unfair. And the good things that Planned Parenthood has done for so many is simply phenomenal. If we did not have a Planned Parenthood, we'd have to invent it, no doubt about it. But thank you very much. We really appreciate you. Monica Simpson. Monica Simpson is Executive Director of Sister Song, the National Women of Color Reproductive Justice Collective. She has organized extensively against civil and human rights violations, the prison industrial complex, and the systematic physical and emotional violence inflicted upon African Americans, with an emphasis on African American women and the African American LBGT community in the South. Ms. Simpson uses her gifts of singing and spoken word in her activism to bring awareness to social justice issues around the world. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me. That's a beautiful thing. Thank you for reading my bio before these really amazing folks who I hold so dear. And it's really an honor to be here. So for identification purposes, thank you for saying who I am, and I'm really excited to be here as a volunteer and advocate to provide information to the drafting committee about the importance of reproductive justice and to highlight how the platform might address the priorities, experiences, and struggles of women of color. So I grew up in the rural South, a town with only one stoplight, and a town where the racial divide was blatantly drawn by railroad tracks that split the town from the haves and the have-nots. I remember being forced to sign the prom promise that locked us into abstinence-only sex education, where we were given that only over a one course period. And unfortunately, this is still the case. Also in my church, the place where most black people in my southern community received political education, every young woman except 3 of us were pregnant before graduating high school. The nearest abortion clinic for those who were strong enough to endure the shame of their community and the church was 30 miles away. There were no sidewalks or public transportation system to get a person there, even if they wanted to have one. Most felt stuck within the town limits where the jobs were basically non-existent, and the then newly built private prison that needed to be filled was a constant reminder of the criminal justice system that separated so many young mothers from the fathers of their children. In this story, you can see how the overlapping issues like race, economic barriers, faith, and criminal justice can make it difficult and sometimes impossible for marginalized communities to access the services that they need. This is what intersectionality looks like. And it's because of these types of stories like mine that Black women came together to establish the reproductive justice movement now 20 years ago. Reproductive justice, distinct from reproductive health and rights, is a movement-building framework that envisions liberation for the most marginalized. We believe that reproductive justice will be achieved when all people have the economic, social, and political power and means to make decisions about their bodies, sexuality, faith, and family with dignity and self-determination. As you can imagine, we have a long way to go. To ensure the health and safety of women of color, I urge you to address the formidable barriers that prevent us from getting the care we need, deny our decisions, and lead to shameful disparities. Together, we must complete the work to ensure health care for all by expanding Medicaid nationally and passing the Health Equity and Accountability Act. This act eliminates health disparities, and the one issue addressed most importantly to us in our work right now is the issue of maternal mortality. Black women are dying during pregnancy, childbirth, and the postpartum period at nearly 4 times higher than white women. This is a public health crisis and a national shame. We must stop it in its tracks and at the avalanche of state laws that push access to safe and legal abortion out of reach for people of color by those struggling to make ends meet. This will be helped by ending the Hyde Amendment that puts a ban on insurance coverage for abortion and passing the Women's Health Protection Act, which removes barriers to access. Of course, our ability to make real decisions about pregnancy cannot be separated from the economic realities in our lives. And furthermore, everyone needs to feel safe, especially mothers and pregnant women. But unfortunately, pregnant women dealing with substance abuse are being overly criminalized in states like Tennessee. Women like Marissa Alexander in Florida was in prison for protecting her family, and women like Purvi Patel and Kenlesia Jones were criminalized for ending their pregnancies. The intersection of criminal justice and our reproductive lives is real and something we cannot ignore. Now more than ever, women of color are standing up for the issues that matter to us and demanding change, and we are voting. Change in policies, change in the political discourse, and change in leadership are needed to ensure that our communities are no longer ignored. Like the platform as a whole, this is not a one-note plan. One of my sheroes, Audre Lorde, said we cannot have single-issue movements because we do not live single-issue lives. And to ensure that all people and all families have the opportunity to thrive, our political platforms must be intersectional so that the most marginalized are centered and that our whole lives are honored. So I skipped a lot because I thought I messed with my time, but I'm excited to be able to talk with you all more now. Thank you so much.
Very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ambassador Sherman.
First of all, thank you for that really powerful statement.
Thank you.
And I wanted to mention this when the former witness was before us, but it is probably even more meaningful after your testimony. You know, I'm here in part to think about the international perspective of American leadership. And as horrific as our justice is sometimes in our country, it is nothing compared to what women around the world have to face, whether it's their reproductive rights or rape and violence, being cast out of their communities completely for the choices that they make. And so I want to thank you for what you do. I want to thank you for your example and what Sister Song does in this country and what you do around the world as a role model for what justice ought to look like. There is the single best predictor of increased GDP is girls' education. And the reason for that is because girls' education leads to economic opportunity. As you say, it's all intersectional. It leads to basic sanitation and health care, because if you go to school, you actually might have a private toilet you can use. And so I thank you very much for what you do, and there is nothing more powerful than reproductive justice and the justice that comes for women around the world. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Dr. West.
Thank you. Testing. Thank you so much for that powerful and an eloquent presentation. I was thinking of Fannie Lou Hamer, Nina Simone, Erykah Badu, and so many others in the same tradition of Audre Lorde, who do put an emphasis on song in your title, Sister Song.
Yes, sir.
Because in the Black freedom tradition, there is a sense in which Pharaoh was on both sides of the bloody Red Sea. And all you could do is sing a song in a strange land. But you sing that song with style and with a smile. And my question is to you, it is often the case that both political parties don't deliver in the way in which they ought. So the black women, especially poor black women, may be elevated during the election, but the suffering still goes on even when the Democrats in power. Now, Republicans, that's such a low bar we won't even talk about.
I hear that.
But what do you say to our precious brothers and sisters who are poor, dealing with this Pharaoh on both sides of the bloody Red Seas? And I'm thinking specifically of the kind of suffering and the songs that flow from that suffering that represent your organization in such a beautiful way.
Yeah, you know, this is the power of, you know, grassroots organizing.
Yes.
It's the power of our personal stories that really helps us to connect to those that are on the ground, right? In order to see a culture shift happen in a way that allows us to make an impact on policy, for us to be able to see the shifts that we need to see in this country that will improve it for even the least of us, right? It really does start with this groundswell from the grassroots that really is about making sure that people see themselves reflected in the work. And I think in our political process sometimes, a lot of the communities that we do work with on the ground, it's very difficult for them to see themselves reflected in the work. And so I think that as much as it's possible for this platform to do is to raise up these stories, to allow people to see themselves reflected in all parts of the work that you do, because that's what then moves people, right? And I mean, we can see this through all the movements, right? This is the part that works, you know, and that's what we strive to do in how we do our work, is to amplify and to make that groundswell happen so that people see themselves reflected, and then that then moves them towards change.
Ms. Tandon.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for your remarks. And I'm really taken with the focus on intersectionality on a whole range of issues, but I really wanted to talk about one set of issues which perhaps go in a slightly different direction from Dr. West's concerns about the parties, which is today we do face a one-sided attack on women's rights in the country, on reproductive health on the country. You see this from Republican state legislatures in the South, in the West, really all around the country. And I would love for you to spend just a minute telling the committee what that means for reproductive justice for low-income women, women of color, the kinds of attacks we're facing where we're going to see almost a destruction of all women's health clinics in an area. What does that mean for a low-income woman? What does that mean for a woman making $15,000 a year, struggling to get by if she has to travel 400 miles? This is an arena in which I would say the parties have very stark differences in how they're approaching that and what that means for that woman. So I'd love if you could share what that really means for these families.
It's a very scary time, right, for folks in states, like, I'll just take Mississippi, for instance, who's down to like one clinic, right? And so can you imagine what it feels like for folks to know that there's only one place that they can go to be able to access the services that they need around their reproductive health care? That is insane. The fact that Medicaid expansion is not a real thing for southern states, right? So we have hundreds of thousands of people who are without health care access is a scary time for people on the ground, right? And so what does this mean for people? It means like a choice between their life and their death. And I don't want to like make it seem so grim, but for a lot of people, that's really what this boils down to, right? And we have to understand that the decision making that one goes through in their reproductive lives whether that's to continue their pregnancy, to end their pregnancy, or whether that's dealing with the issues that they have to deal with parenting their children in health and safe environments. Those are the tenets of reproductive justice, right? Whenever there is a barrier or lack of access, that then does not equate health. It doesn't equate like a thriving life. It means the opposite of that for people. And so it makes it very difficult for people to live and to feel like they can be a part of, a political process, or to be, active members of their society and using all of their gifts and doing their things if they do not feel like they have what they need to be able to live healthy lives. And so that's what it looks like for people on the ground. And so we get stories constantly from folks who are having to make decisions around food and healthcare, or having to make decisions around, taking care of their children. I mean, the decisions are so real and so vast for people. And so when that's just what it looks like. And it's and that's what drives us in doing this work, is just seeing the disparities and then wanting to help people address those in the ways that we can. But that's what it looks like.
Thank you so much.
It is a scary day, for sure.
Before we get to Ms. Lee, as I'm listening to you, I'm just thinking, we as Democrats in this drafting committee, we definitely, we want to know the things that affect people on a day-to-day basis. Yeah. And the things that you just said, a lot of people don't even know that people go through those kind of fears. Yeah. Because that's not their normal. You follow me? So, and I was thinking that it's so good when we see young people like you and Ms. Mata, who was here a little bit earlier. With people like you all, the Democratic Party, and that passion is in good shape. But we, of course, have to listen. Yeah. Not only must we listen, but we must let your passion be contagious. And we must act. Ms. Lee.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Chairman, you're absolutely right. And I just want to say to you, Micah, thank you very much, because yourself, Sister Song, Destiny, with all of our women, young women of color, with this movement for reproductive justice, with this movement for intersectionality, you're making a huge difference. Now, this is one meeting where I can be really partisan. And I have to just say, first of all, with regard to comprehensive sex education, I carry the legislation on Capitol Hill. I don't see many Republicans, if any, on that. Okay? The Hyde Amendment. Most of us remember the days of back alley abortions.
Absolutely.
The Hyde Amendment's been in place, which denies comprehensive health care access primarily to low-income women and women of color. That's been in place since 1977, okay? A couple of years ago, we decided as Democrats, I introduced the bill to repeal the Hyde Amendment, and it was because of yourself and Destiny and all above all women around this country who pushed this movement to make sure of that. I don't see any Republicans on my bill to repeal the Hyde Amendment. We have 119 Democrats on it. And so I'm sharing that because all of the issues that you're bringing up and that Planned Parenthood is bringing up, that all of our young women are bringing up today, it's been Democrats who've been championing this, at least in Congress. And so there is a difference between Democrats and Republicans on these issues. And I just have to say it's because of you and because of what young women are doing around the country that we're making some progress, not enough, but I have a lot of hope that we're going to win these battles for justice for all people, especially for women of color throughout this country. And so I have to just say, here at this meeting, since I can't be too partisan during the week, that there's a big difference between Democrats and Republicans on these issues that affect young women, poor women, and women of color. And so thank you very much for being here.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that's it.
Okay, great. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you. Dr. Stephanie Woodhandler is a practicing primary care physician, professor in the CUNY School of Public Health at Hunter College, and lecturer in medicine at Harvard Medical School, where she co-directed the General Internal Medicine Fellowship Program and practiced primary care internal medicine at Cambridge Hospital. Dr. Whithandler is a frequent speaker and has written extensively on health policy, administrative overhead, and the uninsured. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, thank you. But also in 1986, I co-founded the nonpartisan organization Physicians for National Health Program, whose 20,000 members advocate for single-payer reform. Now, our proposals have appeared in New England Journal of Medicine, the Journal of American Medical Association, and most recently in the American Journal of Public Health. And that proposal and references for all my facts appear in the written testimony. Now, the ACA has not solved the healthcare crisis. About 30 million Americans are uninsured today, and 25 million will remain uninsured even if all states were to accept the Medicaid expansion. 25 million. Millions more have such skimpy, hollowed-out coverage that they can't afford care. Deductibles on employer-sponsored coverage have gone up 255% in the last 9 years, and deductibles on the ACA's silver plans average $3,064 per person. In my research with Elizabeth Warren, when we were both professors at Harvard, found that medical problems were the cause of 62% of all personal bankruptcies, and the majority of the medically bankrupt had private insurance that had failed to protect them. This year, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau reported that unpaid medical bills are by far the most common debts sent to collection agencies and are ruining the credit scores of millions of families. Many Americans have been forced into narrow network insurance that limits their choice of doctors and hospitals, often excluding leading cancer centers and teaching hospitals. Medicare for All would assure everyone a free choice of doctor and hospital. Health inequality is soaring. Today, the wealthiest American men live on average 15 years longer than the poorest. 15 years of life. Meanwhile, the life expectancy gap has fallen in Canada, and overall Canadians and Europeans now live 2 to 3 years longer than Americans. Single-payer nation systems in those nations provide first-dollar coverage while spending half as much per person as we do. Obviously, the economic numbers do add up for single-payer. At the outset, government health spending would rise, but it'd be fully offset by a reduction in the premiums and out-of-pocket costs. And over the long run, single-payer reform would be less inflationary than our current market-based system. Markets are designed to expand, and they do, especially when they're heavily subsidized. Now, single-payer would save about $3.3 trillion on insurance overhead over the next decade by replacing private health insurers whose overhead averages 12%, with single public insurer with overhead of 2 to 3%, as in the traditional Medicare program or Canada's single payer. Single payer would also slash the paperwork that insurers inflict on doctors and hospitals, saving $2.75 trillion over 10 years. Doctors would send all bills to one place using a simple billing form, and hospitals would stop sending bills altogether. Instead, they'd be paid negotiated lump sum budgets, much as we pay fire departments. Administration consumes 25% of hospital budgets in the United States versus 12% in single-payer nations like Canada and Scotland. That's based on a study I did with an international consortium of health experts. I'm happy to talk about international systems if we have time. Overall, single-payer would save more than $6 trillion on paperwork over the next decade, enough money to cover all of the uninsured and to upgrade coverage for those of us with private insurance. Single-payer could save an additional $2 trillion over 10 years by using its leverage as a monopsony buyer to drive down drug prices. This strategy has allowed Europeans and Canadians, as well as our own VA, to get drugs at half price. Now, Medicare buy-in or public options simply will not work. While it would improve choices for some Americans, it would fail to garner most of the administrative and drug savings available through single payer. Moreover, as in the Medicare Advantage program, overall costs would go up, not down, up because private insurers would cherry-pick the healthiest patients, shunting expensive and unprofitable patients to the public option. We've already seen this dynamic at work in the collapse of the nonprofit insurance co-ops under the ACA. In insurance competition, good guys finish last. And single payer is popular. Most doctors, like other Americans, now favor national health insurance, and according to a recent Gallup poll, the public now prefers single payer to Obamacare. In summary, single payer is the only route to affordable and sustainable universal coverage. The Democratic Party cannot pretend that minor tweaks to our failing healthcare system is going to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Dr. Woolhandler. We really appreciate your testimony. I think you've done a very good job, and you were talking about perhaps getting into the international comparisons a bit more, and I hope you will do that. I'm going to do something that I've probably never done before. I'm looking at a chart by the Pete Peterson Foundation from May 3rd of 2016. And it says the United States per capita healthcare spending is more than twice the average of developed countries. Has the U.S. spending about $8,700 per person on healthcare, and that means that we're spending about 3 times more than we are than the English do, and we're spending over twice as much as those in Canada. And so I'd like you to address that. I'd also like to say we do believe that the Affordable Care Act has made some major strides forward. There's no question about that. But we still do have 29 million Americans that are uninsured. I believe that there are about 31 million Americans that are underinsured. Before the Affordable Care Act, there was a study by Harvard University that said that 45,000 Americans die each year because they did not have access to affordable health care. I'd like to ask you, how many Americans do you believe right now will die or get much sicker because they still remain uninsured, and how can a Medicare for All single-payer healthcare system address that problem?
Okay, well, thanks for the question. The study that said 45,000 people die annually due to lack of health insurance was actually my study. But what we did was we followed a large cohort of patients for 12 years and did very detailed analysis to see the difference in death rates between people with insurance and people without. So if you have 1 million uninsured people, about 1,000 of them will die in the course of the year due to lack of health insurance, about 1 per 1,000. So if we're talking about 30 million uninsured, we're talking about 30,000 unnecessary deaths in this country this year because we did not get to universal health care. In the circumstance of the states that refused to expand Medicaid, I think there's about 5 million people who are not insured because the states refused to expand, so there's another 5,000 people there that we might have saved had we implemented Obamacare. Nonetheless, even as originally written, Obamacare was never going to cover 100% of Americans. It was going to leave 25 million uninsured. And to me as a doctor, 25 million uninsured, 25,000 deaths is simply unacceptable. And frankly, it's unacceptable to the doctors in our organization. So I think we, like the nurses, feel you just can't pretend we've solved the problem here with the Affordable Care Act. We don't need to play with this straw man about repealing the ACA. No one in this room has said anything about repealing the ACA. That's a straw man. What we're saying is what we have now is not a solution. We still have people dying, we still have people not getting care, and we need to be moving forward.
Yes, Ms. Tangent.
I'm so glad you've mentioned straw man. I think that's really helpful because, as I'm aware, there wasn't a person running for the nomination of this party who said the ACA was just all we had to do. All the candidates have put forward ideas to expand coverage, so I think it's really helpful that you mentioned the 25 million remaining, but there are obviously ideas on the table to have that number get smaller and smaller and smaller. I also wanted to just note that I really appreciate you mentioning Senator Warren, who I know is a strong champion of the Affordable Care Act and the progress we've made. But finally, I really want to ask you one really question about your statements about the public option and why the public option will necessarily fail. As I understand proposals around the public option, and some folks still support the public option, you would have a public option within the exchanges that also continues the requirement of guarantee issue. So you would not have a situation where insurance companies could cherry pick. And I would note today, as Congresswoman Lee has stated, states could do single-payer systems, and I wonder if you are working on state plans around single-payer systems, or are there state plans you think you could that are moving as we speak. So if you could answer a bunch of those, that would be really helpful.
Okay. In terms of the state plans, many of Physicians for National Health Program state chapters do work on state plans. I personally don't. I'm from the state of Louisiana, and I kind of despair at thinking about what that would mean in terms of a state plan. But I think that we need to be working on a national plan, frankly. I think that's the priority. There's a lot of barriers to the states implementing single payer. Vermont was not given permission, for instance, to fold in Medicare or FEHBP, so they could never really do a single payer. So I think we need to work on this at a national level. I'm sorry, remind me of your other question had to be about the public option.
Yes.
The public option.
Why you would necessarily have cherry picking with a public option when there's guarantee issue.
Okay, the public option was studied by the Congressional Budget Office in 2009 as part of the Obamacare legislation. They also said that there would be cherry picking, and that happens whether or not there's guaranteed issue, because the for-profit insurance companies are very good at getting around regulations to cherry pick. So for instance, plans in the United States, there's plans that put all drugs that sick people need on a very high tier. So they don't want expensive patients, so they say you're going to have to pay a whole lot of money for the drugs you need to stay alive. So my own insurance through Harvard University, I'm an early retiree, my own insurance plan has decided to put every single HIV drug on the top tier, so that people have to spend $5,000 a year per drug if they have HIV. Now that's cherry picking, pure and simple. That's telling HIV patients don't come to our plan. But they put every single antipsychotic drug on the top tier, telling seriously mentally ill people don't come to our plan. They put every single major MS drug for multiple sclerosis on the top tier. Don't come to our plan. It effectively cherry picks. It pushes people to look for another plan. And the plan they'll be looking to would be the Medicare type plan, the public option plan. So you'll definitely get adverse selection, which is sort of what happens to you if somebody else cherry picks and you don't. That's how the co-ops went under. I mean, many of you don't know what the co-ops were, but when the public option failed, it was before, well, let's try these nonprofit co-ops, and they'll be kind of like a public option. And they got these good guys to go out there and set up plans. And it turned out the plan in New York had every single cancer patient, every single Sloan Kettering cancer patient enrolled in any plan ended up in the co-op plan, because all of the for-profit plans managed to avoid those patients by not covering care at Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. That's our leading cancer center in New York. So they have lots of ways to cherry pick. And you can write it on a piece of paper that private insurance can't cherry pick, but that's not the same thing as actually avoiding cherry picking. We've seen very
I would
extensive
absolutely
cherry
agree
picking.
with you that
Yeah.
a poorly regulated system will have cherry picking, but
No,
we
you can't
obviously have
regulate it.
systems.
It's like
we
the
have
reg-
systems that do regulate formularies, that do regulate different options. I would just say on the CBO estimate of the public option that you mentioned, that was one version of a public option, not a particularly strong one. Other versions where the government has bargaining power are a lot more attractive to people, et cetera. So I just think there are different versions there.
Let me say this, that I've listened to these arguments back and forth. I don't think there's anybody that I know of on the Democratic side in the Congress who doesn't want everybody to be insured. And I really mean that. I don't want anybody to ever get that I'm not saying you're saying that, but I don't want anybody to ever get that impression. It's just how do we get there? And I think that's what Barbara was trying to talk about a little bit earlier. It's not that simple. It's not that a lot of us don't have the desire to get there. It's that we got some major forces, but we strive to get there every day. Representative Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I share your sentiments. I think one of the things, coming from Ohio, and we did expand with the Medicaid, but I'll tell you, being in the state legislature where, that's going to turn over to, new folks, I think it's really important, and I guess I want to find out from you, because I don't want us to get off track with our chairman and Congresswoman Lee, who are on the committee, and congressmen who have had to go up against tremendous odds. As a young councilwoman, I got a chance to see at that time First Lady Clinton take a beating for trying to get health care. We came from, people didn't want it, and she got beat up really, really bad. And then for me now to be a state representative and be able to see President Obama go from almost nothing, we had so many people uninsured, to what we have now because of the Democrats in Congress. Can we talk about, because I don't want to throw that away, that was a hard journey for us to get there. And our party was at the forefront and took a lot of beatings, a lot of false starts, a lot of obstacles. How do we build on that? Because there are a lot of people who, around the country and in my state, over 100,000 additional folks came out to vote and supported President Obama and supports that we started with something. How do we build on that in our platform, not to say, well, we're going to throw all that away, it doesn't matter, and we're going to start with something new? Is there a statement that we could, or you would suggest that, because I've got some Republicans that I got to go home to who always, every day, beat me up with Obamacare, bad, 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 and I don't want our party to play into that, because I know there's some good work with some good intentions have been done. So how can you help me with that, not just a White House platform, but a platform that connects, the people on the ground, and say that we made some progress, but certainly more needs to continue?
Well, we need to build on the ACA by moving forward to single payer. The polling data actually shows a lot more support for single payer than for Obamacare, including 46% of Republicans support federally funded health care for everyone. So we should
must don't know that, because the Republicans aren't moving forward. They must not be applying to the.
This is Gallup. I'm not talking politicians.
Yeah.
I'm talking voters. Okay.
I mean the people who have to vote for this. That's what I'm saying.
And we should just not assume that a halfway measure gets more support from the American people than something that actually solves their problems. And many privately insured people didn't see any improvement under Obamacare. And I feel like many middle-income Americans feel like they're falling off the bottom of the American dream, and they are. I mean, life expectancy is falling for white men in this country, okay? It's stagnant for white women. No developed country's ever seen that before, okay? So things are really wrong out there. And us saying they're really right and that the ACA has fixed it doesn't hold water with the doctors, doesn't hold water with the nurses, and frankly, it shouldn't hold water with the voters who are not seeing any improvement in their own life. Now, I support the ACA. I know some people got improvement, but a lot of people didn't, and we have a long way to go, and we need to talk honestly to people about that.
We're going to hear from two other people, and then we're going to move on.
Okay.
Mr. Booth and Dr. West.
Two questions, Dr. Wilhandler. One is, do I take it from your last remarks that you would support requiring the states that have not done Medicaid expansion to do that?
Well, I'd support it. There's the Supreme Court standing in the way, but perhaps you could change the law in some way to make it acceptable. I don't know.
Second question goes to what I think is the closest counterpart to single-payer health care we have in our country, which is the Veterans healthcare system. What would you recommend to strengthen, reinforce, and protect VA healthcare?
Well, I think the VA needs to be assured of adequate funding. I think the VA does a pretty good job. They're quite cost-effective and provide good care. That's not an opinion. That's based on studies that have looked at the quality of the care of the VA, which is actually superior to the quality of care in the civilian sector. But certainly it needs to be adequately funded. And the efforts to privatize the VA, to say, oh, well, let's just turn the VA into an insurance company that gives some money so people can go buy private care, that's an extremely bad idea.
Dr. West.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. You know, Malcolm X used to say, you don't stab folk in the back 9 inches, pull it out 6 inches, and celebrate your progress. And it seems to me that we have to acknowledge that the affordable health care was a major breakthrough, no doubt, but it falls short. Doesn't mean both parties are the same. We agree with that. But it means also you can't solely look at it through practical lens vis-a-vis a Republican Party that had set such a low bar, as opposed to also a visionary perspective that keeps track of the suffering. So we can celebrate the progress all we want. Our fellow citizens are still suffering. And here the question becomes, how then do we blend the visionary and the practical in such a way that it's not going to be a question of looking backward, but trying to hit a finish line in which we acknowledge that health care is not market-driven. It's a moral right. It's not reducible to market calculation. That's the difference between universal insurance, still market-driven, efficient, versus single payer. There's a moral ground that markets can never capture. And that, for me, is crucial in this discussion. And that's how you keep alive the legacy of Martin King and Fannie Lou Hamer and the Dorothy days of our past. Where's the moral and vision? Now, do you resonate with my truncated formulation?
No, I do. I think there's a moral reason to say that healthcare needs to be a service and not a market-driven business. But the numbers I've been giving you are actually the economic case, that in nations that organize healthcare as a public service and not a business, people live 2 years longer and they spend half as much money. So what's standing in the way here is the private insurance industry and the pharmaceutical industry, and I think we need to decide what's more important, the health of the American people or serving the needs of those industries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Phil Wilson. Phil Wilson is President and Chief Executive Officer of the Black AIDS Institute. Prior to founding the Institute, Mr. Wilson served as the Director of Policy and Planning at AIDS Project Los Angeles from 1993 to 1996, and the AIDS Coordinator for the City of Los Angeles from 1990 to 1993. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As one of the 1.2 million Americans living with HIV and AIDS, and the tens of millions men, women, and children living with HIV or at high risk of infection worldwide, I would like to thank the committee, especially my good friend Congresswoman Barbara Lee, for inviting me to be here today. I have to say, I'm a little less nervous seeing the familiar friends in the room, including you, Mr. Chairman, and Maya Harris, and of course, my brother, Dr. West. Without a doubt, with perseverance and commitment, we have made tremendous progress in the fight against HIV and AIDS over the last 35 years. We are extremely grateful that thanks to the Ryan White CARE Act, PEPFAR, the Global Fund, the National HIV Strategy, smart investments in research, and the Affordable Care Act, driven by an unprecedented levels of community activism, we are not experiencing the kind of devastation we experienced in the early days of the AIDS epidemic. But let's be clear. AIDS is not over. And even worse, we are losing ground and risk losing grounds in some communities and in some countries. 37 million people are living with HIV worldwide, and 20 million of them have no access to life-saving treatment. 2 million people are infected every year. 1.2 million people die from AIDS annually. According to a recent CDC report, Black, gay, and bisexual men in the United States have a 1 in 2 chance of becoming HIV positive in their lifetimes. With highly effective antiretroviral therapy taken as treatment or prevention, we now have the means to curtail the global and U.S. HIV epidemics, even while we continue to search for a vaccine or a cure. However, HIV continues to be a major public health burden in the U.S. and around the world, disproportionately affecting vulnerable populations, especially gay and bisexual men, transgendered women, girls and young women, and other marginalized populations. We must scale up the available treatment and prevention tools to end the epidemics, and we have 5 recommendations for the Platform Committee. Number 1, commit to end AIDS as an epidemic in the United States by 2015 by dramatically reducing new infections, ending AIDS deaths, and eliminating disparities in access to quality HIV prevention and treatment. Develop and fund a national blueprint to reduce the number of new HIV infections each year to only 12,000 cases or less by 2025. Number 2, pledge new funding to end the global AIDS pandemic by 2030, increasing the budget of the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS relief by at least $2 billion per year by 2020, and supporting at least 1/3 of the fully funded new financing of the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. This funding would double the number of people on treatment and lead us to putting at least 30 million people on treatment by 2020. We also need to scale up on prevention. Number 3, maintain U.S. leadership in HIV research by committing to substantial increases in the NIH budget. Number 4, ensure access to medicine for all by supporting trade and other policies that reduce intellectual property barriers to medicines rather than raise them. In particular, we ask the next president to pledge to stop the TPP. Number 5, end the debilitating stigma, discrimination, and criminalization of people living with HIV. People with HIV don't pose any danger to society or public health. Stigma presents the most serious barrier to public health. We must repeal the HIV criminalization laws that fly in the face of science and sound public health policy. We have an urgent opportunity to take an historic action to end AIDS with a more aggressive global HIV response and a deeper federal commitment to end the national and global HIV epidemic. Failure to act swiftly at the required scale will result in more HIV infections, more HIV-related deaths, continued human rights violations, and health inequities and increased costs. I have been living with HIV now for 35 years. I personify what can happen when people with HIV have the love and support of family and friends and the care and treatment we need and deserve. Sadly, too many of our citizens are not that lucky. At the Black AIDS Institute, we still get calls. We get early morning calls. We get middle of the day calls. We get late evening calls. We get calls from mothers who are grieving the loss of their children and dealing with the guilt of sometimes having thrown them out because they were gay. We get calls from young people who just found out that they're HIV positive. They either didn't know how to protect themselves, or even worse, they didn't think their lives were worth protecting. We can do better. We must do better. The question of whether or not we can end the AIDS epidemic has been asked and answered. The only remaining question is, do we have the political and moral and ethical will to make it so?
Thank you, Mr. Wilson, for your powerful testimony. You mentioned on action item number 5, I believe it's criminalization. Can you expand upon that? What does that mean and what does that look like?
Absolutely. We have, in many cases, some of the very necessary tools to prevent HIV transmission. People can be arrested. For example, if you're a sex worker, or if you're a trans woman, and you're arrested with condoms, for example, that can be used to further criminalize you. For example, it can accuse you for prostitution just because you have condoms. You know, needle exchange programs are a critical part of risk reduction in the HIV space to protect people from transmitting HIV. But if you have that paraphernalia, there are paraphernalia laws where you can be criminalized. There are disclosure laws that are not really about disclosure laws, but about disclosing your HIV status, but actually about proving that you disclose. Now, so even if you disclose that you're HIV positive, even if there's no transmission, even if you use a condom, in fact, using a condom can further criminalize you when you're trying to protect another person. Even in the face of the science, if you are virally suppressed, the likelihood of you being able to transmit the virus is reduced by 96%. These disclosure laws criminalize people, and they disproportionately impact women and people of color.
Let me ask you this, Ms. Wilson. I sit on the Institute of Human Virology Board in Baltimore with Dr. Gallo, and it seems as if there's this, people believe that, and you kind of hit on this in your discussion, that the AIDS situation has been solved. And I'll bet there are people watching us right now who may be shocked that, say like in Baltimore, I think we have the second highest rate in the nation, and probably the zip code that I live in probably has the highest, if not the second. And I'm just trying to, so it's like the problem, like you said, we know it can be solved, but obviously folks are being left behind. Is that and why is that? How is that? Can you explain that?
Well, yes. Now, a number of reasons. Number one, AIDS in America today looks differently than it did 35 years ago. You know, AIDS in America today disproportionately impacts Black and Latino and poor people. And, you know, we live in a country that, whether we like it or not, you know, our policies are driven by whether we perceive the lives of the folks we're trying to save are worth saving. The other issue is that, quite frankly, AIDS is not in the media in the way that it was before. We have made tremendous progress, and I, for one, do not want to go back. Okay, and it was easier, to kind of address the issue when literally every single day we saw in our newspapers, on our television screens, people dying from HIV and AIDS. We are doing better. Okay, but we're not doing a good enough job, and those are some of the reasons why we don't see the attention that we should be seeing to, quite frankly, end the epidemic.
Well, thank you for your work. Ms. Lee, Congresswoman Lee.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Phil, for being here, for your voice, for your testimony, and working on achieving an AIDS-free generation. You've been doing this for so long. I mean, all of what Phil has talked about today, for example, the decriminalization. There are 30-some states, 34 states, I think, that have these criminalization laws on the books. And Phil and the Black AIDS Institute and others have been working with us to try to get those laws off of the books. And, in fact, the Obama administration, through the Justice Department, is helping to do that. But we've got a long way to go, so thank you for that. Let me just read to you very quickly what the 2012 Democratic Party platform said, because nobody read it, I don't think. And I want to see what you would do in terms of your recommendations to add to this. It says, we Democrats have increased overall funding to combat HIV and AIDS to record levels and will continue our nation's fight against HIV and AIDS. President Obama established the first ever comprehensive national HIV/AIDS strategy. Thank you very much, Phil, for that. It was the outside push, and the president announced that on World AIDS Day right after he won, and we got that strategy and plan in place for responding to the domestic epidemic, which calls for reducing HIV incidence, increasing access to care, optimizing health outcomes, and reducing HIV related health disparities. This is an evidence-based plan that is guided by science and seeks to direct resources to the communities at greatest risk, including gay men, Black and Latino Americans, substance users, and others at high risk of infection. And we will continue to support America's groundbreaking biomedical researchers in their life-saving work. Now, that was our platform in 2012. What do you think, and how should we expand on this?
Well, I think that's certainly a good place to start. I think there's some fundamental facts around where we are in HIV and AIDS today. Number one, we can virtually, we can nearly eliminate transmission. It's called treatment as prevention. We need to make sure that we have treatment on demand. Any person living with HIV should have access to life-saving treatment, not only for their own health, but also because it dramatically reduces the possibility of transmission. Number two, we can interrupt acquisition of the virus. Now, anyone at risk of HIV infection should have access to treatments that will prevent acquiring HIV. It's called PrEP. So treatment on demand on those front. Number three, we need to address the issue around stigma. For example, now if you're a trans woman and your state is discriminating against you to allow you where you go pee, that undermines your ability to trust that same state when they're talking about HIV treatment. So we have to deal with the stigma issue. And number four, we need to continue to be a leader in the research front. And that we need to support the work that's going on at the NIH around treatment. And then finally, HIV knows no boundaries. And when we fight HIV, we need to fight it at home and abroad. So we need to continue to be a leader in the global fight against HIV by continuing to support the tremendous work we've done on PEPFAR and our support on the global fund as well.
McKibben.
When the last platform was written in 2012, PrEP was just emerging. What are the, are there ways that we can use the platform in this process to make more people aware of this possibility? What are the biggest needs in taking what's really a pretty remarkable new development and spreading it widely before 4 years from now?
So there's three things. One, as many of your previous speakers have talked about, comprehensive sex and HIV education, people understanding that is important. Number two, awareness about PrEP. Now, we just finished a 22-city tour talking in Black communities about PrEP. And people thought that we were going to meet resistance in the communities. We didn't meet resistance. What we met is an unaware populace out there. And in fact, people were angry because they didn't know about it already. So we need to raise awareness about PrEP. And number three, we need to make sure it's accessible and that people understand it for what it is. It's not a silver bullet. If we keep looking for silver bullets, we will undermine our ability to end the AIDS epidemic. It is an important tool. It's not for everybody, but everybody should understand what it is, and everybody who needs it should have access to it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kitty Kennedy is a member of the National Association for Retired American Executive Board as the community at large delegate for the Western region. Ms. Kennedy's background includes 30 years in telecommunications, followed by careers in hospital, social work, and healthcare information systems. Advocacy for seniors, especially benefits and pensions for retirees, has been a focus for 25 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now you get to hear from the old folks. I'm Kitty Kennedy. I'm from Tucson. I'm a volunteer, and I'm here on behalf of the Alliance for Retired Americans, and we're a grassroots advocacy organization of 4.4 million people who fight to protect retirement security for all Americans. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Our members want the Democratic Party platform to address the retirement security needs of older Americans. Many of the most successful government programs in our nation's history are the results of Democratic leadership, especially Social Security and Medicare. The 2016 Democratic platform should build on that progressive legacy and address the challenges facing Americans today. Not surprisingly, The skyrocketing costs of prescription drugs are at the very top of our healthcare concerns. Drug costs are out of control. A Reuters study from April shows that the top 10 prescription drugs increased on average more than 100% since 2011. In 2014, the last year we're sure, the cost of prescription drugs skyrocketed by 12%. At the same time, 20% of the population, or about 35 million people, did not fill a prescription because they said they could not afford it. My primary care doctor says she thinks it's more about 50%, and she's now resolved when she discusses a new drug with a patient to even check the price because she says they won't fill it if she doesn't do that. Let me put some real faces on the problems of prescription drugs and suggest cost-saving proposals that the Democratic Party platform should endorse. A local Tucson retiree whose granddaughter's prescription for Crohn's disease tells us that the drug costs almost $3,000 for a kit containing 2 vials of the drug. We've seen advertising for many prescription drugs on TV telling us, ask your doctor. This advertising gets a tax break. We call for the end of direct-to-consumer drug company advertising subsidies and require drug companies that benefit from taxpayer support to invest in research more than marketing. My friend Dell had a conversation with his wife about how long he could afford to live because his estimated Medicare copay for his leukemia drug was almost $2,000 a month. Dell and his wife made a plan that rather than leave his wife destitute, because they would use up their life's medicines, he would choose to die. Then he learned that his veterans benefits would provide the same prescription drug for a few $100s a month because the VA can negotiate drug prices and Medicare cannot. Democrats must support Medicare's ability to negotiate drugs and biologic prices. Steve is a member of the Arizona legislature who works to acquire HIV and AIDS drugs at affordable prices. He tells us that the costs have quickly increased more than 500% here in Arizona, while the same medications can be bought for about $1 a pill in most other Western countries. Democrats must support allowing Americans to safely import drugs from abroad. Betty is diabetic, and her doctor had her controlling her diabetes until one morning she received a phone call from her Medicare Advantage plan insurance company. She was told that her diabetes drug costs were approaching the donut hole, requiring a change to less costly medications. Her diabetes drug prices increased 25% in 2015 and another 25% already by mid-year 2016. Democrats need to support penalties on pharmaceutical companies for excessive year-to-year price hikes. Retirees need more medicines than other Americans. Americans pay the highest prescription drug prices in the world. Democrats must unite and fight for policies to consider patients, not just profits. Democrats should join the members of the Alliance for Retired Americans to support strengthening and expanding Medicare to allow retirees who are early retirees to purchase Medicare policies at affordable premium rates. We support expanding Medicare to include dental, vision, and hearing benefits. We need solutions for the cost and quality of long-term care. We support the development of a comprehensive long care system so all seniors can receive affordable care based on health and physical needs. Workers expecting now to retire face an income challenge in the United States as retirement savings fall short and companies have eliminated traditional pensions. Our Social Security system can and be part of the solution, and the Democratic platform must include expanding hard-earned Social Security benefits. Bills pending in Congress right now will expand Social Security benefits and adopt a more accurate formula for determining cost of living increases. The Alliance supports several of these bills, including proposals by Senators Bernie Sanders and Brian Schatz and Representative Peter Deutsch. It's now time for all, including millionaires who earn more than $118,500 a year, to pay into Social Security on all earnings. Scrapping the annual cap, we can ensure that everyone, including millionaires, pay their fair share. Next to Social Security, defined benefit pensions must continue to play a role in offering seniors secure retirement. The Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation must be given the right tools now and in the future to meet its obligations and protect the earned pension benefits of more than 40 million American workers. Democrats respect work and the workers who have made our country strong. I know I speak for all members of the Alliance for Retired Americans when I say that the government needs to stand up to big drug companies, preserve and expand Social Security and Medicare, and protect our pensions. The well-being of American seniors depend on it. We owe our seniors nothing less than a dignified, secure retirement after a lifetime of work. We're the ones who made America already great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I want to thank you for all your testimony, and the thing I really thank you for is just your discussion on prescription drugs. A lot of people don't know it, but it is the #1 health issue for Democrats, Republicans, and independents. Even with Republicans, it is passed their opposition to the Affordable Care Act. And when I talked a little bit earlier about Democrats trying to address those issues that go to the center of people's lives, this is a major, major step. Spend a lot of time on this issue. And we're going to continue to fight. And it is wonderful that both Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton have stood up on this issue, I mean, big time. And I've heard not a mumbling word from the other side. Ms. Tandon.
Thank you for your comments. And I want to echo the remarks of the chairman about the multiple ways there's agreement between Senator Sanders and Secretary Clinton on the issue of prescription drugs, on a whole range of issues that you mentioned, direct advertising, support, some of the tax breaks we give to direct-to-consumer advertising, Medicare negotiation, reimportation, a whole host of issues. On the issue of how much pharmaceutical companies are actually investing in research versus marketing, there are proposals out there to kind of address that big discrepancy, because almost every pharmaceutical company today is investing more in advertising than actual research. And so how do we, there are proposals to rebalance that, to really say to insurance companies that's out of whack. What are your thoughts on that issue? Because I think that's an area that we could find broad agreement.
I don't believe the Alliance has an exact position, but I know that we can do that, because if you remember, under the Affordable Care Act, we determined that insurance companies must spend 85% of the premiums they take in to give health care back. As a matter of fact, you may remember United Healthcare had to give some rebates because of that. So I know there are ways to do those rules. We've not come up with an actual agenda on that, but there are ways to create rules that say the percentages that have to happen, and we can keep them from gaming it. We do under the Affordable Care Act.
Great. That would be a great idea.
Thank you very much, and I want to commend the chairman for his outstanding work on lowering prescription drugs. You've done terrific work on that, and we've really enjoyed working with you. I just want to point out that since 1998, prescription drug companies have spent over $3 billion on lobbying. They've spent far more than any other industry, with the second leading industry being the insurance industry, which spent about $2 billion over that time period on lobbying. What does it say to you when we, as you say, we spend more on prescription drugs than any other country in the world, where 1 out of 5 Americans can't afford to fill the prescriptions that their doctors prescribe. How can we fight back and beat the prescription drug companies and make sure that every American can afford to fill the prescriptions that their doctors fill?
Was that question rhetorical? I certainly hope so.
Mostly, yes.
Because if the brains sitting in this room have not figured out that answer, this little volunteer couldn't begin to do it. I just know that I witness it every day. I talk to lots of retiree groups, and no matter what we talk about, yeah, people need hearing aids, yeah, people need to have their glasses, but it's prescription drugs. Have you not ever heard people say that they were in a Walgreens and heard some little old couple discuss which one was going to be able to pick up their prescription? I hear that all the time. And I wasn't trying to be flippant. I really mean that. That trying to find that answer is certainly the giant puzzle here. And yes, Representative Cummings has been just great in leading what's happened in prescription drugs. But I don't know how we stay ahead of the game when someone says my diabetes drugs increased 25%. I mean, insulin's been around for over 70 years. It's not generic. It is an incredible question.
Yes, Mr. Booth.
Thank you for your testimony, Sister Kennedy. You are a very articulate spokesman for my age cohort here, which is the rising American electorate. Senior citizens is the growing force in our electorate. So just, and I associate myself with everything that's been said about prescription drugs, but you also made reference to one other issue that I'd like to pull out, and that is the COLA under Social Security. I have people who have asked me who stole my COLA, and I wanted to know if this is something you've encountered as well, because we've had a couple of years with no cost of living increment for annuitants, and part of the problem is because of the conversation that went on a couple of years ago about chained CPI. Right. People are easily lured into believing that actually the administration and President Obama has cheated them out of a COLA that they had coming, and we have to. Well, this could be. I'm very concerned about this because when it's asked, it sounds like people have read something on the internet or they've heard from somebody and they really believe that this happened, and maybe there's a way for us in the platform to commit to the restoration of cost of living allowances that have been missed.
Thank you. The cost of living right now that's used for Social Security and veterans benefits is called the CPIW. And the problem with it is that it is weighted toward the spending patterns of workers and not retirees. And so what we've been asking for is that we re-examine the CPI that's used for Social Security and weight it on the items, particularly health care being weighted much heavier because of the spending patterns of elderly people, which is much more on energy and rent than working people. Entertainment is not nearly the thing it is that it is when you're 21, but health care sure is. Thank you.
Well, the Bureau of Labor Statistics calculates the CPIE based exactly on the principle that you're talking about.
Right.
Ms. Parker.
Yes, and as all things are connected, we've been talking about environmental health. And recently in Seattle, Washington, there was a study conducted by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and they found that the Seattle area salmon are loaded with antidepressants and other drugs thanks to human waste. And so as we look at the pharmaceuticals, and we look at the over 4,000 pharmaceuticals are currently in use or in development in the United States. So that's quite extreme, but if you look at where is the pharmaceuticals, where is that going to? It's going into the water, the tables, it's going into our environment. I'm really hoping that our drafting committee here can come up with some better solutions to the pharmaceuticals that we are overusing in America, and change to a little more holistic and healthy approach to not only the cost of prescription drugs, but also how are we providing remedy to life here that's much healthier and safe, not only for those intaking, ingesting the pharmaceuticals, but for the environment as well. So I don't know if you have some thoughts on that, but that's just, it's impacting our salmon, and culturally, we come from the salmon. The Tulalip people come from the salmon. We are called the people of the salmon. And when we open up our salmon and there's pharmaceuticals and toxins in our salmon, that's a real problem. It's a real health problem. It's a real spiritual problem for us, and we're hoping to find solutions. And as we look at all things are connected, I'm hoping we can find some solutions to that issue.
I haven't talked with anyone from the environmental perspective that you're talking about, but what does play into that is lots of conversations, and the Alliance for Retired Americans is the umbrella of all of the AFL-CIO retirees, and part of what we talk about in a lot of different retiree group meetings is the overuse of drugs. The person who's using 17 drugs, and they go to lunch with their friends and they trade pills, and that kind of thing. We have talked extensively in some of the retiree groups with a need to go back and challenge. You know, you've got a pain, so you get this drug, and then that gives you this side effect, so then the doctor gives you that drug, and to try and stop the 17 pills that you're taking. So from that perspective, we've talked about it, but not extended it to what you're saying. That's intriguing. I certainly will add that to my repertoire.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Leona Wynn is the Baltimore City Health Commissioner. Since her appointment by Mayor Stephanie Rawlings Blake in January 2015, Dr. Wynn has been reimagining the role of public health as being critical to all aspects of urban revitalization. A transformative approach involves engaging hospitals and returning citizens in violence prevention, launching one of the most ambitious opioid overdose prevention programs in the country that is training every resident to save lives, and implementing a citywide youth health and wellness strategy. And I just might as well be frank with you. She's the commissioner in Baltimore, which is my city, and I think she's probably one of the best commissioners in the country. Because of her expertise, her competence, her passion, and her compassion. Dr. Wynn.
Thank you very much, Congressman Cummings, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to speak about the health threats faced by communities across America. I'm an ER doctor, and in the ER, I see patients who are desperately seeking help for drug addiction and mental illness. They know that they need help. Their families know that they need help. And I tell them, I'm sorry, but the wait is weeks or even months. Some are able to wait. Some go home, overdose, and die. The opioid epidemic is sweeping our country, and we know that addiction is a disease, just like diabetes and heart disease. Yet nationwide, only 11% of individuals with addiction can get the help that we need. Would we find that acceptable for any other disease? Would we say to a patient with chest pain, I'm sorry I can't treat your heart attack today, but come back in 3 weeks. Maybe I can see you then if you're not dead. During the primaries, every candidate from both parties talked about their personal stories of addiction. That rhetoric needs to be accompanied by a commitment to action. We must fund what works, like medication-assisted treatment. We must start 24/7 ERs dedicated to addiction and mental health. We must expand recovery housing because we know that housing is healthcare. We must offer mental health services in the community where people are, including in our schools. And we must call out when things don't make sense. Because Congress has not approved the president's $1.9 billion to fight the Zika epidemic, the CDC has been forced to take money away from local public health to pay for national efforts. This will cut my emergency staff by a third, which is deeply ironic because these are the same staff who respond to disease outbreaks, hurricanes, and other emergencies. Keeping our country safe and well requires an investment in public health. There's a security argument. Think Ebola and bioterrorism. There's an economic argument. One child born with severe defects from Zika can cost society up to $10 million. 1 year can cripple our economy. And there's a moral argument. Like so many other diseases, Zika is a disease of poverty. Can we stand by and watch generations of our unborn children suffer the consequences in communities that are already hardest hit by legacies of discrimination? Congressman Cummings talks about going beyond common ground to find higher ground. And I want to end with an appeal to a higher aspiration. Can we channel our angst about addiction and mental health into a national plan that will make us the global model for treating patients with urgency, rigor, and humanity? Can we go beyond whack-a-mole emergencies and implement a sound preparedness plan for health that makes our nation safer? Can we go beyond thinking about health as health care and aim for well-being for all so that where children live does not determine if they live? It's been said that the currency of inequality is years of life. Well, public health is a powerful tool to level that playing field, to bend the arc of our country away from distrust and disparities and back towards equity and justice. That is our highest aspiration that I urge the Platform Committee to take on today. Thank you.
Questions? Ambassador Sherman.
Thank you so much for that. I'm also a Baltimorean, so thank you. I associate myself with the chairman. 35 years ago, I lost my younger brother to addiction and depression. And we knew much less than we know now, and we were a family with resources. I was a trained social worker and could not help. I think this is a staggeringly important problem. We have to get past the bias. We have to get past the prejudice. We have to get past the sense that someone who gets addicted to drugs or has depression or mental illness is somehow other than the rest of us. This exists in every family, somewhere, someplace, somehow, and we need to bring it into the daylight and talk about it. It's why I'm always willing now to talk about my brother and what he went through, what our family went through, and what we must do to stop this. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Schaefer.
Thank you, Ambassador Sherman, too. And thank you, Doctor. This is, it's a huge, huge health problem, and yet, I agree, it's not looked at as a health problem. The stigma around mental illness and addiction is just as bad or worse than it was around AIDS, and it has to stop. You're right. You know, if I walked into an emergency room and said, I'm addicted to drugs, I need help, you know, it would be a big different story than if I said I have chest pain or I broke my leg. So, you know, it was a very great analogy that, you know, and I think that this committee really needs to look at this. It's about time. Too many of my friends have died. I grew up in the drug culture of, you know, the 60s. And, you know, if you didn't get clean, you died. Too many of my friends are depressed. And it's an issue. So thank you for bringing that to light. Thank you.
Mr. McKevin.
So I've spent my life in remote rural areas, so sort of the opposite of your beat, but now the places that offer some of the highest opioid addiction rates in the world. So I was really grateful for all your suggestions and demands, really, about what we should be doing in terms of treatment. I don't know the answer to this question. Should we also, I mean, I know a lot of people who were prescribed opiates for pretty casually for things and ended up having their lives wrecked by it. Should we be thinking about that end of this funnel as well as we're working on this?
So thank you, and thank you all for sharing your various stories as well. It's time for us to get out from behind the veil and talk about how we have been treating addiction not as a disease but as a crime, and that is inhumane, it's ineffective, and frankly, it is unscientific. And that an addiction is something that affects all of us and all of our communities. We talked about intersectionality. There's such intersectionality with human rights, with civil rights, with criminal justice reform, and so I'm glad to be speaking about that. To your point, it is very important for us to focus on the prevention aspect. And certainly, we can't just look at doctors overprescribing medications without also looking at the misleading tactics used by drug companies to market pain medications over the years, to the point that there are about 259 million prescriptions of opioids given per year, which is enough for one for every American. So looking at the overprescribing is a big part of it. But we also know that there is a big treatment gap. And that's the issue that I have too, that we can't just talk about saving a life, which we completely agree with in Baltimore. We have one of the most aggressive overdose campaigns, thanks to Congressman Cummings and his leadership there. But in addition, we can't just save a life today. I feel like we are treading water unless we can get people into treatment at the time that they need. And we know what works. The science is there. That's the frustrating part. We know what works. We just have to get funding to get there.
Barbara Lee.
Thank you, Dr. Nguyen, very much for being here, for your testimony, for your work that you do each and every day. I listened very carefully to what you said, and I really appreciate your making the suggestion that we come up with some kind of a plan to address addiction and mental health. I'm a clinical social worker by profession. I want to ask you, in this plan, there have been so many young African Americans and Latinos who've been put in jail, and they should have been put in rehabilitation and in treatment. So as we move forward to talk about how we develop, as Democrats, a plan for treatment and rehabilitation and prevention, how do we make sure that it's broad enough to include those who may still be in jail for some addiction issues, and they should be in treatment and rehab? And so we have to really look at that as not only prescription drugs, opioids, but every type of addiction that has unfortunately disproportionately incarcerated people rather than put them in treatment and rehab.
Three things. First, every interaction needs to be the opportunity for intervention. If someone is incarcerated and they have a mental illness or addiction, they also need to be provided treatment at that point. Second, we have to switch how we think about individuals with addiction or mental illness, that it's not a crime, it's a disease. We don't incarcerate people for having heart disease. And so we have a program in Baltimore that we're starting where individuals caught with small amounts of drugs are going to be offered treatment instead of incarceration. And we have to look at programs like that and expand them. And third, I believe it's very important for us to look at our people as resources. We hire individuals who are in long-term recovery to work on our needle exchange vans. We hire individuals to do counseling. We strongly believe that people are the solutions, not the problems.
Representative Reese, and then Ms. Tandon.
I want to thank you for your testimony as well, and just following up on what the Congresswoman just talked about, because that's the biggest thing that I keep hearing from a lot of constituents, and particularly African Americans, is, when it was the crack epidemic, it was considered you're a criminal. You're going to jail, and we threw a lot of folks in jail. And so I guess for us, having some kind of bold statement, many people don't get treatment until they're actually in jail for mental health. So the three things that you pointed out, is there a statement that you think, I guess it would be a strong addiction statement that would include not only heroin and opioids, but also acknowledge that the crack epidemic that has destroyed, many in the African American community is also a disease? Is there some strong statement you think we should start with and then talk about what are the action steps?
You're right. We need to acknowledge that everything we're doing now is coming too late for too many people. And I see this in our community, and I see our residents saying to us, why is it there are people who have been dying from overdose for decades? Why is it that now there are white people in suburban, rural areas that are dying that we suddenly care? And I do think it's important for us to call it out and say, yes, that is an injustice. Yes, there are historical policies of discrimination that have led to where we are, but this is our opportunity to make a difference. And so let's save a life today, get naloxone into the hands of everyone, because if we can't save a life today, there's no hope for a better tomorrow. Then let's get everybody into treatment at the time that they need, instead of looking at it as a criminal justice issue. And then let's also address that people may be taking drugs and becoming addicted in part because of deep trauma, spiritual trauma, emotional trauma, because they're not sure what is on the other side, whether it's jobs or housing, or we need to provide all these other things that also make life worth living.
Thank you.
Ms. Tandon?
Thanks. I'll just be quick. I definitely think that I'll just say this, I think the platform definitely has to recognize the importance of addiction problems for all communities, and that it is an injustice that that we traditionally think of criminalizing some addictions and have for many decades, and are now talking about these issues as a public health crisis. We should have been thinking of them as public health crises all along. That doesn't take away from the fact that a public health analysis is a proper analysis. Earlier today, there was talk about the inequality of death and how there's rising mortality rates for white working class people in the country. Professor Eaton did a great study on this, and the cause of that, as far as we know now, is actually not health insurance rates, but truly drug addiction and suicide. So that is a large screaming sign of some major problems we have from a public health perspective. What kind of levels of investment should we make to address these challenges, also recognizing that it shouldn't just be about these addictions, but broader addictions as well?
We need to make a conscious effort to identify the problem, but not just, it can't just be enough for us to talk about the experiences. And I think this is my greatest frustration, that I hear legislators on many sides, and I hear people talking about the individuals that they're meeting who are telling their stories of losing a loved one, not being able to get a loved one into treatment. But we need to follow that up and say, let's invest in this. If we said curing Alzheimer's or curing cancer is a goal, we would be expecting a financial investment into that. And that is why it's important for us to identify this as a problem. We have to call it a problem, but then treat it as well. But so closely related to addiction is trauma and mental health. And we have to remember to also invest in early identification and prevention, not just to say to somebody, you have to wait until after you get a diagnosis that we treat you. But how can we build resilience in our children? How can we develop trauma-informed practices in our communities? And how can we invest in those and invest in public health as a way to make our communities healthier and our nation safer?
Just before you leave, just leave you with this one thought into the committee. I remember when we had the Ebola crisis, there were some in Congress that said it'll never get done. There were a lot of naysayers, but we dealt with it, did we not? And I mean, I guess that's the can-do attitude that you're talking about, is that right?
Absolutely. If we ever have a patient in front of us who is dying, it would never be our option to say, this patient is too complicated. I can't do anything. And I see the same thing for all these health issues that we face. There are so many examples, and Congressman Cummings knows this very well. In our city, we have a program for infant mortality that within 6 years has closed the disparity between black and white infant deaths by 40%. That has decreased the percentage of children dying in their sleep, babies dying in their sleep by 50%. that has reduced teen birth rates 36% because of the reproductive health education and services that we do. There are great examples like that across the country, and we can expand it and make this the national model for the U.S.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Donna Crane is the Government Relations Director of NARAL, Approach West America. She has been with NARAL for more than 7 years as the organization's lead lobbyist. She represents pro-choice Americans' views to Congress and the executive branch. Welcome.
Thank you. I've been at NARAL now 16 years. I've aged right before your very eyes.
Wow. Somebody made a big mistake.
No worries. I'll take the 7 years. Thank you. Congressman Cummings and members of the committee, I'm honored to speak with you today about the importance of reproductive freedom to the Democratic Party platform. The vast majority of Americans support reproductive freedom. 7 in 10 Americans agree that this includes access to safe, legal abortion. This is true across generations, ethnicities, and geography. This is true in red states, and the number often goes up in purple states and blue states. This is true even among those who do not believe that they would choose abortion themselves, but do not want politicians making that decision for others. In the years since abortion has been legalized nationwide, women's lives and health have been saved, children's health has improved, families have become more stable, and women have been able to participate in society in ways that were unimaginable to our grandmothers and our great-grandmothers. Yet anti-choice activists persist in trying to roll back our progress. Throughout, only the Democratic Party has stood for this fundamental right in its platform. We urge you to continue standing proudly by this principle. I want to acknowledge here a trailblazing woman who has dedicated her life to reproductive freedom, Hillary Clinton. Like Secretary Clinton, we know that women's dignity and economic security is inextricably linked with reproductive freedom. Being able to choose when, if, and how to have a family is not only critical to being able to take care of the family she already has, it's critical to a woman's ability to be a full partner in society. Now, our recommendations to you for the platform. First, we need universal access to birth control. Only a woman should be in charge of her reproductive destiny, not her boss, not her senator, her pharmacist, or anyone else. Second, a woman must have guaranteed access to safe and legal abortion, no matter where she lives, how much she earns, her immigration status, or her source of health insurance. Yet today, this right hangs by a thread, with Texas's outrageous law now before the Supreme Court as just one example. Making matters worse, doctors and women are enduring a resurgence of anti-choice threats and violence, even encouraged by some elected officials. We must call these crimes what they are, acts of domestic terrorism. Instead of restricting access to abortion, we should be expanding it. That means repealing the abortion coverage bans throughout federal law, such as the Hyde and Helms amendments. Third and fourth, we call for protections for pregnant women who face discrimination in the workplace and for better policies on paid family leave. Supporting pregnant women and new parents is part of reproductive freedom too. Let's be clear, our opposition is not anti-abortion. If they were, they would work with us to prevent unintended pregnancy, and they would endorse common sense policies that support those who choose to become mothers, like paid family leave. But they do neither. They fight these measures as well. Committee members, we're in a fight for values that are dear to all Americans, like freedom and autonomy. This is a fight for equality and dignity for over half of the population. This is what our opposition fights against, and that is why we must fight even harder to achieve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Alina Rios. Dr. Rios serves as President and CEO of the National Hispanic Medical Association, representing Hispanic physicians in the United States. Dr. Rios also serves as President of the association, the National Hispanic Health Foundation, affiliated with the Robert F. Wagner Graduate School of Public Service, New York University, to direct educational and research activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman and Committee. I am honored to provide you with key strategies to reduce health care and health disparities from the National Hispanic Medical Association, representing 50,000 U.S. licensed Hispanic physician members, and our networks of National Hispanic Health Professional Associations and state medical societies. NHMA supports the ACA and the tremendous progress that has been made to increase affordable access to care, but we need improved federal strategies to decrease racial ethnic health disparities and for other underserved. I ask that you consider the Congressional Tri-Caucus, the Black, Hispanic, and Asian caucuses, Health Equity Educational Act introduced in Congress this week, and the written testimony that I submitted already for more comprehensive recommendations. Racial ethnic health disparities continue to exist in our country according to the latest 2014 AHRQ report, and they are not improving. Hispanics now are the largest ethnic group in the country. We know 54 million, 17%, and in general are living in poverty or in middle-class neighborhoods where they live with chronic stress, whether it's from low-income jobs, high unemployment, crime, drugs, guns, gangs, substandard housing, unsafe public spaces, lack of nutritious food and drinks, lack of clean air and water, and our undocumented family members live in constant fear of deportation and family breakups. The consequences of these social determinants of health are what we are seeing in our communities continue to rise: early childhood obesity, adolescent suicide, young adult heart disease, diabetes, asthma, and HIV that progress faster to higher rates of complications that are untreated. Hepatitis C. Hispanics have genetic predetermination for fatty liver and will have more rates of hep C than any other group in America. Cancers, chronic disease, chronic kidney disease, Alzheimer's disease, depression, mental illness, and drug addictions, and more. Latino families depend on our generation for their long-term care. We recommend that your platform break this cycle of health disparities for Hispanics and other underserved. Here are some ways to do it. Number one, access to health care and behavioral health care services needs to happen. We need to allow all residents of America to have access to these care and follow California's Medicaid health care for all kids that has a more seamless Medicaid program for the undocumented, and also seamless Medicaid to Marketplace needs to happen. Eliminate the 5-year waiting period for legal residents for federal benefits that impact health to get food stamps, the SNAP program, WIC, and others. And educate state policymakers on the ROI of Medicaid expansion. Support telemedicine with Spanish language options to smartphones. We all have smartphones. With licensure laws changed for physicians to consult across state lines. Address the crisis in Puerto Rico, and with the Zika virus funding that is inappropriate, or that should be appropriate. And NHMA is willing to partner with public health efforts to restore healthcare services and to mentor medical students to stay in Puerto Rico and serve their communities right now. Develop mental health programs and opioid programs, which we already heard about, for high-risk groups, veterans, prisoners, and have them as they adjust to civilian life through federal clinics and the VA system. Second is the transformation of healthcare delivery. We need to develop an integrated healthcare system that's more holistic, based on what is really patient-centered medical homes, with translators, with language services, education that addresses healthy lifestyles, with economic development zones for more jobs, for school counselors, nurses, community health workers, home caregivers, to transform our communities to real learning communities to share best practices on how to be healthy in our neighborhoods. Support the CMS Transformation to Clinical Practice initiative with new payment structure education to our mom and pop doctors, to academic doctors, with new risk adjustments and quality measures that keep in mind cultural competence, treatment needs of Hispanics, language services, and phase in the new MACRA payment structures for reimbursement, which is going to be very confusing. Enforce data collection in medical records by race, ethnicity, language, and sexual identity. Maintain risk adjustment subsidies that we have right now for insurance. Develop the patient-centered resources in the community. Family support programs, not just patient, but families. Community health workers, social workers, diabetic educators, home health services, home medical equipment, cooking classes. These are all things that can be done in our communities that will address health. And then, of course, decreasing the cost of care, which has been mentioned over and over again. Insurance premiums for individuals, small groups, drugs, subsidies. We need a new Medicare program that is going to look at long-term care and counseling on end of life. Improving nursing care and long-term care facilities, starting with decreasing pneumonias and sepsis. Third thing is prevention. We need to design disease prevention with community leaders and organizations, with multimedia platforms, video, social media, internet, and how to use healthcare, behavioral healthcare, and how to reach them, how to reach our families, how to coordinate Hispanic federal leadership with our physicians and nurses across the country. Expand early childhood obesity programs, starting with parenting classes, breastfeeding classes, childcare, pre-K and grammar school, all the community things we can do. Ban advertising of poor, nutritious food and beverages to children. Educate on malnutrition. Support visiting nurse coaching for poor mothers. Support Title X, reproductive health and HPV for adolescents, and expand all the federal diabetes, heart disease, eye disease, high-risk education, immunizations, cancer, HIV, hepatitis. There's so many programs that we need to expand, supporting adult immunizations especially. And then lastly, we can't have health disparities change without having a workforce. And we really need a Hispanic health workforce initiative. Expanding the Hispanic health professions workforce, not just the programs like HCOPS and the Hispanic Centers of Excellence, which have been here since the 1960s and the 1980s, with scholarships, counselings, and recruitment, but we need a more coordinated approach between HRSA, NIH, and the Department of Education. For example, we should coordinate the health career counseling and mentoring through Hispanic serving institutions and historically black colleges. Department of Education, National Science Fund have these programs, but have the STEM students in these programs have counseling and mentoring that could actually open their eyes to the importance of health career jobs. These are the students of the future. Develop debt reduction, loan repayment programs, and I believe with a service component, so that our health professionals of the future as students get to work in our communities and help our communities. Revise the International Medical Graduate Entry Program, increasing the number of residency and licensure slots with ECFMG and COGME so that we could have more Mexican doctors and Latin American doctors that live here practice as physicians. Develop a Hispanic health research focus at NIH, led by NIMHD, built on the study of Latinos, the SOUL study, to develop more knowledge on strategies for improving health of Hispanics and their families that come from community-based, patient-centered research and include loan repayment, mentoring of junior faculty at Hispanic health research centers. And clinical trials also need to include more Hispanic researchers and patients. And lastly, develop a major national effort across the board, federal and private sector, foundations, corporations, to have executive leadership development training. We don't have this in existence. Our programs have been focused on service delivery, which is important, but we do need those middle career physicians and others to take over the jobs of our clinics, our hospitals, our community hospitals, our medical schools, to be able to be on the boards of trustees, CEOs, SCS levels, to be able to make decisions and help with the redesign of healthcare to reduce health disparities. So in summary, I thank you for the opportunity to share these strategies and look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Congressman Gutierrez.
Thank you for mentioning Puerto Rico. A few months back, when the CDC first started looking at Zika, and they identified people in the United States, Puerto Rico was the only place where people were infected by Zika that never left Puerto Rico. They never traveled anywhere. They actually got it on the island of Puerto Rico. So it's very I mean, mosquitoes, and it's just, and how it is and happens in Puerto Rico is very different for all the rest of the other hundreds of millions of American citizens. It's just different there, so thank you. We're losing a doctor every other day. I know people think that's happening given the crisis in Puerto Rico, so we're losing doctors every day. And nurses, como se dice en España, ni hablar. We're losing nurses. So we have, you know, other places, and so thank you for bringing it up, because I think we really have to look at that. And lastly, I just want to share that as we look at healthcare, even healthcare disparities, one of the things that we looked at, I was really, really happy when we passed the ACA, because Puerto Rico got like $3-4 billion bump. Money's gone.
Yeah, temporary.
It was very temporary. It's not there. The reimbursements for Medicaid and Medicare, about half of any one of your states that we live in. So if you're paying FICA taxes, you should get it back. So I think we should, as we look at healthcare, so I just wanted to share with my colleagues a little something about, as Obama said about Kenya, you know, where his daddy was born, it has a special place to him. Well, that's where my daddy was born, and always going to have a special place to me. So thank you, everybody, for listening and putting a little focus on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you. Louis Shelley? Serves as the National Director of Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation at the American Legion. Mr. Shelley is responsible for directing programs that impact more than 20 million veterans nationwide, ensuring that veterans and their family members receive the access to VA healthcare and benefits they have earned through their honorable service in all 1,700 VA hospitals and clinics. Mr. Shelley is a 22-year veteran of the United States Army. And first of all, let me thank you for your service.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for being with us.
2, when you think about veterans this campaign season, remember the number 2. There are 22 million veterans in the United States, and each day, 22 veterans lose their battle with depression and commit suicide. 2, there are 2 issues that I'd like to highlight today: veterans' mental health and post-traumatic stress disorder. 2 million, the number of veterans who participate in VA medicine every day. Chairman Cummings, members of the Democratic Platform Drafting Committee, on behalf of National Commander Dale Barnett and the 2.2 million members that make up the largest veteran service organization in the country, the American Legion, thank you for the invitation to present our pillars as they relate to your platform. PTSD and veterans' mental health are not the same thing. While veterans' PTSD is certainly part of their mental health makeup, not every veteran in need of mental health services suffers from PTSD. Our veterans represent your constituents. The 22 million veterans I mentioned earlier all have partners, parents, children, and friends who all vote. You are speaking to a potential pool of 100 million voters every time you address the veteran community, and we are listening. We're listening and waiting to see what you have to say. 2, the issues I've been asked to present on today. America is in the midst of a rising epidemic of overdoses stemming from over-the-counter medications, and veterans are no different. We are your constituents. For more than a decade, the American Legion has worked closely with VA medical centers through a program called the System Worth Saving. And between this program, our PTSD and TBI committee, and our research, which indicates that complementary and alternative therapies, this epidemic will only get worse and disproportionately affect veterans who suffer from these diseases. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy, canine therapy, recreational therapies, mindfulness therapy, and a growing number of therapies that take advantage of emerging research, some spearheaded by VA, that have all been proven effective in assisting veterans who battle with PTSD and other mental health issues. As a progressive organization, the American Legion donates millions of dollars to research conducted at VA facilities and is presently evaluating the value of cannabis-based therapies and scientific studies that seek to research the chemical properties of this plant and their effects on a number of different conditions, including seizure disorders, Crohn's disease, and yes, even post-traumatic stress disorder. As you develop your committee's platform over the next couple of weeks, remember the number 2, a partnership between the members seeking election to lead this great nation and the American Legion, who stand ready to work closely with legislators and elected members today and through the next administration. Thank you for inviting the American Legion to present our data today. A full copy of my remarks can be found in my written testimony that I now ask be included as part of the official record of this hearing.
We will make it a part of the record, and thank you very much. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much. Pilar Schiavo? How'd I do it? That's pretty good. All right. Ms. Schiavo works on healthcare organizing and policy for the National Nurses United. With 190,000 members, NNU is the largest organization of registered nurses in the United States. Ms. Schiavo also staffs the Campaign for Healthy California, which represents 4 million Californians and over 60 unions and community organizations committed to replacing private health insurance with improved Medicare for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Nurses are here today to address the important issue of finishing the job of healthcare reform and urge you to adopt Medicare for All into your platform as stated in the 2009 AFL-CIO Convention Resolution, and to join nurses in this fight for healthcare justice. Chairman Cummings, you spoke of crying when the ACA was passed, and were moved that you feel so strongly about healthcare as a human right. Unfortunately for nurses, the tears continue to flow daily, as Roseanne DeMoro spoke of earlier. It's real. It's real. Nurses cry daily because they go home after seeing patients who cannot afford their care. They can't afford their medication. They can't afford the high copays. They can't afford treatment for their children to keep them alive. And this is the reality of our healthcare system, even though it's a hard pill to swallow. The ACA has had great gains, ending pre-existing conditions, putting lifetime caps, allowing children to stay on their parents' insurance longer. No one can dispute that those are very important and have greatly impacted people's lives around the country. But we do need to finish the job of healthcare reform because we're not there yet. Nearly 30 million Americans remain uninsured. Just over that are underinsured. They have insurance, but they can't afford their copays, they can't afford deductibles, they can't afford the high premiums. That means that they're not going to the doctor when they need to, they're delaying care so they come in sicker. Nurses are seeing people who have insurance and preventable issues, but they come in sicker and harder to heal because they're afraid to go to the doctor because they can't afford it. It's no wonder that the majority of US bankruptcies are from medical expenses. The majority of those were actually people who have insurance. People are going bankrupt who have insurance. It's such a cruel system. It's a cruel system. Currently, inequality is hardwired into our healthcare system. We continue to see wide disparities based on gender, race, where you live, what you can afford. In Richmond, we see a healthcare desert because a hospital shut down. And now you have to travel on a busy highway, as Representative Lee knows, to be able to get to an ER when minutes mean life or death. In Baltimore, for example, there are infant death rates that are equal to the West Bank and Honduras. Luckily, nurses have the cure, improved Medicare for All. It provides a single standard of care, freedom to choose a doctor, while saving over $1 trillion over the next 10 years. Plus, it isn't based on the size of your wallet. You wouldn't go bankrupt because of a diagnosis like cancer. Nothing can refute that Medicare for All would save lives, save money, and cover everyone with a single standard of care. Every study shows that. Every study shows that. Nurses believe that you can't put a price tag on human life, but I do want to share one number. As I said, $1 trillion, $1 trillion would be saved over the next 10 years with Medicare for All. We've been thinking about Medicare for All in the wrong way. It could be invested in free tuition for college. It could be invested in fighting climate change, in creating jobs, in more infrastructure projects. If we want to prevent healthcare from crippling our economy, we must pass Medicare for All. It's in fact a stimulus for our economy and not the opposite. This isn't theoretical. You should include in your platform current bills that can move this forward, like HR 676, Senate Bill 1782, HR 3241, HR 1464. California has a Drug Price Relief Act that's up in November. It's a perfect opportunity for the Democratic Party to push back on Big Pharma, the fastest growing cost in healthcare right now. You can also oppose the TPP, which includes monopoly pricing protections for Big Pharma that are a death sentence for patients. These should be in the platform and move forward with unanimous Democratic support. Nurses are not alone. 56% of all Americans support Medicare for All, as you've heard today. 81% of Democrats support a Medicare for All system. How can this not be in the Democratic platform? How can it not? Your base is with you. Beyond that, it's election season, and we care about independents a whole lot. 60% of independents support Medicare for All. 60. And you heard earlier, 46% of Republicans even support Medicare for All. The American public is with you on this fight. As your mother said, Chairman Cummings, and you have all the good quotes, sorry, sometimes you have to wait for people to catch up when you do the right thing. This is certainly the right thing. The party needs to seize this as an opportunity to make bold change. Otherwise, people are dying and going bankrupt while they wait for the Democratic Party leadership to catch up. Our primary shows that if the Democratic Party thinks big, Americans will overwhelmingly be with us. Incremental change like transparency bills or the public option end up being the same difficult fight against Republicans. We saw this already. If you're going to put the public option in there, it's the same fight as single payer. It's the same heavy lift as single payer. So we need to be bold. We need to make sure that this is going to be the right fight, the one that makes a real difference for all Americans. Join the nurses. Help lead this fight for Medicare for All. It will truly save lives, save trillions of dollars, and with the majority of Americans supporting it, it might actually save this election. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I often say that the people on the ground that see things on a day-to-day basis are the experts. And, nurses seeing what you see every day,
right.
You have a viewpoint that we will never have. But I want to thank you for your testimony. Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I just have to say, Pillar, thank you very much for being here, for your testimony. I'm one that believes that, again, healthcare should not be an industry or a business. It is a human right. It should be, and we need to get there. And Mr. Chairman knows this, my mother recently passed, and I've spent half of my life in the last many, many years, 10 years, either in emergency rooms and hospitals here in Arizona, in Sun City, or in Oakland. I've spent many, many, many a day and night with nurses in the emergency room and ICU, everywhere. And so I just have to say, today, first, and the chairman knows, thank you. And I think all of us have those experiences with our family members. We couldn't survive, they couldn't have survived if it had not been for the care under duress. I mean, you all have a lot of work to do. The nurse-patient ratio is too big, too large. I mean, I don't know how you do it, but I just have to thank you.
I don't want to misrepresent myself. I'm staff for the nurses. I work for
Okay.
the nurses. And I hear the stories that you're talking about
Yeah,
all the
every
time.
day. I mean, that's what it is. So the staff,
Unbelievable.
nursing assistants,
Yeah.
PAs, everyone, you all do a phenomenal job.
Absolutely.
Going past ACA now, moving to the next
The next
stage
step.
to cover the 25 million that aren't covered. We have single-payer option, we have public option, we have Medicare for all. How do you see all of the options and how we should evaluate what is next?
Thank you for that question. You know, single payer is basically how we pay for Medicare for all, right? And so I think there's been a lot of misunderstanding around this primary season that the idea of Medicare for all is to scrap everything and throw everything out and start fresh and get rid of the ACA. Medicare for all is not a new starting from scratch idea. We have Medicare. It's been around for 50 years and it's wildly successful. It covers the sickest, oldest people of our society at 10 times more efficient than the insurance industry. So we already have it, and it's very simple. We just change the age to 0 instead of 65. We improve upon it with the savings that we have, and instead of insurance companies getting in the way, because I think a lot of people equate healthcare to insurance, and that's a fundamental flaw in the thinking, because insurance companies actually mostly get in the way. And if you've been in the hospital and helping your mother over these years, you know you have to deal with insurance companies all the time to get the treatment they need, the medications they need, the tests they need, right? They are mostly a block to access to health care. So as long as our system is based on an insurance-based model, it's not going to provide the health care that people need in this country. And so by moving them out of the way, basically, and all of the healthcare funds just go to one single payer, the government at this point, right? You still have private doctors and hospitals, you still have, you know, all the providers that exist now, or many of them. It's just that instead of getting paid by the, you know, thousands of insurance companies that exist out there, they're gonna get paid by one single payer. There's a great, I'm giving everyone a lot of great information, and there's a movie in here called Fix It that actually makes a business argument for why it's important to have single payer. There's a businessman in Canada who's conservative, and he says he doesn't understand why we don't have it in this state, because he could go bankrupt. He chose not to expand into the United States because he would go bankrupt over healthcare costs alone. And there's a billing agent that they time on how long it takes her to put the bill in Canada, and it's something like 38 seconds. And every time I show that in rooms of hundreds of people, everyone is flabbergasted, because we know that it costs $85,000 a year to fund just the people who have to arm wrestle with the insurance companies to get people's care covered. So it's a simple solution. It's a very simple solution. It saves money, and I think there's been a miscalculation politically to put your sights on attacking, or not yours, but some, attacking this system instead of actually seeing it as broadly supported. It actually solves the problems, all of the problems that everyone is talking about today, all of these different fights we have and different angles we have to go at healthcare on a constant basis to tweak this and fix that and address these people's needs and make sure these folks have healthcare. It solves that. If we put all of these efforts into one fight where the American people are behind you, we will win. We will win this.
Ms. Tandon.
Thank you so much for your comments, and I really appreciate them. I just really wanted to make, I have two questions. One, a lot of people have talked about the polling for single payer, which I very much note and appreciate the grassroots.
Now, yeah.
I think the highest one is 58%. It's Gallup. I just would note for you, you probably know this, that at the beginning of our debate about the ACA, the level of support for the ACA, when we introduced that bill, do you know what it was?
No.
70%. Do you know what's driven it down? $400 million of ads against it, driven mostly by insurance companies and pharmaceutical companies, a variety of folks profiting off the system, the Koch brothers, obviously. I guess the question I have is, do you think that those interests that would be taken out of the healthcare system, they wouldn't spend money against a single payer plan?
The what taken out of, the interest?
The interest,
Oh,
all those
absolutely.
interests.
No. We understand that you are up against a Goliath. I come from the nurses union. We fight against billion-dollar healthcare corporations all the time. We know what it's like to go up against them, and we beat them all the time because we continue to fight.
I totally take that point.
Let me just finish one thing, sorry. The polling that you're talking about has actually changed for the better over the last 6 months of this campaign, where Medicare for All has been talked about on the national stage, despite the misinformation from the media and the misinformation around cost and what it's going to cost people. There was a poll a Kaiser poll that in May that actually is higher than the Gallup poll from December of 2015. So if anything, it is a different time than healthcare reform when Hillary Clinton had to go through it. And I understand that was a scathing process. But it is a different time, people are in a different place, and people are ready for this. They want to change, and they've seen that the great changes by the ACA are not enough, and they're still suffering, and they need solutions.
My question was, and thanks for answering that, but my question is, has there been a single negative ad run against Medicare, like there has been the ACA?
The
Medicare for all?
Republicans are constantly on the attack against Medicare. There's all
Medicare for
kinds
all.
of misinformation. Fox News is a constant advertisement against Medicare, about privatizing Medicare. There's always these elements in place. In California, where the pharma bill is going to be coming up, they've already amassed, before it even qualified for the ballot, they
That's not
amassed
Medicare
$70
for all.
million.
That's not Medicare for all.
Right, it's not Medicare for all, but it is one of the interests that's going to be involved in it. Nurses are not afraid of fighting against greedy interests in healthcare.
That's good.
And so we understand that they're going to be fighting against it. We're on the right side. And we know that, and Americans know that, and they trust nurses.
And then my final question, just quickly.
quickly.
My final question will be, under Medicare for All, what percentage, and I want to say, I 100% champion healthcare as universal right, and that we need to move to a system where everyone is covered. But I'd love to get your sense of how we get there with the Congress we have.
Right, well, we're going to need a change in this upcoming election, obviously. And I think it's more likely that it will be a change in our favor if the Democratic platform takes on this issue that is representative of where Americans are at, and overwhelmingly where Democrats are at.
Dr. West, and then Mr. Gunnels.
Yes, thank you so much for your testimony. It just strikes me that the elephant in the room is our corrupt campaign finance system. We can talk about the people's will all you want.
Yes.
But if Big Pharma and big insurance companies stand in the way, or if the NRA stands in the way of gun control, or we can go on and on and on, the big lobbies. So there has to be some way of centering the thwarting of people's will, given the tremendous power of lobbyists. This is true in foreign policy, this is true in domestic policy. Does that make sense to you?
Absolutely, and nurses for a very long time have supported getting money out of politics and are 100% behind that fight. And that is, if we're talking about the NRA,
but the
or we're
very
talking about
politicians would
insurance.
have to move, and oftentimes they're the ones who are, if not bought off, wrestling with being
Yes.
legalized bribery victims. I mean, how do we deal with this vicious circle, as it were?
It's a big problem, yeah. And it's something that goes hand in hand
I'm
with
not
it.
talking about any politicians around this table, but I'm talking about Congress in general.
Yes, absolutely.
Mr. Gunnels,
Thank you very much.
and we're going to have to wrap this up soon.
I'm sorry? Can
I
you?
mean, with this witness, because we've got about 9 more witnesses.
Yes, no question about it. So I'll be as quick as I can, just going off of Neera. Of course, the big insurance companies and the big drug companies are going to fight against Medicare for all. But that doesn't mean, of course, that we don't stand up with everything that we can to fight against them. I think one of the most refreshing things about this campaign is that we've shown that you don't have to go to the big health insurance companies and the big drug companies for big campaign contributions and to follow the will of their lobbyists. And I think that that's something that we need to look at. A couple things I wanted to ask you about. One, if you could talk more about the California Drug Price Relief Act. That hasn't gotten a lot of attention here. I think it deserves more. I believe that the prescription drug companies are estimated to spend about $100 million against that initiative. Why are they doing that? How much do you think California could save in drug prices if that initiative passed? And then the second question is, there is a potential merger between Cigna and Anthem. It's a $54 billion merger. It would mean that there would be only 3 big health insurance companies left. California regulators, my understanding, have asked the Justice Department to oppose that merger. In Connecticut, there is a health insurance regulator that will have a major say in that merger that is a former lobbyist for Cigna. Does that make any sense to you?
No, is my short answer. Absolutely not. And you know, the more that insurance is on our boards, like they are in Covered California, our state exchange in California, the more that they are making decisions about our health care, the more that it's going to be more about making them profit instead of taking care of people's needs. In terms of the Drug Price Relief Act, this is an act that would basically set the VA price for drugs, because as was talked about before, Medicare, it's illegal for Medicare to negotiate drug prices, which is ridiculous. And so this would set the VA price for drugs for all state, anyone accessing medications through the state agencies. Here's the thing, right? In terms of healthcare corporations, insurance, hospitals, whatever, coming up against us, they're going to come up against us until we stand up to them. And they're going to try to crush every little tiny piece of regulation that we do. In California, we had a state bill that simply was to help people safely discard their pharmaceuticals. The Big Pharma fought that tooth and nail, and actually one of the sponsors of the bill ended up sitting on a plane next to their lobbyist and had a conversation with them about why. And the short answer is, they don't want to be regulated because they know it's a slippery slope. And so until we take on regulating them, we stand up to them and we show that we can win, they are going to fight tooth and nail about every little regulation that we do, and we're going to get caught in those small fights instead of fighting the big fight around Medicare for all.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Destiny Lopez co-leads All Above All's efforts to restore and sustain insurance coverage and elevate efforts of young people and women of color working to lift the bans that deny abortion funding. She previously served as director of Latino engagement for Planned Parenthood Federation of America, where she led the organization's efforts to engage Latinos in all aspects of its mission and work as patients, advocates, and supporters. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me. It's truly an honor to be here with all of you. As Chairman Cummings said, I'm here on behalf of All Above All. We are a campaign led by more than 115 reproductive health rights and justice organizations united to lift the bans on abortion coverage. We envision a world in which each of us has the tools we need to pursue our dreams and build the families and futures we desire. For this to be a reality, a woman must have access to the full spectrum of reproductive health care, including abortion. For far too long, anti-abortion politicians have interfered in reproductive health decisions by banning insurance coverage for abortion care. So not only has Congress passed the Hyde Amendment, which bars federal Medicaid funds from covering abortion every year since 1976, but they've also passed additional abortion coverage restrictions that target women based on their source of insurance or care. So who's affected? A woman enrolled in Medicaid, Medicare, or the Children's Health Insurance Program, federal employees enrolled in the Federal Employees Health Benefits Program, Peace Corps volunteers, members of our armed forces and their dependents, Native Americans covered by the Indian Health Service, and women in federal prisons or detention centers, including those detained for immigration purposes. In addition to these federal bans, policymakers in 25 states have restricted coverage of abortion in insurance plans offered through the health exchanges, and policymakers in 10 of those states have also banned abortion coverage in all private plans. Each restriction, each ban, is intended to further their ultimate goal of making abortion unaffordable and unavailable for as many people as possible. And unfortunately, the strategy is working. Practically speaking, for those who are struggling to make ends meet, women of color, low-income women, young women, immigrant women, a coverage ban might as well be a ban on abortion altogether. Studies have shown that restricting Medicaid coverage of abortion forces 1 in 4 low-income women seeking abortion to carry an unwanted pregnancy to term. This, combined with the fact that a woman who is denied an abortion is more likely to fall into poverty than one who can get an abortion, illustrates how devastating coverage bans and restrictions can be on real women's lives. The Hyde Amendment, in our estimation, creates one of, if not the most, onerous barriers to abortion care. But the tide is changing. A movement led by millennials, communities of color, and social justice advocates are rising up to restore and sustain abortion coverage for low-income women. As Congresswoman Lee, our champion on the Hill, noted, last year she and members of the House of Representatives made history by introducing the Equal Access to Abortion Coverage and Health Insurance Act, known as the Each Woman Act. This bold legislation would reverse the Hyde Amendment and related abortion coverage and care restrictions. As an advocate, a Latina, a woman, and a mother, I see the transformative potential of the Each Woman Act. The potential to recenter the experiences, the lives, the struggles, and the contributions of those for whom the legal right to a safe abortion has not yet been made real. Not only does this legislation now have 119 co-sponsors in the House, but it also has the support of the American people. Polling released last July shows a strong majority of Americans agree that a woman enrolled in Medicaid should have all of her pregnancy-related health care covered by her insurance, including abortion services. The American people are done with the Hyde Amendment and done with the hundreds of anti-choice laws that stand in the way of a woman getting the care she needs. It's time to end this insidious policy that targets low-income women. We urge you to add a strong statement to your platform calling for the passage of the Each Woman Act so that each of us can access a safe, legal, and affordable abortion if we need it. We are fighting for our right to thrive. We are brave, we are united, and we are equal. And we are asking you to join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Young women have done this all around the country. We need you with us, and stand. Access in terms of reproductive justice, and that means repealing Hyde. So thank you. The coalition.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Dr. Katrina Peters. Dr. Peters is a clinical professor of psychiatry at UCSF San Francisco General Hospital and is currently the medical director of the Inpatient Forensic Psychiatry Unit. She's a delegate for the California Medical Association and is the chair of the National Medical Association Region 6, which encompasses 14 Western states. The National Medical Association is the oldest and largest medical association of primarily African-American physicians since its inception in 1895. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much for this invitation. The NMA has addressed inequities in health care throughout its history, especially as they have impacted the African American community. I'd like to speak to the issues of disparities in violence, access to mental health treatment, and substance abuse. The The NMA is focused on decreasing the violence in our communities. Violent behavior that has become so commonplace, it's often a mental health problem that is unseen, undiagnosed, and untreated. We had a symposium in March of 2016 on the aspects of violence and how it has impacted our community. It's important we understand and obtain the behavioral tools to eliminate violence that has impacted the African American community disproportionately. Numerous barriers continue to obtaining appropriate mental health treatment for many people, especially African Americans and other minorities. Despite recent progress in developing parity with physical health care, for many people, accessing mental health treatment is still separate and unequal. Barriers include affordability. Many private psychiatrists and psychologists do not take insurance or Medicaid. The wait to see practitioners may be months. There are few providers who are able to provide appropriate culturally competent care. For example, in California, African American and Latinos and other ethnic groups make up 47% of the population. Only 14% of active physicians belong to these ethnic groups. 3% are African American and 4% Latinos. In California, almost 1 in 6 adults has a mental health need, and 1 in 20 adults and 1 in 13 children suffers a serious mental illness. Half of these adults and 2/3 of these adolescents with mental health needs did not get their needed treatment. In the African American community, it's much worse. Additionally, the African American community still suffers from fear of the stigma of a mental health diagnosis, in part stemming from the deep mistrust of the system that has misdiagnosed and mistreated them for centuries. The limited access, community access for evaluation and treatment puts people at risk for severe decompensation that may lead to emergency room or inpatient care. I've worked at Zuckerberg San Francisco General Hospital since 1989. When I started, there were 88 acute inpatient psychiatric beds. Now there are only 22 acute beds, and another 22 for subacute patients who are too disabled to be safely discharged to the street. They are waiting for beds at a lower level of care that doesn't exist. Those who are discharged to the street have no safe place to go to complete their recovery, and many are afraid to stay in the shelters, even if they are able to get a bed or just a chair to sleep on. It's no surprise that many of these patients relapse and return to the ER or hospital, and hospitals are penalized for readmissions in less than 30 days. This vulnerable population are often targets of violence and behaviors that come to the attention of the police, who arrest them and put them in jail. LA County Jail is one of the largest mental health facilities in this country. However, jails and prisons are not really equipped to be a treatment facility or hospital. Many of these patients wind up on my unit at ZSFG, even though just a few days ago they were down the hall on the community unit. Once in the criminal justice system, it becomes extremely difficult for many patients to get out due to their mental illness. This impacts the African American community disproportionately because of the numbers of African Americans, especially incarcerated men. Substance use disorders continue to be a public health problem that can lead to a path of incarceration or more mental illness. The current concerns about opioid abuse and prescription meds are being targeted towards safer practicing prescribing for physicians, but there are disparities in treatment options for African Americans. Chronic pain often leads to depression due to the changes in the brain chemistry and pain pathways over time. Historically, African Americans have been undertreated for pain. Pain management specialists and clinics are thought to be the best and safest way to help those with chronic pain. However, those clinics often are difficult to access, especially for African Americans and other underserved groups. Many don't accept Medicaid insurance. One of our NMA California physicians who was asked to evaluate pain management clinics in one unnamed northeastern state did not find one in the entire state that took Medicaid. Even the recent accidental death of the entertainer Prince tragically could not be prevented before he was able to access his appointment in San Francisco with a pain specialist. If even a wealthy entertainer could not access timely, appropriate care, how are others with lesser resources to do so? Although the reasons for disparate health are numerous and complex, we must continue to be courageous and take bold action to eliminate them. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Geraldine Schomburg. Ms. Schomburg has been a licensed registered nurse of almost 43 years in San Diego, California. She is speaking on behalf of the 190,000 direct care nurses of National Nurses United. Thank you for being with us.
August Body, I'm really happy to be here. Many of you are my idols. And thank you, the audience, for amazing issues that are dear to my heart that have been brought up. My name is Geraldine Schomburg. I live in San Diego, where I've been a registered nurse for almost 43 years. My late mother was my role model. She was an Army captain, a MASH nurse at Pearl Harbor, and she had a career of over 50 years. So together we have almost 100 years in nursing profession. I am here today as a proud representative of National Nurses United to ask that Medicare for All be included in the platform as a core principle of the Democratic Party. One of the critical roles of a nurse is to be a strong patient advocate. Today, I am here to not only advocate for Medicare for All, because it would benefit my patients, but also because I'm a patient myself. My story started a year ago when I had a life-threatening incident. I was treated and placed on disability, and after a year, I've thankfully resumed working, but not before I completely used up all my life savings. To cover my bills during this time. So even though I have insurance through Covered California, our state ACA exchange, financially, I just had no margin of error to get sick. I'm a single mom raising two sons, one of whom has autism. Autism alone can be financially devastating, but my sons have prospered, and however, there was nothing left over for a medical emergency. Currently, I pay my health care premium, but I can't afford to use my insurance. The costs of my life-saving medicine and my necessary lab work are out of my reach. I understand the struggles of my patients because, like them, I too have put a Band-Aid over a hemorrhage. Because I cannot afford health care in the United States, I've been forced, to the extreme situation of driving across the border into Mexico to get affordable care. When in Mexico, I drive to the doctor's office building, I park and I walk past the many heavily armed guards who are there to protect the doctors from being kidnapped in order to get my care. And last time I went, I was detained while a bomb squad cleared the building. Still, when I faced the reality of not having the money to pay for my health care, I fortunately had an alternative to our expensive ACA plans, and I was able to purchase medical care through MixInsure. It costs $75 a year for medical and dental coverage. I can now afford to see a doctor, pay for my medicine, and get my required lab work and tests at 1/5 of what I would pay in the United States. While they're not up to U.S. standards of care, something is better than nothing, and right now it is keeping me alive. In America, we have access to health insurance, but not access to health care. I believe it's a broken system and which cannot be tweaked. It's broken when we can't access health care because of our inability to pay. It's broken because when you marry a for-profit insurance system with health care, you get a system based on denying and reducing any access to health care. America is thus ranked 39th in the world for medical outcomes and medical care, while paying an average of 2.5 times as much as other major countries. 29 million people have no health insurance, and twice our 31 million people are, like me, underinsured. We've talked today about what that does to outcomes and lifespans, how many years it takes off your lifespan, but really for-profit medicine is dictating how medicine is practiced today. I have hundreds of stories I could tell you, but I'll tell you one. I know a man whose brother had open heart surgery. He had open heart surgery on Monday, and Friday he was in his little wheelchair at the curb, and his brother was going to pick him up and drive him home. And he put him in his car, and on the way home his brother died. I believe he was died because he was discharged too soon. I believe that for-profit medicine cuts corners and puts our lives in danger. Finally, half of a nurse's training is in assessment. When a nurse first meets a patient, she assesses them and creates a plan to restoring the patient to optimum health. If as a nurse and a lifelong Democrat, I were to assess the DNC, I would have to say I see an anemic patient who needs an infusion in order to stay viable. The treatment would be to adopt something substantial, to adopt Medicare for all. We know it's wildly popular. 81% of Democrats support it, and 58% of all Americans. So with that kind of base, that can save the Democratic Party from going on life support. I'm also delivering petitions today of 21,000 Americans who are joining nurses and calling you to boldly lead by making Medicare for all part of your platform, by including the language of the AFL-CIO that they adopted at their 2009 convention. We can save the lives of people across this country, thousands of them, and we can recover trillions of dollars in healthcare savings and show that this is a kind of caring, smart leadership that truly makes America great. So on behalf of nurses, National Nurses United, and 190,000 nurses across this country, I thank you for your time, and we look forward to seeing Medicare for All included in your platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel Martinez. Ms. Martinez is the Arizona State President of ARP. In this volunteer role, Ms. Martinez leads the network of more than 100 state volunteers and is the spokesperson on the national and state issues. In addition, he chairs the state's organization's volunteer executive council. Mr. Martinez spent some 17 years as an academic advisor and professor of reading with the Maricopa County Community College District. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. My name is Daniel Martinez, and I am the president of AARP Arizona, a volunteer position. I'm also the caregiver of my wife, Lily Ann. 2 years ago, Lily Ann suffered a mild stroke at the age of 68. She was also in an accident, leaving her with second and third degree burns. Thankfully, she has made nearly a full recovery, but as her primary caregiver, I'm all too familiar with the obstacles that we face that so many families struggle with every day. High prescription drug costs and out-of-pocket medical costs are harming too many people. My wife is one of them. Among several other drugs she was prescribed to minimize the possibility of another stroke, she was also put on a drug to manage her diabetes. This was not a generic drug, which pushed our monthly fees right into the Medicare donut hole, resulting in skyrocketing costs. While the Affordable Care Act is phasing out these onerous costs, patients using high-cost drugs need relief sooner. Every month, 90% of seniors and around half of all Americans take a prescription drug. A typical senior on Medicare spends over $500 a year out of his or own pocket, and that's on prescription drugs. And individuals with chronic health conditions or serious illnesses can spend thousands of dollars each year in and out of pocket spending to afford their prescription drugs. What's more, out-of-pocket expenses are growing faster than people's wages. A Kaiser Family Foundation study found that the average deductible in 2015 has grown 7 times faster than workers' income since 2010. That means folks' hard-earned income goes to paying incredibly costly medical expenses. 31 million people face excessive out-of-pocket costs compared to their incomes. Something must be done to change this. The Democratic Party platform should include improvements to the Affordable Care Act where its policies fall short and support other concrete solutions to minimize excessive out-of-pocket and prescription drug costs. To build on the ACA, we should reduce cost sharing for ordinary doctor's visits and create a new tax credit for Americans burdened with the excessive out-of-pocket costs of caregiving for our loved ones. Americans will also benefit if there are expanded disclosure requirements and cost-sharing protections to ensure that they are required to pay no more than in-network costs for any emergency services. To lower drug costs, we need to hold pharmaceutical companies accountable by promoting competition and leveraging our nation's bargaining power. We must demand a stop to excessive profiteering and price gouging on new and existing drugs. We should require greater price transparency and use comparative effectiveness research. Right now, we have no idea whether a new, more costly product is better than a less expensive one that is already on the market. Given the billions of dollars we spend on prescription drugs every year, manufacturers should be willing to explain the value of their products and how they are pricing them. We should also focus on the large amounts of money spent on marketing and direct-to-consumer advertising and how that leads to even higher out-of-pocket costs. If you watch any TV, it seems like every other ad is about drugs. My goodness. Consumers simply can't continue to afford ever-growing out-of-pocket costs. Through my own experiences caring for my wife and speaking with AARP members struggling with rising costs, I've seen many attempts to close the loopholes and lower expenses. Some patients are able to work with their primary care physicians and obtain medication samples provided by pharmaceutical companies, but that is only a temporary solution. Those getting care from the VA, on the other hand, are able to benefit from the fact that the VA negotiates lower drug prices with pharmaceutical companies. If the VA can negotiate significant discounts on behalf of its beneficiaries, this should be a solution for folks on Medicare as well. The Democratic Party platform has a crucial role to play in guaranteeing costs going down and not up. Caregivers like myself, patients like my wife, and elders like those I represent here in Arizona are constantly challenged by those opponents who make it harder to access affordable health care. We cannot let this happen. In closing, I want to leave you with a saying. It says, there is never a wrong time to do the right thing. I ask that you do the right thing for the 88 million members of AARP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Mary Woodley. Ms. Woodley is the president of Research America, the nation's largest not-for-profit membership supported grassroots public education and advocacy organization committed to making medical and health research a higher national priority. Under her leadership, Research America has earned attention and respect with its record of innovation and advocacy for research. Ms. Woodley is an elected member of the National Academy of Medicine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank all of you for serving the public's interest. It's a high honor and one I know you take seriously. In the interest of your time this evening, I've cut back my remarks so as not to be redundant with the many wonderful statements you've heard this afternoon. I'm glad that I had a chance to hear them. But I do have full comments in submitted written testimony. Research America is a national nonprofit alliance of patients, academic research institutes all over the country, industry, scientific societies, and philanthropies, encompassing in all about 125 million Americans. We are committed to achieving faster medical progress by putting research and innovation to work at their full potential in order to find the solutions to what ails us. And that's what it's about, finding the answers. One of the founders of Research America and a mentor of mine, Mary Lasker, famously said, "If you think research is expensive, try disease." She was right then. It's true now. Research has already and will once again find health solutions. I'm old enough to remember the fear of polio, the initial terror of HIV/AIDS, and I'm grateful today for the remarkable progress research is making to putting HIV/AIDS in the history books right along with polio. But there's so much more. Americans are rightly worried about all the diseases and threats that we've been hearing about this afternoon. But Americans want to know why research isn't moving faster. Why is it that our nation's elected leaders haven't made it a top priority to provide the resources and a 21st century policy environment which will give research every chance? We believe that a full-throated commitment to health security through research is as highly valued by the American public as is a commitment to defense. The American people believe that speeding medical progress is crucial. We know this from national surveys that we commission regularly. In a national survey conducted earlier this month, a majority of Americans said they would pay an extra $1 a week in taxes if they knew those dollars were going toward medical research. We're not advocating that, but I think it's a powerful statement about something that's important. Americans also want to know what their candidates plan to do to make medical progress happen faster. I'd say parenthetically that Americans want more elected officials like Senator Barbara Mikulski, who has been a stalwart champion of public funding and an unflinching champion of enacting private sector incentives. She will be sorely missed. We do hope that many new champions will be elected this season. Our surveys further tell us that 77% of Americans say it's important for the next president and the next Congress to assign a high priority to putting health research innovation to work to assure continued medical progress. What this means is robust funding for the National Institutes of Health, the world's largest funder of basic or discovery research, and an institution that also funds clinical and prevention and translational research all around the country, as well as in its headquarters campus in Bethesda, Maryland. It tackles every disease and disability you can think of, and in addition, the critical underlying basic discovery science that can lead in directions we can't predict in advance. It amazes most people to hear that the NIH works to achieve the public's understandably high expectations for less than $100 per American per year. Yet it can only fund 15 to 16% of all the good ideas it sees from extraordinarily well-qualified investigators. It could do so much more. People rightly are asking, what are we waiting for? We also need to equip the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to fully protect and advance population health and ensure that the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality, or AHRQ, can identify evidence-based solutions to the costly and deadly shortcomings in our complex healthcare system. Medical errors are in fact the 4th leading cause of death in this country. That's a crisis we just simply have to overcome. Speeding medical progress is also about doing what it takes to make sure that the life science the life sciences industry of our economy continues to produce new medical advances. So we propose to you a platform that would say, achieving faster medical progress is an American imperative. We will do what it takes to overcome diseases that rob the people we love of hope, independence, and time. We can do this if we make research and innovation a higher national priority. We will grow funding for the National Institutes of Health, fueling research and assuring today's diverse group of young scientists that they have a bright future in understanding and defeating the scourges that ail us. We will bolster funding for the CDC, the FDA, AHRQ, and NSF. These agencies play a crucial role in advancing health and healthcare. And we will assure a policy environment that propels rather than holds back private sector medical innovation and public-private partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
To the members of the committee, we have 3 witnesses left, and then we'll be finished. Julia Carlisle is a member of the Action Indian Community Council and has served as the council's chairwoman, vice chairwoman, and secretary. Ms. Carlisle joined the staff at the Action Service Center in 1978 and was appointed the director in 1994. Thank you. Thank you for being here so late with us. I guess I'm on East Coast time, but
Oh, yeah, you definitely are. Probably East Coast weather, too.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, members of the platform committees, good evening. Good evening. My name is Deidre Carlisle, and I'm currently the vice chairman of the Action Indian Community, which has an enrolled membership of a little over 1,053 members, 80% of them who live on the reservation, and we're just 35 miles south of downtown Phoenix. Historically, we have always been a farming community, and while we still run a 16,000-acre farm today, we are also working hard to address the 21st century challenges of a rapidly growing community which surrounds us. As a federally recognized Indian tribe, we have a government-to-government relationship with our trustee, the United States, as recognized under federal law and the U.S. Constitution. While this relationship has been better during the Obama administration than almost any other time in history, the United States still falls far short of upholding its treaty and trust responsibilities to Indian country. Under President Obama, the Indian Health Care Improvement Act became permanent. However, the federal government still spends more per federal prisoner on health care than it does on Native people, and our life expectancy is still 4.2 years less than the average American. Native people will suffer from some of the highest rates of addiction, and 1 out of 3 Native women will be sexually assaulted in their lifetimes. The leading tribal budget work group recently found that the need-based estimate for Indian health service was $27.6 billion in FY 2015. Yet the President's IHS budget request for 2015 was $5.3 billion, less than 20% of the demonstrated need for health care funding in Indian country. Likewise, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, which is responsible for, among other things, public safety in Indian country, is so backlogged in its budget for corrections facilities that it would have taken over a century for my community to receive BIA funding to construct a much-needed jail at current construction funding levels. These shortfalls squarely on tribes themselves, and Ak-Chin, like many other tribes, has self-funded projects to help both the tribe and the surrounding community to fill the gap left by the federal government. We have built a central plant, wastewater treatment facility, surface water treatment plant, roads, infrastructure projects, and most recently our multi-purpose justice complex. We understand that budgets are about priorities, and it's long past that the administration puts a higher priority on investments in Indian country and in rural communities across America. We are thankful for the progress of the past 8 years, and this platform needs to build upon the progress to ensure Native American programs are protected and expanded rather than roll back yet again, as we have seen too many times in our history. I would like to thank the Platform Committee for listening to my comments and for doing the work you've been appointed to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Parker?
First of all, Tigwitsi, thank you for being here today. Thank you for allowing us on your traditional territory here. And I just want to kind of highlight, you brought the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act up and the need for our IHS services. We've been coming to the federal government since before I was born. Long before, many years, and we've asked for increased amount of dollars to protect and to help our families become well. And so I looked into the Tulalip tribes in the state of Washington, our amount of money that we receive per patient, and it was $1,111 per person per year. $1,111. That was a horrific reality. And so that's been a concern for us for a very long time. Yeah. And I just wanted to ask you, what does that look like? What does improvement, healthcare improvement look like? We know it's severely low, it's lower than prisons, but what can we do to improve that? Because coming to Congress for so many years has helped a little bit, and we've taken small steps, but many of our reservations don't have adequate health care facilities, dental. I mean, the issues are just, we're worse than third world countries. So it's a great concern, and I would love to see our platform committee finally take a big, bold step to correct the injustices. Can you add to that and let us know how we can do that?
Well, if I had a say in it, I would say, you know, you were mentioning how the United States sends money to third world countries. Well, they have third world countries, like you said, here in the United States alone. We gave up so much. For instance, when we were established in May of 1912, we had 48,000 acres. We were allocated 48,000 acres. In that same year, by September, we were reduced down to 21,860 acres. At that time, during President Taft's administration, historical records said that was just a minor adjustment. So we were wondering what a major adjustment when we're doing the math. You know, sometimes we just feel like we're just taking the handouts. We've gone to Congress. We see increases, but when you really look at the data, it's not much of an increase. It's almost, then there are programs, you know, it's that saying, you rob Peter to pay Paul, but you're never, ever able to address the situation. We have the new Preferred Purchase Care Program, which used to be contract health, managed care, and they keep changing the terms. I think it costs us money every time they change the terms, because then we get less money, just like your tribe. My tribe is small, but we're under, we receive services under the Hill River Indian Community, and for the Preferred Purchase Care dollars, it's never enough to cover the cost for our people. We make every effort to try to get our people under the, you know, Medicaid program, any kind of insurance program we can to help offset those costs, but sometimes it doesn't happen. My tribe is lucky enough, fortunate enough, I should say, to be able to supplement the funding at Hill River for managed care, preferred health care, contract care services for our people. But I think we're just a few tribes that can do that. There's so many tribes out there that can't. And if you read the recent news about the issues that are happening in the Plains area, hospitals closing, where do our Indian, you know, where do the Native people go there? Some people will have to travel hundreds of miles to get to a healthcare facility and probably be turned away because they don't have the health insurance too. Indian Health does not have enough money to cover. I don't know what the solution is. We can only hope for the best. As a grandmother of well, I should say 24 grandchildren, I hope it's a lot better when they become full adults, because it can't keep going. But we will, all the baby steps that go towards that is, how would they say, better than nothing, than none at all. But we can just, all we can do is just keep continuing to fight. Again, it's not, you've heard the cliche that, well, we were here first. We were here first. And we gave up a lot of sacrifices to allow our, to allow our neighbors, the newcomers, to come in. And we're not asking to be paid for those sacrifices. We just want equal treatment for what we had to give up with, you know, with our lands and all. But all tribes, I think, persevere. They continue, and I'm proud of that. We're still here, and we're going to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your testimony.
Thank you so much, and then I hope you all will be able to cope with the heat, you know, just that little cooling down period before Sunday comes along.
Julie Kornak is joining us by Skype. She is a senior public policy analyst for the Center for Autism and Related Disorders. Her work includes identifying, developing, and supporting state and federal legislation that increases access to autism treatment, as well as analyzing changes brought about by state autism mandates and the Affordable Care Act. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this remarkable process. I work with volunteers who have been diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder to ensure they have the services and support they need, including healthcare, educational accommodations, vocational training, transportation, and home and community-based services. These services are rarely secured without a battle. We must do more for people with disabilities because the personal and societal costs are too high to accept the status quo. The Democratic Party has a proud tradition of authoring and passing landmark legislation that positively impacts people with disabilities and their families, including the Americans with Disabilities Act, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, the Paul Wellstone and Pete Domenici Mental Health Parity and Addiction Equity Act, and the Affordable Care Act. Each of these laws has increased access to the services, resources, and communities that are foundational to ensuring people with disabilities have the tools and support they need to fulfill their potential. But the full promise of these laws has yet to be realized. We must create a culture of enforcement that ensures that laws translate from words on paper to better lives for the American public. In this regard, there is more work to be done, and we urge you to commit to facilitating and supporting efforts to strengthen and embolden enforcement of these laws, and to root out and eliminate discriminatory practices, designs, and policies that perpetuate inequality and act as barriers to people with disabilities. In our efforts to remove barriers for people with disabilities, technology is perhaps unique in its potential to level the playing field across all demographics by creating access to information, enhancing communication, and eliminating barriers that seemed insurmountable less than a decade ago. Technological advances have given people with disabilities unprecedented opportunities to function independently in their communities, go to school, pursue careers, attend houses of worship, and in general, fully integrate into their communities. We strongly support efforts to make technology accessible and affordable for people with disabilities and to protect and promote access to complex rehabilitation technology. In addition to ensuring access to healthcare, education, and technology, concrete steps should be taken to promote the use of work incentives that encourage people with disabilities to earn more money without compromising the very benefits that make it impossible to get to work each day. When people with disabilities secure employment, They deserve the same workplace and wage protections as other working Americans. In this era of marriage equality, we urge this committee to support efforts to ensure that people with disabilities have the freedom to exercise what Justice Kennedy described as the fundamental right to fall in love and marry without jeopardizing their benefits. Whether people with disabilities have the resources and supports they need should not depend on where they live. We commend the longstanding support of the Democratic Party for the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. The United States has served as a role model on many disabilities issues, and it is time we resume our leadership role and press the Senate to ratify the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. People with disabilities look to the Democratic Party for leadership that provides a clear path to the middle class through abundant opportunities to go to college, earn a livable wage, and realize their full potential. We ask that the Democratic platform reflect the values of equality, accessibility, and shared prosperity that lift up all Americans, including Americans with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Your questions? Thank you very much. Our last witness is Pam Simon, who is a member of the Everytown Survivor Network. The Everytown Survivor Network brings together Americans who have been personally affected by gun violence to build a community of support and empower them to become leaders in the gun violence prevention movement. Ms. Simon was Representative Gabrielle Gifford's Community Outreach Director and attended the Congress on Your Corner event in Tucson, Arizona on January 8, 2011. She was shot in the chest and hand and survived. And thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's a real honor to be a part of this and be allowed to testify on this issue. So as you said, my name is Pamela Simon, and I'm testifying on the importance of including gun violence prevention in the Democratic platform. This is particularly poignant given the events, the horrific events that happened in Orlando last week. But we should also remember that it is the one-year anniversary since the tragic events at Mother Emanuel in Charleston. It just doesn't seem to stop, does it? And that's why I'm here today. This is a critical issue to include in the platform. Americans are 25 times more likely to be killed by a gun than in any other developed country. This is a national tragedy. 91 people a day are killed by a gun. Approximately 55 of those take their own lives with a gun. A large percentage are veterans. Children every single day are killed by guns left unsecured. This is not only a safety issue, this is a social justice issue. As the chairman said, on January 8th, I joined an ever-growing club that no one wants to be in. I became a gun violence survivor. As you mentioned, I was on the staff of Congressman Giffords, and on a beautiful January morning, we were setting up to do what you are supposed to do, and that is take representative democratic process to the people. We were in front of a grocery store where the Congresswoman, who was just starting her third term, was going to meet with her constituents. She loved doing this. And I was amazingly early that morning, and my colleague Gabe Zimmerman, a young man who had a bright future, he was our constituent service director, gifted young man with a master's in social work, planning his wedding. That afternoon they were going to go and look for the site where the wedding would take place. He and I set the chairs up, set the flags in case anybody wanted to have their picture. They always did, because the Congresswoman is a very friendly, outgoing person. And the Congresswoman showed up about 10 o'clock that morning, I had texted her and said, wear a warmer jacket because it was pretty chilly for Tucson in January. And she texted back and said, too late, I'm on my way. She met with the first person who was a veteran and wanted to tell about his experience in Afghanistan. The second person was a man who he and his wife wanted to compliment, they were Republicans, but they wanted to compliment her on her centrist votes. And while they were talking to her, a young man who I later discovered had been in my junior high class, in the junior high that I taught in, I taught for 22 years, suddenly appeared and started shooting. And for those that feel like you are more safe if you have a gun in your pocket, he was able to take down 19 people, 6 dead, 13 wounded, in less than 15 seconds. That is not time to draw a weapon to protect yourself. He had another 30-round clip in his pocket. This tragedy would have been greater had it not been for heroic efforts on the part of 2 men that took him down and a very feisty woman who grabbed the magazine out of his hand as he tried to reload. This scene is being played out over and over and over in our country. Since retiring from the congressional office in 2012, I've worked with a variety of advocacy groups to promote common sense legislation to keep firearms out of the hands of those that should not have them. And I am currently a Survivor Fellow with the Everytown Survivor Network. The Survivor Network now has almost 1,000 survivor advocates who turn their grief and their pain into action. And I have to say it's one of the greatest privileges of my life to have met some of these people, parents of children from new towns, but also mothers from Chicago and Detroit, where the killer has never been found and they never made the newspaper or the headlines. It just is a common thing that happens in their neighborhood. Their hearts break as much as those that are on TV for months afterwards. Everytown for Gun Safety now has the largest gun violence prevention organization in the country with grassroots chapters in all 50 states. Our broad bipartisan coalition includes Everytown Survivor Network, Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, Mayors Against Illegal Guns, and more, and this is important, more than 3 million supporters. We develop and advocate for common sense public safety measures that respect the Second Amendment and save lives. Our legal and policy experts develop and promote evidence-based policies that our advocacy teams run campaigns to pass laws that will reduce gun violence. In the past 2 years, we have had legislative wins in every region of the U.S., passing laws to reduce gun violence in states as varied as Oregon, South Carolina, Vermont, and Wisconsin. I tell you this because I want to point out that gun violence prevention movement is growing. It is getting stronger by the day, and it's becoming a voice that is being heard by voters and by elected officials alike, and by candidates. Polling indicates that 82% of gun owners and even 74% of NRA members are in favor of comprehensive background checks. So I would like to encourage the DNC to make gun violence prevention a strong and important part of the Democratic Party platform. It is possible to protect the Second Amendment and to keep guns out of the hands of dangerous people. We can do this by doing some of the following. 1, require criminal background checks on every gun sale in America, including those sold at gun shows and those sold on the internet. We know that background checks work. Since 1998, the NICS system has blocked more than 2.2 million sales at licensed gun dealers of those who are prohibited from owning firearms. And we know in the 18 states that require background checks for all handgun sales, 46% fewer women are shot by their intimate partners. We know that 48% fewer law enforcement officers are killed by a gun in those states. And we know that in those states, they have a significantly lower gun suicide rate than in states without background checks at gun shows. 2, keep guns out of the hands of domestic abusers by closing the boyfriend loophole. Prohibit stalkers from buying or possessing guns, and making sure that there are strong procedures in place to require prohibited abusers to turn in their guns. 3, we must close the terror gap by giving the FBI discretion to block gun sales to suspected terrorists. Now, we know the Senate has the opportunity to do this on Monday. Democrats must not accept a watered-down version that will still allow many to slip through the cracks. 4, we need a renewed commitment to a Gun-Free Zone Act and keeping guns off our college campuses. 5, we need to require that anyone who carries a concealed loaded weapon in public to have a permit, a clean criminal record, and a strong and comprehensive gun safety training. And 6, we need to strip away the special immunity that we have given gun manufacturers. These policies are not going to stop every shooting, but they can go a long way to making us safer and a long way to making this the country we want, a much safer country. I strongly encourage the Democratic National Committee to adopt a robust plank on gun violence prevention in this platform. Thank you for this opportunity.
Any questions? Yes. Dr. Zogby.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and for your survival and your commitment to ensuring that others will not endure the fate that you and your colleagues did. I just want to make a statement to you and to the staff and to the 2 campaigns who put this together. This has been an extraordinary 3 days that we've had. Today, I thought, as we were saying before, that each day I said the testimony can't get better, and it just keeps getting better. We keep hearing stories that are so significant and challenges that are so great. And even where we have differences, and there are differences, I am convinced that we can square the circle, that we can find language that will be both aspirational and practical, that will find a way to state who we are, what we want for America, what our goals are, and the challenges that we face in getting there. And so I really want to thank everyone for participating in this. I've been somewhat silent today, but I've been taking it in, and the witnesses have just been extraordinary, and we've learned, I think, a great deal from them. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tandon.
And I'll just be brief. I want to actually build on Dr. Zogby's remarks about all the testimony we've heard, but I also really want to thank you for your activism, your advocacy, your voice to us. It is really touching that we end today with, and important that we end today with your statement, your experience, and hope we will carry that through. I know that these are cynical times, but I hope that we can, really address the issues you've raised to us. And I note that we do have leaders in the Senate willing to spend hours after hour after hour after hour to bring
15.
attention to these issues. And I hope that all of us in this room can use our voices with the Senate over this weekend, because there is an important vote on Monday. But I too hope that we can come together on a whole host of issues that are so important to the American people and really draw the importance of our work here.
Representative Reese.
I too just want to join with you, and I don't want your testimony to be taken lightly. The fact that you are a gun violence survivor, I think the picture of elected officials trying to have a town hall meeting and not being safe, and I really thought after that colleagues on the other side of the aisle, the Republicans, would have at least said, man, our own colleague got shot. We should do something. But I do think that we owe it to you, to the families in Orlando and Charleston to have strong language. I think America's waiting on strong language to reduce the gun violence that allows, as you said, the right to bear arms, but the right for folks to be safe and make sure they're not in the wrong hands. So I just want to just say thank you for your bravery to be able to come here today and know that your testimony is not taken lightly, and the lives that we lost are not in vain with our Democratic Party and our platform.
Congressman Lee.
If I may say something about the comment about cynicism, I speak at many, many places, and I always want to tell people that there is hope. The movement is growing, and it's growing stronger and stronger. The voices are growing stronger and stronger. 4 years ago, there was no way for survivors to connect. And now we connect regularly. We support each other on a Facebook page. We meet locally as well as nationally. And those voices are growing stronger, and many others are getting involved. So I think there's a great deal of hope in this issue.
Congressman Lee.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I too want to just thank you for being here today, being very brave and bold, and to all of the survivors. You know, you could have not taken the next step in terms of trying to help ensure that this never happens again in terms of gun violence. And so working on gun violence prevention strategies and organizing around gun violence prevention is so important, and it's so important that you do this and that we listen. I think the party, our Democratic Party, is listening. I think this committee, this drafting committee, has heard you, and I think that what has been said earlier, I want to associate myself with Mr. Dr. Zogby's remarks, because I think that what we've heard today, culminating with your testimony, has been profound. It's been, all the testimony has been very clear, but also, Mr. Chairman, I think it reflects the fact that our Democratic Party is a big tent party, and we may disagree on certain issues or how to get to a certain place, but for the life of me, I don't see how we don't come out of here with a platform that's unifying and that speaks to the aspirations of all Americans. And today has convinced me that we can do that even more so. So thank you very much. Give Gabby our love. We miss her. She's doing a phenomenal job. And tell everybody in our movement to prevent gun violence that Democrats hear you loud and clear, and we're going to win this. We're going to win it. Thank you again.
Thank you. Mr. Browner.
I just also want to thank you for joining us today, and I agree with my colleagues who noted it is particularly appropriate that we end it. You are our last witness. This is the last of our public hearings, and given the tragedies that seem to continue, it is so important. Mr. Chairman, I just want to say to our colleagues that I too agree this has been a pretty amazing set of witnesses last week and now this week. And I was struck by what one witness said, which I think is a good admonition for all of us as we look to find common and higher ground. Life is not lived as a silo of issues. They interact, they intersect with each other, and all of the issues which we have heard about in these hearings intersect with each other, and it is now to us to find how that intersection can make us better as a Democratic Party. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the day. And I want to thank all of you for sitting here so patiently and listening so carefully. And I want to thank you, Ms. Simon. You can come back. I'm going to tell you something. You know, I am a part of the Army that you talked about. I lost my nephew, who was like a son to me, 5 years ago. Gun violence. They never did find out who did it. And I often say that when you lose somebody like that, it's hard to get over it, because it's hard to mourn, really, because you're on one side you're trying to figure out what happened, on the other side you're mourning for what could have been. But there's no passion like the passion that comes out of pain. And I do appreciate, and all of us appreciate you. I think Barbara Lee said it best, but I say, out of pain comes your passion to do your purpose. And we really do appreciate you. We do have to do some work. We got a lot of work to do. And one of the things that, when Dr. Zogli was talking, I couldn't help it. I've been thinking this all day. I am so glad I am a Democrat. I really am. I don't think you, when I look at the array of speakers that have come before us, and by the way, I give the staff great credit. Believe me, there are a lot of people that wanted to come before us. They had to screen people and all that. And then I look at the issues that we're dealing with, and then I ask the question, would the Republican drafting committee be anything similar to this? And I would venture to say no. But one of the things that I keep telling people, we spend a lot of times concentrating on who we're fighting against. But the people who came here today and the ones that have come in the other sessions in D.C. and the ones that will come tomorrow will remind us of what we need to be fighting for. Not so much who we're fighting against, but what we're fighting for. And I just think that and I told all of our committee members when we first met, I said, we are here for a reason. This is a moment, and we have an opportunity to make it a movement, and we have the opportunity to change the trajectory of history, and change the trajectory of so many people's lives. And so I want to thank all of you for your patience. I want to thank you for being here. And we are going to end tonight. Now, tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, we will be dealing with campaign finance and voting rights. And that will not be, we plan to end by 1 o'clock, so that people can get their planes. We will reconvene tomorrow morning for the members of the committee at 8 o'clock for breakfast, and then we'll go into session at 9. Committee members are also invited to an evening reception beginning now. It was supposed to start an hour ago. At the Compass Restaurant in the Hyatt Regency, located at 122 North 2nd Street. They tell me it's right across the street, right? Right. And if you need any directions, staff will direct you over there, all right? It's by the Arizona Democratic Party? Okay. Okay, okay. Again, I want to thank the staff. The staff has been simply phenomenal, all the staff. We will thank the hotel staff tonight, and again, all the security, everybody. But thank you very much for all that you have done. Thank you. All right, I'll see you later.